Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to day 2 of the quad series here in Switzerland. And we do have the host, Switzerland, taking on Spain in match number 2. Welcome to the captains, welcome to the officials as well. Danny, I'll give you the coin. Amy, you've got the call with Spain. Heads is the call, and it is heads. Spain, what would you like to do? Okay, so Spain have won the toss and elected to bowl. Would you like to make the exchange? Wonderful. I hope it's a great game. Amy Brown-Carrera, firstly, look, commiserations yesterday going down to Jersey, but how's the feeling in the camp this morning?
No, very good, very relaxed. We take on the positives from yesterday. There was a lot of positives to take from, and we just go again. It's the first game. We've got it under our belts now, so we just start again, like clean slate, and yeah, new day, new us.
It absolutely is a beautiful day for cricket as well. The Spanish sun is obviously following you around. Deepa Chukapali, I thought I was really impressed with her left arm spin. Obviously adds another dimension to your attack.
Definitely. She's a young one. She's coming through our ranks and she's really proved herself yesterday. So hopefully she can pull through for us today.
And I noticed with your batting, very strong through the offside. Is that something you've been working on in the off season?
Yeah, definitely. Very much trying to explore all areas of the ground and trying to get the high score for the team, really.
And winning the toss and bowling, what's the thinking behind that?
Just change the look. We really back our bowlers. We really want to put the pressure on the Swiss team and yeah, get them trying to get the runs. Yeah, well, buena suerte. Best of luck to you today. I hope you have a great day. Amy Brown-Carrera, the Spanish skipper. We'll get Danny Metagoda in here, the Swiss captain. Okay, so you've been sent in again to bat, but I thought you actually batted pretty well yesterday. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I agree. We batted well. We probably would have elected to bowl just to mix it up, but we batted really well yesterday. Hopefully we do the same thing today. Put some runs on the board and then defend them with our great bowlers.
Must have been a big day yesterday for you. Obviously the first home T20 internationals. What did you learn out of yesterday playing that quite strong Jersey team?
Oh, we had plenty of learning experiences, learning about the ground and the pitch, learning about ourselves, how we handle maybe facing tougher opponents, tougher batters. I think we grow the most from these tougher opponents, so it was really good, and we'll take these lessons into the games today.
Well, I know you've got a big day ahead. I wish you all the best, Danny, and best luck in this game.
Thank you very much.
So there we go. The news from the toss is that Spain have won the toss. They're going to bowl first in match number 3 of this tournament as we go over to Tina Goff, who's going to get us started in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much, Vinny, as we go straight into ball 1 here between Switzerland and Spain. As we saw there from the toss, Spain won and decided to bowl. That first one bowled by Naomi Hillman-Bermejo goes straight through to the keeper. Both of these sides losing to Jersey yesterday, looking to make amends, and Spain clearly taking a leaf out of the Jersey book, wanting to chase. Jersey were very successful on both occasions yesterday against these two sides, chasing down first Switzerland with 7 wickets to spare, and then Spain by 5 wickets. So one of these sides will go winless in their first 2 games, while one of them will get their first win on the board in this quad series. A warm welcome to sunny Switzerland here, Embrach Cricket Ground, 9:30 local time, and it's already heating up, 20 degrees. Looking to rise up to about 30 today. I know it's going to be a hot one the next couple of days. Looking forward to the action hotting up in the middle as well, as that one's been knocked away nicely. There is a fielder out there in the deep who will make an excellent stop on the boundary there. It was Kat Frost sticking out her right hand to stop what would have been a boundary. The opening batters here for Switzerland is Amrita Sadisaran, who of course opened the batting yesterday, but in a change, Franziska Kuhnberg is out of the side today, and she has been replaced by Layla Pickard, who is straight into the action. And she picked up that single on that delivery. Unfortunate not to pick up a boundary, but that does get Amrita on strike. I would say that's quite a significant change for Switzerland. I'm assuming it's an enforced change because Franziska was one of the picks of the batters yesterday for Switzerland as they really put the pressure on Jersey early on, especially on the short ball. She was so quick to play that power shot to the leg side, but she's not featuring today, so it'll be interesting to see how Layla gets on. It's not easy going from watching on the sidelines to straight into the opening action. That one's tapped nicely down the ground, and it's a slight misfield there by Uzwa Saeed, who will have to turn around and chase it. And, well, chaos out in the middle there as well as Layla Pickard. Well, she takes a tumble and there's a huge mix-up, and now they're going to go for another run. as well. They will be sent back for the second time, and again it's a shy at the stumps, and I'm not quite sure how many runs were actually run in that ball. I'm going to have to take a look at that one on the replay. So first it's knocked down the ground. It's a nice shot there from Amrita. It's misfielded by Uzwa Saeed. Now watch Layla Pickard on the turn. She takes a tumble. They both decide to have a little conference in the middle of the pitch. They still have a little chat, and then Layla Pickard realises the ball's still live. She gets to the other end. There's overthrows. They go for another one, but then in the end Amrita turns back. So in the end, that was 2 runs by my calculations. And now they're having a conference in the middle, because that is the end of the first over, a dramatic first over, which goes for 4 runs. And I suppose for Switzerland, they can count themselves a little lucky that they didn't lose a wicket in that first over as well.
So,
into the second over we go then. Deepa Chukapalli, who was so impressive with the ball yesterday. Left arm round, 15-year-old tall spinner. She's got a lovely action and gets unfortunate on that first one, as that one's nicked away. Layla Pickard then picks up the first boundary of this innings. Again, an early indication of how quick this outfield is. Not much that the keeper, Amelia Jones, could have done about that one. And Switzerland get their innings up and running. It'll be important here for Switzerland to start positively. That's exactly what they did yesterday against Jersey. That got them up to that 138 total, which we thought might be competitive. And I suppose it was, but they came up against Grace Weatherall in blistering form, who finished on 85 not out, to chase down the Switzerland total with relative ease. But Switzerland were certainly impressive with the bat. I think maybe their bowling let them down just a touch in their defence. Spain, meanwhile, I think they will be slightly disappointed with their showing yesterday. They didn't quite do themselves justice in the field. They picked up wickets in clusters against Jersey. They picked up 3 in 1 over. That was thanks to Deepa, who is bowling now, including 2 in 2 balls. And then they also picked up another 2 wickets in 3 deliveries later on in the piece. So there was times when they had the pressure back on Jersey, but just weren't able to capitalise. And a few pieces of sloppy fielding meant that Jersey were able to get away and in the end get over the line with a good 6 overs left. Deepa has started excellently here. The first ball was actually assigned as 4 byes. I'm pretty sure there was a thicker edge on that, unless my eyes are deceiving me early on this Tuesday morning. 4 to the score on any case. There was a couple of instances yesterday of runs being assigned to the batter. So maybe the cricketing gods are evening things out this morning. End of the second over then. That one should be leg byes and will be signalled. So 11 coming off the first 2. Good start there from the young left arm spinner Deepa Chukapalli, who I'm sure will feature heavily with the bat as well. Yesterday she opened the batting and the bowling. Probably slightly disappointed with her own batting showing, but she's got heaps of potential and shows how high in esteem Spain hold her. Teenager featuring heavily for the Spanish side. Remember, every single game in this quad series is, of course, important for the tournament itself, but equally important, if not more so, for T20I ranking points. As that one's knocked in the air and it's dropped. Should have been taken there by Payal Chilongia. Goes straight in and back out, and she never really got herself set. I think it jarred off her fingers as she tried to grab that one. It's an early opportunity missed there by Spain, and this is kind of the issues we saw from them yesterday. They were creating chances through their bowling. They just weren't able to capitalise on them. And again, these kind of catches going down could be costly, especially with Switzerland maybe not having the deepest of batting lineups. If you can get some early wickets and you can really put a strangle on the innings. So that one's cut away nicely. And despite the tumbling dive there of the fielder at 45, it races away. And again, it was just a tap there from Amrita. It shows how quick the outfield is. It races away for 4 runs. That is the first 4 off the bat, allegedly. I'm pretty sure the 4 byes were also off the edge. But no doubt about that one. Lovely shot from Amrita. She was playing that late cut brilliantly yesterday, and she's picked up exactly where she left off this morning. So in terms of ranking, Spain 33rd in the world and Switzerland 36th. Both of them relatively new to the T20I game. Switzerland in particular, if you were listening yesterday, you might have heard my chat with Vanni Danuka, one of the probably more experienced Swiss players in the lineup, having grown up in the UK. But they have only played internationals for the last year. They've squeezed a lot in that time. I think this is their 22nd T20I. Spain have been going a bit longer, but they haven't quite played the same volume of games. That one hit away nicely, and it's going to be 4 runs. That came right off the screws of the bat from Amrita. Despite 2 fielders out there, the closest being Deepa Chukapali. They weren't able to stop that one. So the 3rd over finishes with a flourish, with 9 runs coming off it, including 2 elegant boundaries there from the Swiss opener. The score is 20 for no loss. So again, Switzerland starting with a promising opening partnership, despite the fact that Franziska Kuhnberg, who did the damage yesterday, is not featuring at the top of the order. So far, Layla Picard has picked up exactly where Kuhnberg left off. She's played second fiddle so far, 3 off 7. That probably should be 7 off 7, with the edge that she didn't get credited. As Deepa Chukapali continues then from this bottom end. And joining me for the first time in the commentary box on this Tuesday morning, Vinny. Good morning.
Yeah, guten Morgen and buenos dias to everybody. And yeah, what an interesting start. A proper chaos start, wasn't the first over. 3 run-out attempts on 1 ball, I counted. They're still counting how many they ran. All right, in the air as this will pop just in front of the long on. Early chances, though, I've got to say it, though. We talked about the run-out chaos, but Payal Chilongia, she's a very good fielder. Not like her to drop a catch like that. And I think, for me, the game could be decided by 1 or 2 players that go on and get quite big scores, and you expect them to be batting up at the top. That'll be hit out to deep square leg for 1. But good morning to all the viewers as well. How great to have you with us this morning. As I can see Dave B's in there, David Swan, Paul Kempen as well. Good morning to all of you. Kroom, another big playing day for Kroom. Playing back-to-back. Maybe can bring some luck to his side, Upminster, in the European Cricket Series today. But yeah, super interesting game, isn't it? Between 2 teams that had similar experiences yesterday. And also, Deepa Chukapali, she continues to have this responsibility of bowling and bowling here in the power play with her left arm spin. Also likely opened the batting for Team Spain this morning.
Yeah, it's great the faith they show in the youngster to open the bowling. It's never easy bowling spin in the power play. You have not much protection out there at all. Of course, only 2 fielders allowed out in the deep. Interesting that she's gone for a long on. I'm not, as a left arm spinner myself, turning it away from a right hander. It's an interesting call to have one of your fielders out there. I suppose she's trying to bowl straight and almost invite that shot down the ground. The other fielder is out at deep square leg. Just misses her line on that occasion. And Amelia Jones, well, this should be a run out, and it will be. That was a suicidal run there from Amrita Sasidaran. It was never really on. Amelia Jones, well, she makes amends for her error. She just fumbles it down the leg side. It will be a wide, I'm sure. Let's take a look at this one. She half stops it. Amrita must have seen that all the way. It's not like the ball kind of got hidden behind the wicketkeeper, but Amelia, she would have had enough time to just walk up to the stumps and flick the bails off, decides to throw them down in anger instead.
Yeah, she had a good look at the stumps, though. You shouldn't be missing from there. I don't mind the throw, but it's just a clear misjudgment, wasn't it? And Sasidaran just didn't realise that the ball hadn't gone that far. And I suppose she becomes a bit of a sitting duck, doesn't she? So a bit of luck from Spain. That one gets gifted. In a sense, she did very well to even create the opportunity by partially blocking that. I think Jones was excellent with the gloves yesterday. She was very quick on her feet down the leg side, had a few quite difficult takes. But that's one that the wicketkeeper's just created, I think, firstly by smothering the ball and then, of course, recovering and picking up the direct hit. Yeah, so the rare wide plus wicket makes it 23 for 1, as it's going to be Meghna Rajan coming to the crease at number 3. Good morning to you, and how was your night in Switzerland? First full day here yesterday?
Yeah, it was very nice. I ended up going to the gym. I've got a bit of a gym scam going on, which is...
how do you scam the gym?
There's a free trial for 1 day at the local gym, which is 2 minutes from the accommodation.
Now we know.
But they just send you a code via SMS. And luckily for me, I have 3 different phone numbers. So I'm just going to send a code to every one of my phone numbers.
It all makes sense.
I'm nothing but a cheapskate. That one's lofted in nicely.
Tina the grifter.
Well,
stealing free fitness.
I feel like Switzerland has enough money. They don't need my
my
10 euros or whatever it would be. 23 for 1 at the end of 4. And then I was on a bit of a fitness drive. So then I went for a run this morning, having gone to the gym last night. And the trouble is I live or have lived in the 2 probably flattest cities in Europe, in Hamburg and Birmingham.
Yeah.
I come to Zurich and I'm like, I'll just walk. I'll look on the map and I'll go to this nice foresty area and have a run around there. It was a mountain.
You're a mountaineer.
I was not running. I was with crampons up the hill. But I flew like an absolute eagle going on down.
They ended up going too fast when you really gassed.
Yeah, it was. There was no stopping me. That wasn't fitness. That was pure momentum on the way down.
Hey, going back to what you said about the long on to the left arm spinner. Yeah, I think I'd have the long on up in the circle because I think it's the kind of shot you're trying to invite.
Yeah.
Hitting across the turn, and there's always a chance that leading edge popping up. As we're going to get Uzwa Saeed, aka Rambo, coming through. Love the face paint. You can see it there in the profile pic for Uzwa, who she's a little bit of a mystery spinner. Her stock delivery is a googly. I know she's been working on actually developing a leg break. And that one's a little bit too short. There is protection down there. Cat Frost will pick it up. Looking for 2, they won't get it.
Yeah, I think these kind of tactical considerations are maybe something that Spain can just learn, which again is something you only learn with experience. They've got the long on out here for Uzwa as well. And I just don't think Switzerland, I wouldn't say they don't have it in their locker, but it's not the shot that we've seen them play that often with the lofted drive over the top.
Yeah.
I'd much rather protect the leg side because we can see how powerful they are on that pull shot. As that one's well lofted by Uzwa, and again, it's just squeezed away by Raj, and that will be her first runs of the day. And, well, that's a little hot spot for Switzerland as well. So if I were looking for that second fielder outside, I'd maybe even consider putting in a deep point because it's gone through that area already about 3 times this morning. I just don't think they're going to hit it straight, and if they do, sometimes you've just got to say fair play. We can't cover everything in the power play. Exactly.
They're going to stick with the same field. It shows you how fast this outfield, though, is. That was just a little meek push behind point. They ended up racing away for 4. But Uzwa, she gets a lot of overspin. She does get a bit of turn into the right-hander. And she's only short. She knows that. But she does get the ball to pop off a length. She's one bowler that, if you can get her on the full, she's a lot easier to play. So batters that are comfortable leaving the crease tend to do a little bit better. Single stolen to the infield. But yeah, good morning to all the viewers. I know it's a big day as well because a bit of ECN history with our first South American team playing on the network. So that's another continent we can cross off with Brazil playing Jersey this afternoon. You were mentioning yesterday you've played cricket on 6 continents.
Yeah, too? 6 continents. Just Antarctica left to tick off, as that one's cut away nicely. And again, it's just going to race away. There's pretty much no stopping it. As soon as it breaches that inner ring, it's going to go away. Early signs that you can't give the Swiss girls any width whatsoever. So that one's pushed away nicely. Yeah, I'm still trying to work out how I tick off my 7th and final continent. If we could do ECN
Antarctica, Explorers Edition. Maybe that's good. We're working on sixes format. So if we can't get a full 22 that want to go down there, maybe the 6-on-6 is the way we can do it. End of the 5th over here as Uswa goes for 10 in that one. Couple of boundaries struck on the offside, and it's 33 for 1. Yeah, so first South American team. We've had North America covered through USA and Canada that have played before. We've had Asia covered through Thailand playing on the network. Europe, obviously, 3. South America, 4. What have I missed? No Australia.
No Africa.
No Africa yet. I mean, World 11, Western Shield, we could say yes, but not standalone teams.
Going all in here are Spain, giving Deepa her 3rd over. And this is the 2nd time it's been given buys. I don't know if I'm just not seeing it right on the angle.
I'm actually voting buys here.
This one? Yeah.
Now you've said it. I think maybe there was a little deflection there.
I don't know if it's maybe the angle of the camera, but there was one earlier in the innings which I was convinced was off the bat. And this
Judging
one
by the keeper reaction, that is bias. Because if there was a genuine edge there, you can't really do too much. You can't, as a human being, react that quickly to such a big deflection. My initial reaction might have been right in that it was bias. And I think it's one of those ones where Amelia was so quick thinking about maybe whipping the bails off that she snatched a bit and didn't make the take. So there is a type of, I often say there are 2 types of stumpings, the type that you have to rush and the type you don't. And then I suppose the third one is when it wasn't really on there. I don't think the back foot was going anywhere. So she basically was trying to get a quick stumping that wasn't on and cost her 4. But this should be out. It's up. It's in the air and it's been taken. So there's a bit of a game breaker for Spain as Picard into the side, opening the batting. She'll hold out for 9 as Deepa Chukapani picks up her first wicket of the day, and it's 38 for 2.
Yeah, she was going for the big hit there, Layla, and unfortunately for her, just skews off the side of the bat, and it was just a case of who wanted it in the outfield. It was a comfortable grab in the end, and Picard not quite able to have the impact she would have hoped for, having come in to the top of the order in replacement of Franziska Kuhnberg. Finishes 9 off 15. For a while, she was able to kind of be that support anchor, but she does have to depart now as Switzerland lose their 2nd, which brings commentator extraordinaire Vanny Danuka
That's true.
to the crease.
Cat Frost, again, one of the young guns of this Spain lineup. Bit of a regulation catch, but she made it easy for herself by a quick few steps that got her more or less stationary by the time that ball arrived. An important catch because we know that one went down earlier and they have missed a couple of other opportunities. Yeah, but 38 for 2. Big thanks to Varney for stepping in to the commentary box last night and giving a bit of a perspective and a little bit of context around this Swiss team. They're very excited to be playing on home turf for the first time. They've had a busy year. And probably one difference between these two teams is that the Swiss team have played a lot together over the last 12 months, whereas the Spanish team have played a lot individually for their clubs, but they haven't really come together as a team except for, I think, a camp a little bit earlier in the year. So we'll see if that dynamic is relevant here in a pretty even game.
Deepa then picks up her first wicket. The youngster can't keep her out of the action. Just as she picked up that wicket, I was going to remark on the fact that she's going into her 3rd over here. So they're clearly trying to top load the bowling innings here. Spain, knowing that Deepa can be so dangerous, picked up those 3 wickets yesterday. I think probably Spain don't bat quite as deep as Jersey. So
yeah,
Switzerland and Spain, probably if you can get early wickets, then you feel like you're really into the meat of the batting lineup. And that's probably what Spain are hoping for here. If they can get wickets 3 and 4, then they can really strangle the Swiss here.
This is hit away. It'll spin past Naomi Hillman-Bamako, and that's going to be 4. So Deepa just getting a fraction short. There, a little bit of width to play with. Once again, there's plenty of runs out there for the batters with this outfield and the pitch playing reasonably true. I was going to say just the ball before, Amelia Jones once again very light on her feet down that leg side to make the block, even though she didn't glove it 100% cleanly, but she's been a real run stopper for Team Spain as well. I don't mind Deepa bowling out here even. I think you've got other options. Deepa's in a groove. I think she's been very, very tight. Her economy under 4 and over. There's another dot to finish the over. So I actually like it bowling out. You've got other options towards the end. You've got Payal Chilangia maybe can bowl you. So her left arm spin in the second half. But I think that's pretty even power play for me. Something for everybody. 43 for 2 after 6.
It'll be interesting to see where they turn here now. Spain was bowled the 1 over, but she did go for 10. Naomi has bowled 2 so far, going for 13. You've got a couple of slightly speedier options as well. Kat Frost, for example. Amy Brown-Carrera could bowl herself, the skipper. But I do like the use of a bit of slower bowling here, especially on this quick outfield. I think a lot of the batters like pace on, especially the Swiss top order. We saw yesterday that they were really punishing the Jersey quicks. Anything that was shorter was just sitting up, waiting to be hit. Out of the power play now, though, so they have put someone back on that late cut, which I think is a decent move. The amount of times it's gone down to that baseball mound area. And they do have just the 3 out. So they've got a deep square leg, a wide long on, which they're persisting with at the moment, Spain, and then that deep backward point. Trying to see if there's a 4th out. Don't think so. As Uzwa continues here into her second over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that if it's a deliberate decision to I suppose, choke the infield a little bit more and not give too many easy singles. We did see the Swiss 3 and 4 kind of bogged down a bit yesterday.
I do think you have to be proactive against a bowler like Uzwa because she bowls with a nice flight. But if you just stay in your crease, it's just going to kind of be
that's a good example.
A tap every time. You need to make the space either go back or go positively forward. Otherwise, you're kind of playing those half forward, half backward shots, which are never really going to clear the inner ring.
She's slow through the air, and that is something that, you know, there still is some judgment to it. You don't want to get stumped. But the fact that as the right hand of the ball is turning into you most of the time does provide you a little bit of protection.
This time she does just over cook it, but it's fielded well out there in the deep. They've set their field nicely here for Uzwa.
Hey, if we do end up doing the ECS Antarctica, can Kat Frost be one of the first picked?
Yes. Do we have any other?
She'd be right at home.
Do we have any other icy names? If we had a Snow?
I mean, Jon Snow.
Has he played on the network?
Well, just from a different era.
Are you thinking Jon Snow from Game of Thrones or Jon Snow,
No.
the Channel 4 newsreader?
I'm talking about the famous pacer from
Oh.
era gone by. Anyway, end of the 7th over here, 45-2. Good over by Uzwa. Only gives up the 2 runs there. But Kat Frost, she's fielded very well so far. Coming up in the second half of this innings, we have a very special guest commentator. And you got your guest yesterday, Varney. I thought you were brilliant together. But I'm going to resume a partnership that I was able to form in Malta a couple of months ago. And it's a voice that I think everyone will recognise.
Are you saying you're replacing me, Vinny?
Yeah. But also,
That's okay.
You've already run up and down plenty of hills. You're ready to do some recovery. I saw you nibbling on your energy bars. We've got to manage you. Plus, of course, tomorrow you've got a huge day with 3 matches here.
That's true.
I'll probably be here for the first one, but of course, then I have to head off to the UK. Good fielding, Naomi getting down. And you really do need to be courageous here on this field. Some balls are going to get away from you. I think you just have to accept that. But what you want to see is that effort. You want to see fielders try to get absolutely everything behind the ball. Naomi did well there to protect potential boundary.
So it's not often you see any bowler bowl 4 in a row, especially first up in a bowling innings, but that's what Deepa's doing now.
I like it because the delicate energy of the game will have changed by the time she comes back. She's wheeling, she's dealing, she's in a groove. She's also getting through her overs very quickly.
Yeah.
And sometimes we think of innings not only in balls but in minutes.
On swept away nicely. There is a fielder out there and she's got work to do and she won't be able to manage it. As that one is worked nicely into the gap there by Meghna Rajan, who didn't quite show us all that she's capable of yesterday, but she's probably the most impressive batter for Switzerland, especially in terms of statistics. She's got twice as many runs internationally as any other teammate, and that does bring up the 50 as well for Switzerland. 50 for 2, halfway through the 8th.
Deepa's bowled very well, but I think she's probably let one ball and over get away. You know, we saw obviously the wide that they wasn't what she meant to do, but then apart from that, she's been good. Just that one ball and over. This is a tight run, but Luca will get home. The throw pulled Amelia Jones away from the stumps. So, but I mean, Deepa would know that. Obviously, you, as a left-arm spinner, your accuracy is your trade, isn't it? You want to be putting the ball on a string and not straying outside leg stump. That was a very well-executed sweep shot by Rajan. That'll be a confidence booster for her as well. She did get bogged down yesterday, but this factor, the experience factor, if you like, the recent experience factor of Switzerland could be relevant. This will test the fielder as well, and that's going to be 4. This is rolling like grease lightning so far, isn't it, today? Danuka cuts the boundary. And again, big confidence booster. A couple of boundaries in this over as Switzerland try to get this innings moving.
These two probably the most experienced batters at the crease here for Switzerland, which is a strange thing to say given that Vanni's 19 and Megna's 17. But between them, they've played a lot of cricket already. Megna's featured in every single T20I so far for Switzerland, averaging over 60 with the bat before this series. But they respect the good balls as well, as that will be the end of the over. 55 for 2 at the end of 8, and a brilliant spell there for Deepa Chukapali, who finishes 1 for 21 off her 4. Be interesting to see where Spain turn now, given that Deepa has bowled out, but it's an excellent showing from the youngster there.
Yeah, definitely. And pretty spin heavy. Obviously, Andrea Davidson-Soler was a key component of this Spain side. She's taking a break at the moment, and that leaves a little bit of a hole in their side, I think, with the bat and the ball. So they're going pretty spin heavy, but as you said, I don't mind it. I think we'll probably see in the second half of this game, Kat Frost getting some bowling. I think we'll see Payal, very experienced left armour, getting some overs as well. Right now, we're back to Rambo. This was Saeed. She's a real iconic symbol of the Spanish side as well. Broke into this team through playing in Barcelona, where there's a lot of cricket. There's a lot of cricket teams there. She works so hard on her game. And she's one player that, maybe doesn't get to play matches as regularly as some of the others. So, every time she comes into the game, she's certainly fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, Spain's leading wicket taker. 27 wickets before this tournament. You can see that she's a dangerous bowler, and batters are almost tentative when they face her. They're not quite sure how to play her.
The thing is, she bowls googlies, and so you can know that, but then sometimes your eyes can deceive you, and you maybe don't have that confidence that she's bowling what you think she is. This is a nice bit of footwork, though, and long on had crept around a little bit towards mid-wicket, and a nice straight hit there. Beautifully struck by Rajan. Rajan looks on so far. Like the way her feet are moving. She seems to be making clear-headed choices out there. She moves to 17.
I think this is the partnership for Switzerland that can really push this score up for them. For Spain, meanwhile, I think they'll be happy if they can break this one. These two at the crease now, looking increasingly confident. It probably would have been a 2 there, but they're sent back as Rajan just settles for the single.
Had a question about CHE being the abbreviation for Switzerland, but that is the official abbreviation due to it being in the Latin translation, Confederation Helvetica. Because there are so many languages here, they don't, I suppose the idea being they didn't want to favour any particular language, so they use Latin as a kind of neutral decision with the abbreviation. But it is the Swiss team batting, and right now, after 9 overs, they're 63 for 2.
That expected score up at 140, and I think somewhere around there, 140, maybe even going up to 150, would be something that Switzerland can feel like they can defend. Spain probably weren't firing on all cylinders yesterday with the bat. The likes of Alexis Hartley and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo can be very dangerous, but weren't quite able to capitalise against Jersey yesterday. So they'll certainly have a point to prove, as of course we will have a change of bowling from this end, with Deepa having bowled out And it looks like it will be Olivia Guillem-Lopez into the attack.
Excited to see Olivia bowl. She's come into this Spanish side. Her brother, Chris Guillem-Lopez, plays for the Spanish men's side. So Olivia's someone playing cricket regularly in the UK. And I think she can share the moniker which we've given Chris Guillem-Lopez, G-Lo.
She could be OG-Lo.
Like the OG G-Lo, the original G-Lo.
OG G-Lo,
well,
yeah.
Not sure about that, but I think it'll catch on as we'll see her having her first bowl of the week. Looking forward to it. So pretty evenly poised, I think, at the moment. 140 pace for Switzerland being sent in match 3. One thing I've been impressed with Switzerland, and I know they've had one run out, which was just a simple misjudgment, and there's been maybe one other mix-up in the first over, but they have been proactive, I think, looking to jump on as many of these opportunities as possible. Even there, the call was wait, it was fumbled at cover, and they were quick to decide to get through for the run.
That one's been slapped away down the ground, and that long on fielder, which we've been discussing previously, does get in the action this time. Sabella Velázquez does the fielding.
Yeah, Sabella also new into this side, and we didn't really see the best of her yesterday. Another UK-based player. Looking forward to seeing her influence. Borderline there, maybe dropping to the waist, but for me, I thought perhaps it was a little bit too high. It might have been a no-ball call, but G-Lo gets it going her way. She's bowling to Fanny Danuka.
She's not quite finding her line so far. And this one, well, will be punished. A bit of a costly misfield out there in the deep by Deepa Chukapali, who's otherwise been so impressive, but this time she just kind of sits on top of it and it creeps through.
It takes a left turn at Albuquerque slightly. One of the things fielding square of the wicket is you need to get used to which way the ball's likely to break. I think with that sweep shot, it was always going to turn a bit like a leg spinner, and it just beat her on her right side. So Spain won't be happy with that. Danuka will be. She moves to 17.
Again, the length is missed once more, and Danuka capitalises. There's no one out there who's going to be able to stop that one. And Spain just losing their way a touch here.
Again, is it over the waist? Batters aren't happy with this. I mean, she's no Harlem Globetrotter. That's got to be a no ball. She's hit about waist high, and look, still it was a ball to be hit. She did hit it, but I think quite rightly so. The batters are wondering where the no ball call was. Would have been an extra ball in the over as well. Still back-to-back boundaries for Switzerland.
G-Lo's got away with a couple here because that's 2 over waist height that haven't been called. So it could have been much more costly as it is, though. It's still gone for 10 in the first 4.
The first one, you can make an argument maybe it's dropping to waist height, but that one, I think she hooks it basically.
Unless she's standing way outside of her crease, which doesn't seem to be the case and would be a risky strategy given that Amelia Jones is standing up. Could be the only mitigating factor.
Generally, when you see genuine cross-bat shots being played to full balls, it's an indication that the ball's probably too high, especially if they're in the kind of fine leg quarter. As you can see on the perfectly formed Wiki the Duck graphic.
Maybe it wasn't over waist height.
Well, see, his shoulders are at his elbows. Wiki's a complicated figure. We should be probably working on a human form of that. All right, G-Lo. One ball can turn it around. She's already gone for 10 in the over, 2 to come.
That one's nicely played and eludes the tumbling Hartley there at mid-wicket. But it will just be a single, better delivery there from G-Lo. Final ball before halfway. Switzerland, I think, are the happier of the two sides at the moment. Lost those 2 early wickets with both openers now back in the hut. But Rajan and Danuka both going along nicely here. I've seen enough of the ball as well to be able to really push on in the final 10. That one's nicely played through the covers, and it will just be a single. That will be halfway then. 75 for 2 on the board. Lopez, decent comeback given that she did have those 2 full bungers, got away with it a little, and then was able to pull back that length in the final 2.
And I hope she gets the second over. I mean, maybe in another situation you'd think you might have another option you might want to try, but I think it's her first ball for the week. She did finish the over well, and you'd want her just for her confidence, I think, to give her that 2-over spell minimum and allow her to settle a little bit. She certainly seemed settled towards the end of that over. So 75 for 2 after the halfway point. At the halfway point, we go into drinks. And actually, Tina, you have worked very hard over the first period here, but we do have a special guest commentator, and if you'd like to have a little bit of a break, we can get him on. What do you think?
Absolutely, I'll gracefully and graciously step aside.
Should we talk about him before we bring him on?
Yeah, let's.
Of course, it is none other than Henry Blowers, who has made it to Switzerland for the second time this year because he was at Cricket on Ice, and you must have grown up listening to some Blowers classic commentary.
Absolutely. I listened back as well. So I think I've fallen asleep to Blowers in my ears quite a few times.
I don't know if last time I was on with Blowers, it came up that he's actually been in bed with my mother. And you remember this? Because he actually narrated a story for an app called the Calm app.
Yeah.
Which helps you relax and helps you get to sleep. But he was a little bit defensive when I opened with that.
It's the way you say it, Vinny. I think that's the problem.
Obviously he's an icon, and how great to have him here and supporting cricket in some of the developing countries.
Absolutely, seeing a bit of history being made as well. The first ever T20Is, male or female, in Switzerland. So definitely couldn't be a better time to come.
And we're pretty bright and breezy. I've got a little kind of Brazilian style today.
Yeah,
you've gone quite floral,
flower
very
power.
Summery. Yeah, flower power. Great to have you with us, and how exciting it is being here in this quad series. We will have Brazil versus Jersey a little bit later on. Right now, in the balance for me, I think both teams would feel that they are in a winning position, which is always a sign that it's a close contest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these next 10 overs are going to be pivotal because if they can get an early wicket, Spain, then suddenly they'll feel like they can keep Switzerland to maybe 120, 130. But if these two keep going as they are going at the moment, then Switzerland certainly look like 150, 160. We did say 160 was probably about par on this field. I think somewhere near 150, you feel like you can defend that. Yeah,
definitely. I think the field's running even quicker than yesterday, if anything. And we're only just starting the day. We're expecting a temperature of around 30 degrees. I know we're already up in the mid-20s. So it's going to get hot out there. And it also means that if a batter is up and going, heads can drop a little bit in the field. The fatigue factor comes into it. And it's one of those days that I think the batters are itching to get out there and have a hit. And that's always a sign that the scores are probably going to go up. Looks like we're heading into the 11th over now, and we might have Cat Frost for the first time coming from that western end. But Tina, thank you very much for a solid 10 overs.
That'll do for me.
Yeah. But I don't want to overwork you, okay? So we've got a young up-and-comer that's going to be joining me in a moment. Here's Frost for the first time as this ball beats the bat, actually, of Rajan. So this partnership has been developing. They came together at 38 for 2, so they have put on 37 runs so far. Another good ball. Frost seems to be getting that ball to move away from the right-hander. And well gloved by Amelia Jones. Now, this man was also a very, very skillful wicketkeeper during his playing days. I think he's appreciated the work of Amelia Jones. He'll be joining me after this ball. That one's a full toss. Loose ball, well placed through the mid-wicket gap. Rajan continues to impress here. He moves to 24. First loose one from Frost. Now gets put away. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a beautiful sunny Tuesday in Zurich, Switzerland. And joining me, a man that needs no introduction, Henry Blofeld. Blowers, welcome to the mic.
Well, my dear, I think it's a great joy to be with you. And it seems it's 3 months ago, wasn't it? We were in St. Moritz together. It's gone very quickly. But how lovely what you were talking about, Amelia. Doesn't she keep well? I think, being a member of the Weekeepers Union myself, goodness, now that they're running nearly another run out. Dear, oh dear. Wasn't that an absurd run out, first of all, at the start?
It was, yeah. Sometimes your eyes can lie to you. I think that Sussy Darren thought the ball had gone into the outfield, but it was only a couple of yards behind
Well,
Yeah.
sometimes your eyes tell you lies, don't they?
But your eyes are still very good, I've got to say.
Well, are they? We'll come back to that in a moment.
Relatively speaking, as this one will sneak past Jones. Wait for the ball here. This might have just been another outswinger that gets past. But in fact, no, it's a little. No, it's been called byes. So just
What I love about these two is where 2 wickets went down, and they've gradually built this partnership up, and it's important now. They've got to break this, Spain, if they're going to get back into the match, I think, because they're batting very sensibly. I mean, it was 6 and over, then it's up to 7.5 and over, and runs coming sensibly.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've made some pretty clear choices. And I suppose compared to their third wicket partnership yesterday where they got a bit bogged down, Jersey didn't give them too many hit-me balls. I think Spain have bowled that 1 or 2 loose deliveries and over that have been able to capitalise. That will be the end of the 11th over, 82 for 2. Frost only goes for 5 off the bat in that over. But how have you been, Henry? So I haven't seen you for 3 months.
Well, I've actually been pretty well. I had a rather nasty cold, which went on. I coughed my heart out, and I went and saw a doctor who gave me all sorts of exciting pills, and that put an end to that. And otherwise, my only other trouble is my left hip, which is due to be replaced fairly soon.
Is that right?
And which I can't wait for, because at the moment it's giving me a rather lot of pain. I mean, I won't be running any more quick singles now, right?
Well, we have given you our most comfortable chair.
Well, I know. I almost went to sleep. And then Tina's lovely commentary woke me up. Gosh, she does it well, doesn't she?
Tina's an absolute natural. She's one of the best in the business.
Well, I think so. I mean, good. I'm jolly glad I've retired.
Well, yeah, not retired yet.
Well,
we got you right here, as this is going to be cut away. But Hilman Bameko, good sliding stop. That's a good 2 there. I think quite a lot of the times you can steal 2 to a fielder that's hell-bent on preventing the boundary as their primary objective. So you've ended up in Switzerland again. Of course, you were at cricket on ice a little bit earlier this year.
Well, lovely. And Darrow Clive Denny, who's very responsible for this tournament, was keen that I should come again. And here we are, which is lovely. I mean, isn't this a lovely ground? It's obviously it would benefit from a couple of really good thunderstorms, but nonetheless, it's beautiful. I adore this.
Yeah, hopefully the thunderstorms don't come this week because we're using all the daylight hours. But yeah, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? It's a bit. The outfield's a little bit bumpy, isn't it? Inevitably so in this weather. You can't expect anything else.
Yeah, obviously the resources in continental Europe,
yes, of course,
make it a little bit difficult. That's why, obviously, principally you see artificial wickets. I think it's a very fair wicket though. It's a good batting track. Rabia Mushtaq getting a bowl here for the first time. She's come into the side today, so she'll be keen to impress. But she's going to get hit down the ground. A bit of a straight pull from Rajan, who moves into the 30s. What a full stroke that was down the ground.
Didn't he hit it well? They've been placing their strokes very well too. I have one mild criticism of the batting. They went early on. They didn't really look for the singles. When you're playing yourself in, it's awfully important, I think, in one-day cricket and in T20 too. Everyone thinks T20 4s and 6s, but actually to get things moving, singles are very important.
That's loose. That's short down the leg side. Doesn't really collect it. And I think also the clever batters here have summed up that there isn't necessarily too much value in lofting because the ground is playing a few tricks. It's very, very quick across the ground. And so by hitting the ball hard along the ground, there's actually quite a lot of 4s out there. We've seen that already this morning.
Well, we have, although there have been also quite a number of full tosses bowled. I mean, there's been a quite high percentage this morning. And most of them have gone for 4, haven't they?
That's right.
And there was that percentage full toss yesterday, I remember, when one of the Jersey batsmen went to 50, hitting a full toss straight back over the tall left armour.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name.
Yes, in which game yesterday?
Jersey, Spain.
Oh, Jersey, Spain. Oh, the tall left. Oh, Deepa.
Yes.
Kabali, yeah.
That's right.
Bit short. That's going to be away from the fielder as well. And nobody's catching that. Another 4 to Rajan. Danger signs for Spain here as this partnership continues to grow. It's gone past 50 now. And a beautifully executed pull shot in front of square.
And finding the gap, which is so important, isn't it? I mean, so often you see good players hitting the ball endlessly to fielders. And, you know, but here we're getting boundaries rather than ones, which is so important in this T20.
94 for 2 after 12. And Henry, we've got so many fans of yours. We have the live chat, as we always do, on the European Cricket Network. I think this is the first time we've had you on our channel, our own channel, European Cricket Network. So we're working together.
What was I on in some?
That was in Malta because
Malta.
That's an annual tournament, so it has its own channel. But European Cricket Network, we do cricket kind of week in, week out, in different locations. Even Jones isn't going to stop that. That was a ball that didn't swing and it kind of squirted down the leg side. Pretty quick work there from Velasquez. You'll love some of these names. Who is able to prevent the boundary.
You pronounce them very well. I don't remember.
Well, I mean, you obviously have spent a fair bit of time in Spain. Tell everyone about your connection to
Menorcan Cricket Club. Well, it's a wonderful club there, and Spanish cricket have very much taken it on board in the last year, and it's become, in their terms, one of the more important Spanish grounds, which is good for two reasons. One is it's going to mean that international cricket comes there, and the other is, of course, that the Spanish Cricket Association are giving quite a lot of money to the club, which is important, obviously, as you know, to keep up the standards and to improve them.
Another full toss right on cue, and it will be no exception. That's a very good bit of placement from Rajan, who moves up to 40 now. But it was a bit of a gift, wasn't it? She was quick to unwrap it.
We've seen too many full tosses, really, haven't we, for this? Don't you think this morning?
I think I can understand that they are trying to bowl full because anything that's too short does also sit up and beg to be hit.
Oh, yeah.
They've just overdone it a touch, haven't they, Frost? We'll get a chance to make amends here. Excellent take from...
Wasn't that good? Because, I mean, she had to stretch. She couldn't get really her body behind that one. It was out here.
It's all in the... It's the reaction time to recognise that you have to get moving to those leg side takes.
Absolutely.
It makes all the difference. If you're a little bit slow to go, you're never going to catch up with it.
And she moves so well. She looks the part, doesn't she, in everything she does.
Nice little glance here. Gets past the infielder. Payal. Pretty good effort from her. There's
stayed just inside.
I think she did. She had to put her body on the line. We'll get a look at it here. I think she let go of the ball because she taps it back before she falls on the line. So it's a very good stop, actually. So Spain's one of the fastest growing regions with their demographics. A lot of immigration from cricket-loving countries. There's another ball that's going to play a few tricks on the fielder. Spins past the left hand of William Lopez. And we'll get a single. Hundreds come up now for Switzerland. Now they're on about 170 pace, which would actually be the highest score of the series so far. But tell us a little bit about some of the places you've been watching cricket lately. I mean, we mentioned Malta, which is not necessarily a traditional cricket playing country. You've been here to Switzerland as well.
And
tell us about more of your adventures.
Well, that are my only real cricketing adventures. I've been doing a lot of commentary back in England because I follow go with lashings with all their matches. They have this World 11. And I've done all the commentary for something like 25 years. And we play about 15 matches a year. People like Devon Malcolm, Gordon Greenwich is always there, although he no longer plays. Kirk Edwards of the West Indies, John Embury, David de Freitas, people are like that. And it's terrific value, great fun. And, I do the ground commentary, and I love that. And it keeps my hand in, Well,
you're an absolute natural. And there's a question here from Dave. So Dave's watching from France. If you're happy to take a couple of questions.
Of course I am.
He has a question saying, Blowers, at what age did you start commentating and marvelling us? And tell us maybe... people that might not realise how you got into the field in the first place.
Well, I'll tell you. Let me watch this ball, and I'll launch into it. The funny thing was, I've always been passionate about listening to Test Match Special. It never occurred to me, even when I became a writer in 1962, when I started to write about cricket for the Times, that I might one day become a commentator. And one of my colleagues, it's a long answer to this, it'll go on through the over, I'm afraid. Just break off while this ball comes
we'll have a look
up. It was in 1968. One of my colleagues said to me at a game at the Oval, Blowers, have you ever thought about commentary? And I hadn't. And I said, what do I do? And he said, write to Robert Hudson, who was then head of outside broadcasts at bracket Sound, bracket, very important that, at the BBC. And I wrote, and he said, yes, we'd love to have you do a trial. And about one run there, that's well run, that was a good single. About a fortnight later, I went to the Oval when Brian Johnston was commentating, and when he wasn't actually on air, I recorded 2 20-minute pieces. I thought they were simply awful. And I then had to go around to the BBC and listen to them. I loathed listening to myself almost as much as I loathed reading anything I've written. Anyway, I did, and then at the end of it, another ball coming up, let that, you deal with that.
Well, I can tell you it's been driven. It's going to beat Uzma Said at mid-off, and that's going to be for another full toss. Well, it was a less egregious one, but a very good shot. Punched straight shot through the line as Danuka is cashing in as well. So that's how you got started.
Well, then I did that, and they listened to my tape and said, oh, it's terrific. They'd added my name to the list of BBC commentators. 4 years later, the telephone still hadn't rung. 3 years later, that's right. So I knew I was going to have to wait a bit. And I then went out to the West Indies to write about New Zealand's tour, first ever tour of the West Indies. 2 radio stations in all the territories in the West Indies, and they both needed an overseas commentator. And the New Zealand cricket correspondent, Alan Richards, worked for the government station, the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, the other, which was Rediffusion, the London company owned it, and they asked me if I'd ever commentated about cricket. And I, sensing a chance, I said I've hardly ever done anything else. And so in the end, I did the whole of that series, and so cut my teeth in front of probably a less exacting audience than the BBC at home.
Sure.
And when I came back to England, word had got around, and I did my first broadcast for the BBC, for Sport on 2, in 1972, in the Whit weekend at Chelmsford. And I got a letter from Robert Hudson the following Thursday asking me to join Test Match Special later on the year for 2 one-day games against Australia in the first ever one-day series that was played anywhere.
Yeah.
And so it all happened quite quickly in the end. And I've been there ever since.
Well, like you say, it took several years to be an overnight success. It seems like you put your name down and...
Unlike, yes, well, it took me longer than you and Tina, I know, but there we are.
Yeah, we were kind of thrown into the coalface. Well,
yeah,
pretty close.
I'm so jealous of you. If only this opportunity had been there when I was your age.
You think you would have enjoyed it?
I would have loved it. I love watching cricket. I can think of nothing better than going all around, what you do, Europe and wherever, and all the time commentating back. I'd have loved it.
Well, it is interesting because sometimes some people say, you know, and it's very kind of people to say, you know, we'd love to hear you doing the Ashes, or we'd love to hear you doing some higher profile series. But then sometimes I think, you know, London, Birmingham, Leeds. But then I'm doing sometimes Paris, Milan, Zurich, Barcelona, while I'm enjoying cricket all the way. So look, I'm thrilled doing what I'm doing, and I'm really thankful I get to do what I love almost every day. Here's Alexis Hartley getting a bowl, a part-time bowler, Lex, but generally pretty accurate. Chilungia has let that one get through her again. She'll be disappointed that it did. They run hard. They come back for 2. They had that really big over a couple of overs ago, Switzerland, where they actually took 24 off Cat Frost's over. She had issues. It was 12-ball over in the end, and it seems to have ignited this Swiss innings. So now they still have 8 wickets in hand, pretty much 6 overs to go, so they can really bat with wanton abandon. Hartley's bowled a pretty tight one here, only gone for 4. Make that 5. As Rajam will move to 49, she retains the strike. And at the end of the 14th over, it's 123 for 3. Yeah, and I think we're very thrilled that you're here and enjoying your stint in the commentary box.
Well, it's a great privilege for me to be here and join you both. It really is. And I'm sorry, I feel I'm really rather standing on your toes and I shouldn't be here, but you're both very kind to put up with me. Tina's nodding her head. I don't know whether it's in agreement or not.
Tina, are you having fun back there? The one thing with us is we do so much commentary. So I suppose in Europe, we don't have the resources to necessarily have more than two, sometimes more than one commentator on a series, which means that we often are doing 10 hours a day by ourselves, multiple days in a row.
And I tell you what, you're absolutely done for at the end of the day, aren't you?
It breaks the mold. I mean, the traditional commentary, I mean, preparation is very important in commentary, as you know, and getting to know the players. Sometimes you might do a game on the weekend in England where you spend 5 days preparing and 1 day commentating, but we have to do the opposite. We maybe have 1 day to prepare and then we commentate for 5. So, but the best preparation is actually watching, getting to know the players, and I've seen all these players now.
I'm going to interrupt here because preparation, of course, it's important. And I suppose in Tasman Special, we were lucky in that we had a chap called Bill Frindle, who was very good at all the facts and figures. I've not been a great preparer because I'm a great believer in spontaneous commentary.
Sure.
And that if you prepare things, you are feeling you get to the microphone, got to use them. And then they become stilted and rather dull. Whereas I love commentators whose reactions are spontaneous as far as they can be. Do you see what I mean?
I agree 100%, and I suppose we're forced into that. Meanwhile, Rajan has brought up her 50, and she does it in 36 balls. Really good knock at a good time from the Swiss number 3.
She looks a jolly good player, hasn't she?
Well, it's not her first T20I 50, but it's obviously her first on home turf, so that must be a very special moment for her. Pale Chilungia coming in now with her left arm spin as Danuka works her way for a single. Another question's come in from Ash and saying hello to you, Henry. And you must get this all the time, but can you name the best batter and the best bowler that you ever were able to witness?
It's a jolly difficult one, that, isn't it? I've never been a great believer in the best, if you see what I mean. But if I have to answer that, I think the surname is Richards, and it can be either Viv or Barry. I always thought Barry made it look easier than anyone, even easier than Viv. But then look at Viv. I saw some amazing. That's gone for 6, isn't it?
No, almost. And as we say, it's going to dive, but she won't be able to keep it in to one of the longer parts of the ground. That will be 4 runs, though, as the score continues to climb. It's funny you say that. I hear stories. I actually was coached by John Inverarity.
I knew Inver's very, very well. He was a lovely man.
Wonderful man.
And Jane, his wife, too, who was a darling.
He was the headmaster of the school I went to for most of the time I was there.
Really?
In WA. That was a great influence.
Oh, goodness.
But he told me about the time that Barry Richards came out to bat, got to 100. It was a little bit easy, so he started using the side of the bat.
300 he made.
The edge of the bat, and he made that 350.
Indeed, in the whacker, didn't he?
Which is just crazy. And I heard another story, same story the other day, in different innings, as a rare miss from Rajan off the bowling of Chilungia. But yeah, Viv Richards, he was one that I was fortunate enough to witness growing up. In fact, my first season of cricket I watched was 88-9, West Indies touring Australia.
Yes.
And he was at the peak of his powers.
I watched that, Stephen. I was over there for that series. How interesting. But going back, the best bowler I ever saw, without any doubt at all, Shane Warne. Has to be. I mean, I loved watching Dennis Lilly. He was a wonderful bowler. I loved watching Fred Truman. He was a terrific bowler. But I think Shane Warne has to take the laurel for that one.
Yeah.
The best fielder, Colin Bland of South Africa by a distance, so much better than John T. Rhodes, and the best cricketer of all died the week before last, Sir Garfield Sobers, who I was lucky and knew very well indeed. And not only a great, great cricketer, but a fair cricketer. He loved a game of cricket, and even when captain of the West Indies, his ambition was to go out there and have a really good game. He never worried that much about results.
Well, the results are coming for Switzerland right here because a no ball off the pitch and then the free hit put away by Rajan, who's moved into the 60s now. She's 62. What a difference a day makes. She was finding it hard to get going yesterday, but that's a beautiful cover drive, turned it into a half volley. She had the immunity of the free hit, and that was that. As Chilungia's over, will end up going for 17, and Switzerland out of the box, 140 for 2. Got another question here from Andy, who's watching.
Can I just say one thing?
Please.
We saw then that lovely cover drive. It was a free hit, but actually she played a pure cricket stroke, didn't try and slog, and the effect was terrific, wasn't it?
Funny, isn't it?
It was a wonderful stroke.
There's value for shots all around the wicket here. Batting's so much about decision-making, isn't it? And
yes.
That was a good decision. Hartley gets another over.
Good decision and instinct too.
Yeah, to hit the ball correctly. I think it's one thing to hit it hard, but to hit it correctly, I think it's
footwork, everything else, timing.
So Danuka batting well as well. She's 29. She's been very good in this partnership in that she's rarely been bogged down. She's found a way to get the in-form Rajan on strike, who's striking at basically a run and a half a ball. Well, Andy is in Spain, and he has a question for you. What is your most memorable commentary box moment?
Well, I think my most memorable moment, I always go back to this one. I was on the air at Headingley in 1981, that remarkable test when England had almost lost. Ian Botham had lost the captaincy. Mike Brearley came back. England were following on and were in terrible, terrible straits. Beefy goes and hits 149 not out. Australia has to get 130 to win. Bob Willis takes 8 for 43. They get bowled out for 111. And I was on the air, I just took over from Don Mosey when Bob Willis removed Ray Bright's middle stump, the last wicket to fall. And that, I think, had to be the best moment of all, really.
That's the thing with Test cricket and particularly Ashes cricket, I suppose. That's a moment that is still fresh in so many people's minds. And what is it now? That was the year I was born, actually, 1981.
Really?
And that's 45 years ago.
You're so lucky. I'm going to be 87 next month. You've got so much in hand of me. And think of all the mischief you can get up to in.
Happy birthday in advance. You know, I suppose my version of that would be the Stokes innings with Jack Leach in 2019 in Headingley, which was a stunning turnaround. I don't know if any of the Australians were taking 500 to 1 odds on that one, mind you, in the modern era. But yeah, the cricket's full of stories and memories, isn't it? As Naomi does make the stop here, but good running from Switzerland. They come back for 2. Spain are a little bit all over the place here. They haven't been able to break this partnership. They're going to get an overthrow here. The ball jumped on the backup fielder.
When you put pressure on the fielding side now, you suddenly get little odd blips, bad moments like that, don't you? Overthrow given away. These two have paced the innings, pretty two batsmen, brilliantly, I think. They've rebuilt it, haven't they? And they've just gone on accelerating more and more. It's brilliant stuff. Hartley's
been pretty accurate, and she's been very handy, actually, in the chaos of this. That's the end of her second over. She's gone for 15. The 150's up for Team Switzerland as well. We're in uncharted territory on Swiss soil. The highest score we've seen so far, 150 for 2. Okay, I've got one final question because I know you want to go back to enjoying the game.
I love this. It's terrific. But poor Tina's side of it. That's what I'm sad about.
Tina's going to get plenty of commentary over the next couple of days. Don't worry about that. Sometimes we laugh. Sometimes we have a jolly good time in here, and we say something that the other one finds funny or something like that. Have you had that experience as well, where you kind of get the giggles?
Well, I was actually not in the box on the famous leg over moment of Jonas and Aggers, but there have been some really terrifyingly funny moments. And of course, Brian Johnston was dynamite, and one spent most of the day laughing at his jokes. And whether one's commentary made any sense at all, I rather doubt.
Well, I think if you're having fun, hopefully the viewers are too.
I think that's absolute the truth. Yes, indeed. Because fun communicates itself, doesn't it, in an extraordinary way?
Definitely.
Fun, and that the other thing that's important is enthusiasm.
Definitely. Which you've got plenty of that, Henry, even at almost 87 years of age. What a good shot by Rajan. That's a little bit of the modern deflection shot, a little bit of a, you might call it a ramp shot, where she just used the pace and deflected it very fine around the keeper. And that runs away for another 4 runs. What a partnership for Switzerland and Spain are kind of grasping for answers. These two came together at 38 for 2. And that was halfway through the 6th over. Now we're in the 17th over. The score's moved on to 154. So they've put on 116. And as you mentioned, Henry, it was a very good observation. They built this partnership, didn't they? They consolidated, and now they're really cashing in. They can be absolutely fearless.
And they trod gently on the accelerator. They didn't go mad, did they? And this is the profit, really, of it. I mean, the whole situation now. Well done, them.
Here's a question that I hate, but it's been given to you by Shoban, who is watching from Prague.
Yeah.
He says, who has been your favourite co-commentator over the years?
Oh, unquestionably John Arlott. John Arlott, I was lucky. I did 10 years with him. He was a great personal friend. He was the most wonderful commentator I ever worked with. He was a fantastic help to me, and I'll never hear a word said against him.
Well, I won't speak against him at all, but hey, Henry, have a look at this because we finally got a wicket. The 116 partnership is broken, and it's one of your players to watch, Amelia Jones, that takes the catch behind the wicket. It was an attempted pull shot. It was a top edge. It just ballooned up. Amelia, well, that's one of the easiest catches she'll ever have to take. So Hillman Bromeko brought back, picks up the wicket, and maybe Spain have something to cheer about now. 155 for 3, but what a fantastic innings that was from Dhanuka. Finishes with 33, including 5 boundaries.
She did a wonderful supporting job, didn't she? Terrific innings. Well, how many more overs have we got left?
So we've got 3.5 overs left.
It's quite, that's with this situation, they've got plenty of wickets in hand, and they really can try. So they can have a bit of bang now, can't they?
Oh, they definitely can. I mean, they've got so many wickets in hand. They can also push with the running between the wickets. I think this is the time you can turn some ones into twos. Julian's watching from the UK, saying, yeah, the wonderful John Arlott. And obviously, anytime we hear your voice, anytime I hear your voice, it takes me back in time to some classic moments.
Do you remember John Arlott greeting the first ever streaker at Lord's? Not very shapely, and it's masculine. And he has, I think, seen the last of its cricket for the day. It was a wonderful sort of fruity, a voice marinated in many hundreds of thousands of gallons of red wine, because he was a great lover of red wine, and a tremendous swallower of red wine too.
And I know you historically have enjoyed some of the wet stuff.
Oh, my Darrow thing, absolutely. Absolutely. I trained on under him. I couldn't, Lord. It was, I love it. Unfortunately, it doesn't love me quite as much as I love it. So I have had time off. In fact, I've just come out of 18 months without having a drink because I thought it would make me better. But then I realized I couldn't see properly and I couldn't walk properly. And I thought, well, come on, Blurs. You can enjoy drinking, so better get on with it.
Here's Naomi in to Rajan, who moves to 74. She's joined at the crease now by the Swiss captain, Tanashi Menagoda, batting number 5. Yes, well, I did run into you last night at the hotel. It was so great to see you as we get to the end of the 17th over here. 157 for 3. But you were having a very small glass of red wine.
I was drinking some Montepulciano from Italy. And Valeria, of course, my Italian wife, who's sitting next door to me now, looking gorgeous in red. She's steered me very much to Italian reds. And this one was terrific. And I dare say we might twist each other's arms and have one this evening.
Oh, well.
You don't know.
If it's, well, tonight actually we have the gala dinner if you're in the area.
Well, in which case we might have two.
We may have to. This is hit away nice. It's going to be an awkward one for the fielder. Can't handle it. That's deeper out there. It was always going to be a bit of an unpredictable bounce. Cracking shot, though. Check this one out on the replay. She is motoring Rajan, 78 not out off just 49 balls. She's hit 13 boundaries. And with 3 overs to go, let's see how close she might get to
100, yes.
The first ever ton. It'll be a first ever ton for any Swiss batter in T20IW cricket. She'll get 2 here, I think. That's if it doesn't go for 4. In fact, it does go for 4. So Raja now into the 80s. This is an amazing knock from the Swiss number 3. She is plundering the Spanish bowling.
Yes, she's got just about 2 shots for everything. And in fact, I was watching that one through my field glass. I don't think she hit that really as well as she might have done. It looked to me as if it didn't come quite out of the middle of the bat. But she got an awful lot on it. Well done, her.
Well, Alexis has the universal body language of the aggrieved bowler, hands on hips. Maybe just got a little bit too close to the body, but Rajan's in and she is on a mission here.
How many 4s has she hit?
She's hit 14 4s now after that. 82 off 50 balls and should just get 1 here. Metagoda will get her opportunity to make an impression. 190 pace now. That would be a very good score. So Shoban saying, the first time I heard Henry was calling Mohammad Azharuddin's century with Harsha Bhogle against Australia in Mohali, 1998.
Yeah, I remember that too. What a wonderful batsman Mohammad Azharuddin was. Thin, tall, and absolutely classical. It was lovely. Those wrists, subcontinental wrists, lovely, wonderful.
Here's Hartley. Gets worked away. Smart cricket from the new batter, Metagoda. Just says, over to you, Megna. You're 83 and you're in the form of your life. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, Shoban also is a very good commentator. He does commentary for us.
Oh, great.
And, role models are really important in cricket in life. And I think you are such a great role model as a I suppose, an up-and-coming commentator to aspire to embrace the fun of the job and I suppose the privilege of having the opportunity of calling the game that we love.
The one rule about any would-be commentator, and I remember saying this to Agus on the morning of his first ever Test match as our cricket correspondent at Headingley in 1991. He said to me, "What's the secret of this?" And I said, "Only one thing: be yourself. Never try and imitate anyone.
Yeah.
If you are just yourself, in a short time, your own style will come, and that's what you need, not somebody else's style."
That's a really good bit of advice. And I'm going to say we're really lucky here at ECN. I mean, we've been doing around about 1,700 matches every year, broadcasting cricket.
That is amazing. And you see, that's why I'm so jealous of you.
Well, I mean, this is I mean,
not only the fact you're with Tina, that also makes me jealous as well. You see, but there we are.
So I actually worked this out. Into the 18th over, as Rajan's 84, Metagoda 2, it's 169 for 3. So I was fortunate enough to commentate at Lord's for the first time a couple of weeks ago. And I worked out it only took me 5,524 matches to get to Lord's, which I think has to be a record.
Well, you got there in the end anyway. Well done. Well done.
And apparently they said they might have me back. So
I'm sure they will.
So the fact that I got to commentate in the TMX box, of course, that you've spent so much time in, and even it's my first time I'd been in the ground. So I got to tour the pavilion and some of the inner sanctums, and I got to have the famous Lord's lunch in the players' room.
The funny thing
I didn't want to come back.
Our commentary box was in the pavilion for years.
Yeah.
We started off in the Warner stand. The first game I ever did for TMS at Lord's was in the Warner stand. It was still a single there. And they're coming back for 2.
Yeah,
they're coming back for 2.
Running.
Yes, well, good running. And then we moved to the top of the pavilion, the parapet over the players' dining room, which is where it was the best commentary box position at Lord's. Then we moved to the media centre, which looks like a spaceship, which actually, it looks lovely. It isn't. It's too high, and it's not a very convenient box in many ways.
It did feel like I was ready to jump out of a plane for a while when I was up there. But I suppose, things I'd heard about before going to Lord's. I mean, I've heard about the slope, but you hear about the slope, but when you see it, it's completely different. It's different to how you picture it on TV, for example. But honestly,
I can tell you something. When I first played there, I was 15 and kept wicket. And then you really do know the slope. It's keeping at the pavilion end to a left-handed batsman. The ball goes down the leg side. It goes a yard and a half, at least further than you expect. And if you aren't careful, the umpire's always doing this, signalling 4 bars.
Is that right? A little bit of a deflection. It's actually going to go to Hartley. He's going to pick it up. But good backing up from Metagoda means I'll get through for the single.
Not a very good throw.
Dave is keen for you to commentate a couple of balls. How you?
My dear, I will. Tell me who the bowler is now.
Well, this is Naomi.
Naomi bowling, coming in from the. I was going to say the side screen end. That's rather boring.
It's the western
hill end. It comes in and bowls, and that short pulled away on the leg side. That's going away towards the mid-wicket boundaries. That gone all the way for 4.
It has.
And another example of how well these batsmen have been placing. The bowling has been loose. There have been full tosses. There have been long hops, and they've placed the ball beautifully. And it's all part of the skill of these two, or those two rather, who built up that big third wicket stand, which I think is going to be the conclusive one of the deciding stand of the match.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, and I wouldn't even try at Metagoda with her first boundary, moves to 9. You still got that vibrancy. You've still got that magic when you call the game.
Well, it's fun. I love. You see, I get very involved in it. When I came yesterday, I sat over there and watched. And I suddenly found within 10 minutes here, I got completely involved, and it was fascinating watching glasses, looking at people's balance and their footwork, and it was terrific. And I do this. I mean, I just watching through glasses now. I have to watch through glasses. My eyes aren't good enough.
Call this one again because Rajan's on 85. She's facing Naomi.
Rajan is, yes, Naomi is in, bowls there, and she runs that away, opens the face, runs it square on the offside. The left-handed fielder at cover throws, not a very good throw back to the keeper, who doesn't take it. It bounced in front of him, and one of the lakeside fielders comes and tidies up. So slightly scrappy piece of fielding, but they got the run. And the score, how near 200 of? I can't see the scoreboard.
It's 179 for. It's not very fair because I'm making you look over my shoulder to see the score, but it is 179 for 3. Rajan on 86 now. Metagoda on 10. Danny Metagoda's come in and she's picked up that kind of second violin role very well, hasn't she? And continues to score.
How many overs have we got left now?
This is, believe it or not, time flies when you're having fun. This is the last over coming up.
Yes, you're not going to get 100 now.
Well, don't speak too soon. 14. She is on strike. I've seen 446.
446.
That would do it. Is Hartley probably the best of the bowlers in this innings, coming on in over number 20. Well, they'll want 2 here, but in the end, they settle for 1. There goes the century, perhaps.
Even though there was just a slight misfield, wasn't it? It bubbled out of her hand.
I think I would have been running for 2 there. I don't see any reason against it. They have 7 wickets in hand to get the set batter back on strike.
If you go for 2 right from the start, I think she could have got there Hartley again. And that's driven into the ground, and it just bounces back on the onside. They scamper a single.
Well, I'm famously neutral, but if Rajan did go on and score a century here, it would be a privilege, I think, if you were to call it in. But she's 87, which is a very famous number where I come from.
Minus 13.
She's 87 now, Rajan facing up.
Full toss, full banger. That got the lot, didn't it? That's gone. Has that gone all the way for 6?
Not quite. It was 1 bounce 4, but she moves into the 90s now. She's 91. Dare to dream. There are 3 balls left in this innings. 185 the score, and Meghna Rajan is so close, touching distance to the 3 figures. Here's the next ball from Hartley.
Oh my goodness, that looks like it might have gone all the way.
Oh, not quite. It was pretty close, though, and now she moves up to 95. So I'll give you a couple of ways she could do it now. She needs 5 runs in 2 balls. She could go a boundary and a 1. Obviously, she could go the distance right here. So what a knock from Rajan, who came to the crease with the score 23 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. That she has gone the journey here. She's 95. Rajan to face Hartley here. Call it in, Henry Blofeld.
And it was Hartley looking a little bit pensive. What's she going to do now? Here she is. In again, up to the wicket, walks a couple of strides there, now bowls. And Rajan swings that away on the leg side. Is that going?
Well, you wouldn't believe it. It's been belted straight back at Hartley, and she's caught and
bowled. Absolutely. Good heavens. Well.
I like this.
Isn't this wonderful? Cricket is full of surprises. We're all looking for the 100 and everything, and she's out. Dare. But what a wonderful innings, and we should all applaud her as she walks off. It was a tremendous knock, that. And if she doesn't get the Man of the Match award for that, because I think surely Switzerland will win this one. I know I shouldn't say that at this stage, but it was such a good innings.
It was a brilliant innings. And, credit to Alexis there. She takes a brilliant caught and bowled. Her first motion was to go straight over to Meghna and congratulate her on a wonderful innings rather than celebrate the catch.
Isn't that nice?
And Switzerland are certainly well in front because of that innings of 95 from Rajan of 58 balls, 16 boundaries in there. Here's Peanut to face the last ball. Take it away.
I can't. I haven't got my glasses here.
Okay, I can tell her she missed it anyway. Should be a run out the non-strikers, and it will be. So back-to-back wickets to finish the innings as Hartley does a pretty good job under the circumstances.
Indeed.
And Switzerland will finish on a score of 189 for 5. I've got to say, Henry, your eyes with the binoculars on, you still see them as good as anyone.
With the binoculars, I can do it, but with the naked eye, I can't. And that's why I can't do. I can do this, but I couldn't sit in that box at Lords and do a test match. I simply couldn't. I wouldn't be up to it. It was my eyes that caused me to give it up almost 10 years ago. But going back to what you were saying about the bowler then congratulating the batsman, we live in an age, don't we, where one wonders so much about old-fashioned standards which disappear, but actually should they disappear? And it's lovely that cricket can do this. And I think it gives something to the game extra that people don't altogether realise.
Yeah, it makes cricket a special sport. It makes it different amongst other sports.
It does, doesn't it?
And the spirit of cricket is very, very much alive. Look, Spain, they're going to need some spirit. They need 190 to win in a game that they're actually playing against a slightly lower-ranked opponent as well. First time these two teams have ever played each other in international women's cricket. So we're looking forward to the second innings. I've got to say, on behalf of us, Henry, we are so thankful that you are here with us and happy to hear you calling the game. Honestly, it's inspirational. You're a role model to so many of us. And we want to wish you all the best the rest of the day. And hopefully we might be able to get you back a little bit later.
I'd love to, but may I say how much it's terrific working with you, I think. Really is.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'll come and be able to make it difficult for Tina later, perhaps.
Well, I might need to speak. If you're interested in a job, I think your CV is pretty impressive. So if you do want to come and tour Europe with us, then I think we can definitely sign you up. And also your knowledge of the Italian Reds is going to come very handy next time we're in Italy.
I'm high maintenance.
Well, aren't we all? Anyway, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Henry Blofeld. Big thanks. Tina will be back with me in a few moments. Switzerland 189 for 595 for Meghna Rajan and 33 for Danuka. That partnership of 117 really setting up the score. Bowling-wise, it was tough going for the Spaniards, wasn't it? Hartley 1 for 36, took a wicket. So did Chukapali, who bowled well early, 1 for 21. Hilman Bermejo, the other wicket taker. But we'll take a break. Back in about 10 minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with Tina. And big thanks once again to Blowers. Don't go anywhere. Back soon with more cricket live from Switzerland. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the second innings of this one. Spain chasing 190 for victory. Meghna Rajan with 95, scorching the earth in that first innings. Hartley and Deepa Chukapali out to open the batting for Team Spain. 9.5 and over. Look, one thing about this target is I think we're going to see some fireworks. We know that Hartley is a big hitter. She's got immense power down the ground, square of the wicket. Here she is facing up first ball. She's going to dab it away, and there is value here. So test the outfield. It was just a little touch, and it will just hold up for Melissa Pina to do the fielding. So 2 to get us going, and it was Rajan that lit it up with the bat. Now she's opening the bowling for Team Switzerland. So obviously, I think that 189 puts them well in front, but Spain do get the right of reply. It will probably play on their mind a little bit to be more aggressive than they would have been. Probably, for example, if Spain had batted first. And that could go one of two ways. Hartley's the kind of player that could put up a big score if she gets the opportunity. Little glance away. Chukapali with a good piece of running there, backed up and was quick to call for the single. Hard to believe Chukapali, still only 15 years of age. Seems like she's been around for a while already. She was quite tidy with her bowling before things kind of got out of hand in that first innings. I suppose maybe you look back at the decision to bowl her out, and I was in support of it, but I suppose it did leave them a little bit thin towards the end. Hartley came on and bowled some of her spin. I suppose she's a bit better than a part-timer, Alexis Hartley. I tend to think of her that way, but she's pretty experienced and can do a job for you with the ball. So left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order for Team España. First meeting between these two teams. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Great to have your company. And how much did you love having Blowers on the mic? First time, actually, he's been on ECN. So I know that we're all very excited. He still sees the game very well. He'll be back soon, but Tina and Henry are wrapped in what seems like a quite interesting conversation that I don't want to interrupt. I'll just eavesdrop quietly while I'm calling in this over from Meghna Rajan. Gee, she must be feeling like she's about 10 feet tall out there after that 95. So perilously close to the first century of the series. Chukapali doesn't really collect this one the way she wanted to. Interesting also with Switzerland starting kind of pace off. They have had some injury concerns. The Bolka out of the side, unfortunately, due to personal reasons. They have had some other injuries that have affected their pace attack. So I think we'll see a pretty spin-heavy Swiss bowling unit in this game. Hartley's itchy to get going, and she's going to strike this one nicely. That's a beautiful cricket shot, isn't it? Straight through the line, over mid-off, who was up in the circle. Cuatro carreras. Hartley's a real barometer for this chase, I think. End of the first over, and it's 8 without loss. Of course, 2 matches today from Switzerland with these two locking horns in the first match of the day. And we will see Brazil for the first time on ECN. Brazil, a team that have played no less than 72 T20 internationals over the last 8 years. They will be taking on Jersey in what should be a cracker of a contest later on in the day. That one starts at 1:30 European time, 11:30 a.m. GMT, and 5 p.m. in Europe. We will get a bit of seam up here as Vani Danuka is going to bowl in the second over. Really important that Spain don't get bogged down here. We'll keep an eye on that required run rate. And I think they're okay with it being in the 9s if they have wickets in hand and they have set batters. Obviously, they'd want these two to get set reasonably quickly. They've got Hilman Bermejo at 3, who's also quite a powerhouse for La Roja. Here's Danuka. Chukapali Can't get it past the short mid-wicket. Now, I wouldn't rule Spain out of this too quickly. They do have the ability to build partnerships, just like Switzerland did. But I said it at the start of the day, the game could be decided by one or two mercurial performances. And we heard Henry saying it'd be amazing if Rajan wasn't player of the game. Chukapali gets this one in front of square, tests the fielder out there. Nicely done by Natalie Saint-Cyr-Clark on the leg side. But who's to say she can't be outdone? That's the thing. That's the beauty of cricket as well. Both teams get the chance to bat, and you never judge a game until you've seen both teams have the opportunity. I just felt the end of that first over that Alexis was itchy for a boundary. She knows that kind of one boundary and over is key to keeping them on the rate. Facing Danuka. Has a look at her first up. So Henry was obviously pointing out in all his experience the importance of building into a partnership. And that's something that I think the Swiss pair did very well in that big partnership in the first innings. And Hartley's been out there. She sees how fast this field is running. She sees the value for shots. Probably is occasionally guilty of a rush of blood and maybe a poor choice. But she's kind of got that glint in her eye at the moment. Chukapali, she's got her role to play as well. 1 off 4. As a minimum, she needs to be looking to at least get off strike here. Won't be able to hit that. She will get off strike. In fact, she might be back because that is going to be the dreaded minimo. 5 wides. I think they're checking to see if this is off the pitch or not. Maybe we can see a replay of this one. Danuka just loses the handle. This is the thing also with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Let's check it out. It kind of hit half on, half off. I think they'll give this a no ball. They gave it a no ball yesterday. Nope. They're going to call it a wide. So I've got to admit, I'm not a huge fan of the off-the-pitch no ball law anyway. After me, I'd just call it a wide unless it's hit or it hits something. But anyway, it will be 5 wides. Keeper will be a bit relieved maybe. Won't go against her name. And Anya Srinivasan behind the stumps once again for Team Switzerland today. Down the leg side, to be another wide. So Danuka finding it hard to find her feet. I suppose one of the issues in the first innings as well was that Spain, they did bowl a lot of extras, and certain bowlers were more guilty than others, but no less than 29 extras in that first innings. Much better from Danuka, gets his one up in the block hole. Chukapali not able to do too much with it. Yeah, 29 extras in the first innings. 15 wides, 10 byes, 2 leg byes, and 2 no balls. In the air and gone. Layla Pickard into the game. Danuka, well, she's had some issues keeping on the straight and narrow, but now she gets the dangerous Chukapali. Just cramped her for room a little bit. Tried to free the arms. Had no option but to go aerial. And Layla Pickard takes a very good catch in the circle. So an early blow for Team Spain. They lose their opener for just a single. And at 16 for 1, that'll bring Naomi Hillman-Bameko to the crease. So a very key partnership will come together fairly early in proceedings in just the second over. And it just shows you your luck can change in an instant. Danuka had some big issues with control. We saw the 5 wides going to the boundary. We saw another wide down the leg side, but then builds pressure with the dot and then gets it spot on. And Chukapali will be disappointed that she's not able to make too much of an impact with the bat. Bowled really well. I suppose without her 4 overs, they're probably chasing over 200. But she'll have to watch the rest of the match from the sidelines. These two are very used to batting together, Naomi and Alexis. And for me, this is the key partnership for Spain. They can probably invest a little bit of time in getting set, but they don't have too much time to dawdle with that rate required, creeping towards 10 and over already. Catches win matches, as they say in the classics. I think that one's been around as long as cricket itself. 2 overs down, 16 for 1. Hartley faces up. Well, that's in the air. It's just out of the grasp of backward square, and that's going to run away for 4. So Hartley unencumbered here. She can express herself. These two are super important. And, flip the script. If Spain were to chase 190 to win, it would be their biggest ever chase in international cricket. But also, what a boost it would be to their morale after they kind of lost the plot a little bit in the first innings. Probably what their week needs. Good comeback. It's a tight run, but Ananya couldn't find the handle. Alexis, probably not completely down with that, but they get away with it. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. It's great to have blowers. He's now our special advisor. He's our, our chaperone in the commentary box. But coming back into the other chair is Tina Goff. And Tina, what did you make of the first innings?
Well, I think Switzerland will be pretty pleased that I left after 10 overs because at that point it was pretty evenly balanced. Blowers came in and, well, they blew them out of the water, didn't they? Spain didn't really have an answer to any of Switzerland's batting. That one's cut away nicely, and that will be 4 runs. And as you say, Vinny, these two are very much the key for Spain. I'd almost go as far as to say if one of these two get out, then it will be very difficult for Spain. Both of them are excellent batters, and they have potential here to chase it down, but they need to click both at the same time.
Such a momentum game, isn't it? When the batters have gotten on top, I think they can really get on top given these conditions.
They don't need to go too crazy too soon here. There's enough bad balls. There's enough balls that sit up nicely for them to knock away that they don't have to go after the decent deliveries. It's been done well so far by the two in this over. Hit 2 for 4. If they can just stick around at about 8s, 9s, that's all they need. So that one's knocked to the leg side and will just be a single.
Quick hello to a few people watching from around the world. We've got Rob watching from New Zealand. We've got Kevin watching from the UK. Rico is almost ready to go in Hornchurch. He popped in to say hi. Also, Henry says hello to you, Rico. Rico's about to start in England in 10 minutes, but he's dropped us a message saying it's great to have blowers on. As Hartley hits this one pretty well. Bit of an aerial trampoline style stop down there at Prevents. Also, Phil, who will be here tomorrow, probably in the afternoon session to commentate with you. Tina replaced me. He is also in over on the rate so far as Hartley Echo 5 and Spain 27 for 1.
It's a big old target, and I think Spain here just have to take it in chunks. They're doing it perfectly so far, going at 9s, pretty much on the required rate. They also have to just be patient. Switzerland are going to front load their bowling attack, you'd imagine. You can see by the fact that Vanny has opened here. They just have to wait. They know there might be options available when they get into Switzerland's 4th, 5th, 6th bowlers.
Yeah, definitely at least 2 bowlers down here, Switzerland. That's relevant.
And that one's gone through and will just be stopped on the rope there by Natalie Sancier-Clark. I don't know if the cover's just maybe got a fingertip on that. It looked like it slowed up.
Because I thought once I got through, you can forget about it.
I do like this from Lexi as well. She's not losing her head. She's playing proper cricket shots. You get so much value for your shots out here. You don't have to start swinging across the line. If it's there outside off stump, play it that way. That one's knocked in the air though, and this could be trouble, and it's held. And that's a huge wicket for Switzerland. You can tell by the celebrations there as the catch is held on by Sri Kumar Divya. And just as we were saying, Hartley was looking dangerous. And Spain in big trouble now as they lose their wicket. And it's now 29 for 2.
Well, we said it with Rajan's innings, what a difference a day makes. And she really clicked. But Switzerland, let's be honest, couldn't have caught a cold yesterday. And a lot of them went down. They've taken 2 key catches early. And it's Sri Kumar Divya who's into the side that found herself under immense pressure. Yeah, I suppose with Lex, in a sense, she's always in an internal battle with her own mind. It was just a decision there which she probably regrets. Never really went after it. It wasn't a comfortable length to elevate from. And she gave the opportunity and it was taken. So a bit of a killer blow is struck by the Swiss team in that fourth over. 29 for 2. Here comes Amy Brown Carrera batting 4. Now, she really impressed me with her stroke play. She seems to have expanded her game, looked very confident driving through the offside yesterday. But she comes in at a real tricky moment. Still in the power play to join Naomi Hillman-Bameko. Danuka, 2 wickets. A real difference maker early.
Yeah, I think Alexis will be kicking herself there. She played previously that beautiful cover drive all on the ground. Got not quite full value for it, but it was an indication of how you can score runs on this outfield. And the next one, she's almost caught between trying to go over the top and trying to play along the ground and ends up just chipping it straight to mid-off. This one, again, slightly aerial.
And I know this sounds crazy for someone who goes by Mr. Maximo, but actually, along the ground's the way to go here. There's so much value, and outfielders are being tested even by balls that are 3-4 metres to their side. So test them out.
Watchful here, Amy Brown Carrera, which I can understand having just lost the key wicket. But one thing they can't afford to do as well is just get completely bogged down.
Here's Danuka. Last ball of the over. They do appeal. There must have been a noise there. Umpire is now going to call a wide with a sense of theatre. Well, shades of Saturday morning there. If you know, you know. It definitely wasn't leg. If it was anything, it was glove. That was a classic wide or out situation. But ABC survives. Last ball, take 2. As Danuka comes up with a good in there. Just 2 a wide. That single and a wicket off the over as Spain loses both openers in the first 4. It's 31 for 2.
Very much advantage Switzerland here. And you can see they're up and about, high-fiving, knowing that they've got the driver's seat here. Spain. Well, it's these two who put on a good partnership yesterday in that losing cause against Jersey. And you'd imagine you need one of them to go big, a la Rajan in that first innings. That's why they managed to get up to 189. But you can't really get to that score in ones and twos here. It's almost worth going down in a blaze of glory. At least one of them has to try and take the initiative here.
Well, let me tell you how to get 10 and over. 1 boundary, a 2, 4 singles and maybe a wide gets you over the line. But without that boundary, it's very difficult to stay at the rate. And obviously you're hoping for that big over somewhere. We had some big overs, didn't we, in the first innings? We had a magical over of 24.
That one's knocked away. And, well, that's 1-4 to the collection. And, well, as you were saying, Vinny, they don't need to go after every single ball. Get 2 boundary options every over, which, to be honest, is there. With the greatest respect to Switzerland's bowling, there will be boundary options.
And I just think that's why Hartley would be kicking herself with both boots right now, because she just went for one that she didn't have to go after. And she'd know that. I mean, that's cricket, isn't it? You know, you make split-second decisions and you pay the price. Another ball on the legs, another boundary. So Metagoda just losing her line and length here a little bit. And Amy Brown Carrera, I mean, she looked very organised to me. I think she's owning that number 4 position, and she's made a very good start to her innings. A lot of people loving the Saturday morning reference. Of course, we had that crazy tie, which resulted in a golden ball finish on Saturday morning. Some very good club names here. And Henry, I don't know how much you know about the Zurich Cricket Club. It's a play on the Zurich Grasshoppers Football Club. They have the crickets. And they have the cricket, there's in the insect on their shirt. And there you go. And they were involved in a very crazy match on Saturday in the European Cricket Series. Hillman-Bameko gets ready to face up. Metagoda loses it outside the off stump. In fact, I think this is going to be a no ball for off the pitch. So a free hit coming up.
This is maybe the innings, or in fact the over required here for Spain to just kickstart their chase. And, well, it's going to be a big swing and it's going to take some stopping. Well, there is no one out there, but I think the ball's going to win the battle, and it does just trickle over the boundary for 4 runs. So it's an expensive over for Spain so far. Still 2 balls to come.
There might be 42 laws of cricket, but there's only one law of gravity, and it was the 9.8 metres per second. They actually got that ball to the boundary. It got on the downslope, and Naomi, it wasn't a shot that was going to win too many beauty contests. It was the free hit, but still she gets the result, 4 runs.
Again, just looking at the field here where they have their 2 fielders in the power play, they've got a deep square leg and a genuine cow corner. So you can see that Naomi is looking for that cut. Anything outside off stump, she'll get far more value trying to play it on the posh side. That's what she does again. And this time it's half fielded by, there's Layla Pickard out there. And they do manage to scramble through for 2. So this is an excellent over for Spain. It comes to an end. So 47 on the board after 5. They're certainly still in it. These two building a partnership which could change the game in their favour, but they're still over 140 runs away.
We can't overemphasise the importance of those 2 catches being held early. It's something that Switzerland talked about at length. It's a tough one because you can work on your catching, but things like technique, they come with time. It's not really something you can improve overnight, but I know that Switzerland talked at length about just some of the fundamentals of fielding and trying to stay calm in those situations. Again, it's very different, I suppose, when you're doing catching practice and you're expecting it versus, once in a while, a chance coming to you in an actual game. But so far, 2 very good catches by Divya and Pickard. 2 players have come into the lineup for the home side. And that's why I think they're on top. Having said that, Spain pretty much on the rate through the first 5 at 47 for 2. Change of bowling coming up as it's going to be Naina Metisaju to bowl.
So this is where Spain just have to be a little tactical, know which bowlers they can go after. They've been quite watchful when it comes to Vani Danuka. She went for just 12 off her 2 overs. But they need to maybe just target one bowler that they know they can go after, and that's exactly the kind of start that they wanted into the 6th overs. That's cut brutally away. And again, exactly what you were saying, Vinny, there's so much value to hitting it along the ground here. There was a fielder, it pretty much went straight to her, but the force with which that was hit and the slightly bobbly outfield meant that she wasn't able to get down to it. There's 4 runs to start the 6th.
It was a shin buster. It just evaded the leg of Pina, who's fielding at point. That's the shot that I think Amy's worked very hard on. Hitting that ball correctly, not getting too bottom-handed. That one fairly raced to the fence.
Well, she watches that one and the umpire deliberates, but does end up giving the wide. So these are all valuable runs for Spain. As for Switzerland, they just need to keep calm here. They've got runs in their back pocket. They just need to keep the pressure on the Spanish batters here. As long as that required rate is up around 9 and 10, they'll feel like they are on top of this game, but suddenly extras can start adding up. In fact, the run rate has crept above the requirement so far. It's just over 10. Full tosses missed out on there by ABC. I think we had a few slightly higher full tosses in that first innings. That one was just a more of a genuine dipping full toss.
Don't get me into the where's the waste debate. We got quite deep once. Where is the waste?
Well, it does seem a bit heightist for someone like me who's got
for you,
long
all
legs.
you high wasters out there, getting cost.
Who looks after us? Balls. Who looks after the high wasters of this world? Clearly not the umpires.
I have mentioned this before in the European Cricket Series, but if you are a Harry High Pants and you're hitching up the breeches, then you're not getting enough no balls. So you need to be a low rider, and then maybe you'll get a few more one of those calls going your way.
Need like the 90s rapper style trousers around the backside.
Naina Metisaju, 18 career wickets with the best of 4 for 22. Just bowled the 2 overs yesterday. Picked up that 4 for 22 against Germany recently.
Knocked into the offside, and smart cricket. It was almost a premeditated single there from Naomi.
These are 2 players that we've watched grow into leaders into this side. I mean, we first saw them on ECN in 2023. Obviously, the Spanish women's program has come a long way in a pretty short period of time. But, they're prepared for this situation, aren't they? You can see they're being busy without taking too many overt risks. They are going at 9.5 and over as a team now, Spain. They've gone past the 50 in this over as well. But again, this partnership to me now holds the key to the result.
Clubs it to the leg side, which I don't think is the right shot selection. As we just said, that everything through the offside is racing away for 4. Miscues it and picks up a single. And yeah, it's worth remembering as well that Amy Brown Carrera is only 20 years old. Naomi's 19 years old.
Yeah.
So even though they're almost old timers when it comes to playing on the European Cricket Network, they're still very young in their cricket careers. And Amy, of course, has the responsibility of being captain as well. It's a lot of pressure on young shoulders.
Last ball, the power play coming up. Or not. Another jinx as the score moves up to 56. 9 off the over so far. Yeah, I suppose what I often think with these big targets, whether it be T10 cricket or T20 cricket that we cover, is that you don't need to get all the runs in one over. You need to break it down to manageable blocks. In this game, I'd probably be looking at kind of 2 over blocks. You're looking to get 18 in each of those 2 over blocks, or maybe you're looking at 4 or 5 over blocks. But you can only kick the can forward so far. You need to be looking busy. Obviously, 9 or 10 and over, you can do it. I mean, this over, we've had 9 already. Last ball of it coming up.
This time it's paddled away, and that's going to run away for 4 runs, despite a fielder being out there on the 45. Amrita Sathisaran was not able to reel it in, so it's a tick in the box there for Spain as they get the required rate and then some. And at the end of the power play, they're, well, despite my limited maths, exactly on 10 and over, which is more than they need. So 60 for 2, the end of the power play. Be interesting to see if Switzerland try to batten down the hatches now and put all 4 fielders that they're allowed on the boundary, because it's the boundaries that are killing them at the moment.
But it's funny, it also opens up more single opportunities, doesn't it? So it's a funny one. I think you probably do go to your max 4 outfielders given the situation. You are trying to protect those boundaries. But I also think these two are pretty quick between the wickets. We saw Switzerland steal a lot of 2s to outfielders who obviously had in their mind, got to save the 4 as their primary objective. And so I think we'll see the similar kind of tactics from the 2 Spanish bats here, as we're going to get Sejal Vinod into the attack for the first time. Famous cricketing family here in Switzerland. Best of 3 for 11 back in 2025. Here she is bowling to the Spanish captain.
Advances down, and that's going to race to the boundary, and it's a classic overrun there from Natalie Sincere-Clark, who did the hard work, got there, and then wasn't able to throw it in reverse, so it'll be a 4 to start.
Yeah, again, since we're talking physics, these balls, they do sometimes grip on the first bounce, and so you're running to where you're expecting the ball to be, but the little bit of speed taken off the ball in the bounce and means that you overrun it. That's exactly what happened there.
Better delivery there from Vinod, who finds the right line and length. She's one of the more experienced bowlers, players in the Switzerland ranks. They've got a lot of teenagers, we were saying. No single player in their 20s, and then a couple of senior players.
The lost generation.
Fanny was speaking about yesterday how the older ones look after the teenage tearaways. And Vinod, third highest wicket taker for Switzerland.
Yeah, Spain a bit different. They've got these two, I'd call them young veterans at this stage. 20 and 19, as you said, respectively.
Both very young teams, aren't they? And can say the same for Jersey as well. They're another side that have been around the block quite often, both in ECN cricket and in ICC competitions, but still very young side as well.
Well, fielding's certainly going to be a huge factor in this second innings. Spain trying to heap the pressure on, hoping Switzerland will crack, give them a few freebies.
One's cut away nicely, but they do have protection out there, so they'll just settle for the 1. Yeah, fielding on this outfield is pretty tough because you pretty much have one go at it. It's not one of these outfields where you miss it and it rolls to a stop 5 meters behind you. If you've missed it, you're collecting it from over the boundary rope. Fielders here today and yesterday have often been bystanders, but if you can get in the way of it, That'll be the difference between a win and a loss. And some smart batting there from Naomi, who burgles the strike on the last delivery. Decent enough over there from Vinod. She corrected well, having been hit away for 4 on the first delivery. So we get to the end of the 7th, 68 for 2. Very much still in the balance here. Spain on the run rate. Switzerland just gone a little bit flat in the field. They need to raise themselves again, because one wicket could change it all again.
Just quickly, how good is this weather? 23 degrees, blue skies. Hey, there's a bit of a heat wave coming, isn't there? Is it in England as well as here?
I think so.
I think I'm in for some hot days when I'm in the east of London commentating Thursday and Friday. Of course, Rico's already there. The European Cricket Series has moved on to England. So we have 2 matches running concurrently at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be 33 degrees in London tomorrow. I think we're having it even hotter here, 36, 37. So for now, it's fine. But ask me that question again in 24 hours' time when I might be a melted puddle on the floor.
just a blonde mop. Yeah. Anyway, 7 overs down, 68 for 2. Here's Sarju. Beautiful late cut. Should get 2 here. Might get 4, actually, because Pinar's not gaining on this too quickly. Potential 3 here if they'd gone. Good throw prevents it. Again, pretty safe shot, not trying to hit that too hard. There was no one kind of guarding that area down at deep third. It's been a really interesting game, hasn't it, as far as momentum shifts. We've seen several momentum shifts through the first 27 overs.
Watchful there from Naomi, and they've got to be smart about it here. If it's a wide ball, don't go chasing after it. Take every single free run that Switzerland are offering up.
No. Not a bad spot to miss there, I think. It's an interesting field for me. It's a 4-5 field, so protecting the leg side more than the off. They might need more fielders over there if they're going to bowl short like that. It's good fielding that time. Out there at deep square. Going to take on the 2, but this kind of might have been close. And Ananya was pulled away from the stumps. So, yeah, interesting, because what message are you sending the bowler here when you put 5 on the leg side? The other thing is both these 2 they're not cross bat heavers, are they?
No.
They're genuine bats that can score on that offside. I think as a batter, I'd be loving this field.
Well, there's nobody behind point at the moment. So anything down the offside, I'd just be, well, if I could play a late cut, which I can't, I would just be dabbing that through that area. And it's kind of down the hill as well. I mean, it's down the hill in every direction. But you're going to get value for that run, for that shot every single time. And I don't really see the value of this deep covers here. The bowler's not quick enough to be slapped into that region.
Slapped into that region.
Shall I leave?
Well, we also, a slight fumble from Saskia Clarkson, allow a second, but we also should also defer to the fact that the Swiss coach is none other than our very own compadre, Andrew Ryan.
True.
And he is a magnificent cricket brain, so even it might not be something we would understand. But if Rhino's ordering it, or obviously in consultation with Danny Medagoda, then I think we should give it a chance.
Yeah, there's levels to this, clearly only something that you and I can aspire to.
I just loved that the slap to deep cover came literally a second after you said it's unlikely. I think it's more to do with just that 9th fielder that you've got. Okay,
yeah.
Probably almost always in this form of the game, you've got 4 on each side, and then you've got to choose where you want to put that 5th or the 9th fielder, 5th on one side. And most of the time, it goes on the offside because you're encouraging bowlers to bowl that line and even wide outside outside the off stump. You know, occasionally maybe the 4-5 field to players that you think aren't really going to hurt you on the offside, but both these 2 can.
Again, looking for that little tap and run, and certainly Amy at the non-strikers was ready to get her skates on, but a bit too close to the fielder on that occasion. Still 7 off the over so far with 1 to play.
Batting to come, Uzma Saeed's listed at 5. Her batting's coming a long way. She goes some way to replacing Andrea Davidson-Solaire's, not in the side at the moment. She's more or less a genuine all-rounder now at Saeed. Then you've got Amelia Jones, the keeper, at 6 and Kat Frost at 7. But this is really the key partnership for Espana.
Big heave, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Bonus runs here for Spain, and it means it's another over that goes their way with that boundary. Makes it like there with heave. If you're going to go for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if a third would have even stopped that because it was a pretty fine edge, but I do feel like that might be a position they might want to entertain. End of the 8th over. That one goes for 11. Spain, keep on keeping on, 79 for 2.
In other news, have you heard about this?
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Do you?
You're talking about Clickgate.
Yes.
I know. The click storm. There's a click storm in world cricket, and I did catch it this morning about 6 a.m. and I couldn't believe my eyes and my ears. Tina explained to everyone what you're talking about. I'd love to know what Henry thinks about this as well, because I don't know if you know about these incidents that have been uncovered overnight. Tina, tell us all about it.
Well, the beauty of village cricket previously was that it was never filmed, whereas now every single game in, I suppose, the UK and everywhere is on tape.
Sure.
And there's footage from Saltburn Cricket Club.
You've named them, okay.
I've named and shamed them.
Okay.
Where the keeper takes an extraordinary amount of caught behinds.
Yeah.
And everyone starts wondering, why is he taking so many caught behinds? And it turns out the first slip is clicking his fingers when the ball goes past the bat to imitate the sound of a nick. And the umpires are being bamboozled by this and they're giving caught behind. And it's been caught on camera. They've done the forensic
They've got the
zoom.
slow-mo of him clicking. He's at first slip. He's clicking. The old click and appeal combo.
And this isn't even Saltburn's first 11. This is a Saltburn second 11, as that's some great fielding out there in the deep by Natalie Sancerre-Clarke. She overran the previous one, but that time she gets her knees down.
Great, but has saved 3 runs. That's it. That's exactly the kind of fielding Switzerland need if they're going to defend this. Yeah, I'm calling it the click storm.
So when Saltburn CC play with this wicketkeeper, whose name is Jay Bowes, they take nearly 4 times
naming and shaming.
They take nearly 4 times. Not the clicker.
Not the clicker. Gloves, it's very tough.
the click. What would you call it? Well, that one's clicked away to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, click.
The one who is the recipient of the click catches.
Yeah.
When he keeps
clicky, if you will.
He takes nearly 4 times as many keeper catches per match.
Yeah.
When he's playing.
So now they're doing...
there's a forensic analysis on Twitter.
There's now it's now blown up. And I actually heard they wanted to bring back the guillotine. There's a pretty big uproar. Not much unites all the cricket world, except I suppose a group of cheaters.
So he was averaging 4 catches behind in a game.
I know. He took 8 in a game. He took 8 in an innings earlier in the season.
The world record in Test cricket is 7. Yeah. So he's a record breaker, or he's a sneaky cheat.
Yeah. So, I don't even have to say what do you think about it in the chat, because I'm pretty sure I know what everyone thinks about it. I'm going to go this way. Or as this blast through mid-off and they'll get a single. Let me flip it on you. So we know it's against the spirit of the game. It's against the laws of the game as well. And it's just a really poor thing to do. But what's the penalty in your eyes? I've heard everything. Life bans talked about. I don't know if that is...
Chop his fingers off.
You've gone medieval as well about it. But it's really fired people up. It's kind of like sandpaper on steroids. Anyway, end of the 9th over. As we got a pair of snowmen out there, 88 for 2. What do you think's a fair penalty? Let us know in the chat.
Well, I think people are, again, spirit of cricket. I must invoke it for my employers.
Yeah.
There's things which are pushing the envelope of, is this fair or not? Whereas I think pretty much everyone is firmly of the opinion that this is out and out cheating.
Oh, yeah. And it's literally the example they use of unfair play law. I've heard it used many times, simulating click. It might even be in the Tom Smith. There's no doubt. It's not like no one's ever thought of it before. It's not like we've got some sort of delicate genius that's thought of this. It's a tactic which is, I'll call it bush league, that has no place in the game. What's your penalty? chop fingers off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stand
How
by
many
that.
fingers? One knuckle?
So
Two?
he can never click again.
Oh, his clicking finger. And as someone who broke my clicking finger wicket keeping, I mentioned earlier in the week, I was a designated clicker for the barbershop quartet at my school, and unfortunately, wicket keeping and being the designated clicker did not agree with each other.
I think you'd have to go all fingers because you can click with every finger. So maybe just a whole hand.
So you've gone Saudi Arabian style, basically, with your. So in the next season he's fielding at first slip with just a couple of hooks. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, try clicking now, buddy.
I think I'd give him a year. I don't think like life, but you can be sorry for things. To be honest, the public shaming is probably the worst punishment he's going to get.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. So it's now all over Twitter,
Yeah.
and he's now in the court of public opinion. So it's not going to go well for him. Sansia Clark with the big appeal. It's always going to go down leg, and they managed to scuttle through for a single leg buys.
Phil has a good point in the chat saying suspend the team, because the thing is, it seems like this isn't a one-man operation.
No,
They're all appealing on it. It's not like suspend the team, I think, is probably fair. Henry is not a mic, but he's got the perfect penalty. Do you want to talking to the mic?
If you are caught doing that, you field a third man, both ends, for 5 years, don't you?
that is a penalty worse than death.
Do you get a bicycle? Anyway, big filthy full toss from Sunset Clark here. That's got to be a no ball. I think tell me it's been called. That was miles too high.
And this is where
it's gone all the way for a Maximo. But again, isn't this high team? I suppose they have been consistent. They have let a few go, but yeah, ABC gets the first Maximo of the day. Spain flying now. They're ahead of the rate. Just needing 9s from here on in.
I think they're just double checking where it landed. The umpire consulting with the fielder.
Well, 2 wrongs can make a right here, because for me that had to be a no ball plus 4. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, please. That's shoulder high. It's gone over the rope. It is Maximo.
Yeah, it should be a 6 and it should be a no ball. I think Spain have been hard done by here.
That's a classic 7-up that's been defizzed. Where is the waist?
I mean, it's not at the shoulder.
Again, something I suppose, umpires can look at it once. Sometimes I suppose when you're at square leg, the batter's back's in the way if they're right hand. Yeah, I don't know. Grasping at straws. But I think you shouldn't be... when there's doubt, often umpires will default to no call over a call. If you had to call a no ball for something below the waist, I don't think you would have called anything either in that situation.
Well, they maybe got away with one there, Switzerland. That's a better length from Sansia Clark. But all of these runs or missed opportunities could be valuable. They are over the rate, but you'd imagine Switzerland.
Here is a point that I actually did think of this morning with Helix, and obviously I'm very anti the cheating in the click storm. But this is still a human being we're dealing about, and we're dealing with a game, and he's going to be hauled over the coals of public opinion. I suppose I just think there should be some sort of penalty. He should accept the penalty, and then we should all move on with our lives. Because obviously this person must enjoy cricket. They've done the wrong thing, but people make mistakes. And so, maybe it's not time to bring back what do they call it? Actually, I was just in the Tower of London. They had some pretty good devices there.
Capital punishment.
Yeah, well, worse. That's the one where they stretch you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll negotiate down to 1 hand.
Okay. Give him a chance. Bowling hand or non-bowling hand? End of the over as Spain pretty much right on the rate now at the end of the 10th over. It is 96 for 2. Sunset Clark, in the end, went for 8 in that over. I'm just looking, they might have changed the 6 to a 4. So, yeah, okay. So in the end, that's the way it'll be. Let's say, welcome into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tina Goff with me. What a beautiful day to be calling cricket in Zurich, Switzerland, Embrach Cricket Ground, hosting the first ever internationals, male or female, in international cricket in Switzerland.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? It's just heating up in the 10 here. It's heating up out there in the middle as well. And this one is very much on a knife's edge. I think Spain probably the happier now after that kind of flurry of 5 overs where they've been on the rate, but Switzerland 1 or 2 more wickets, and I think this has got a few more twists in the tail to come.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to put it out there to the chatters. We're talking about the click storm, just for a bit of fun. See, I still got it. Just got to use my ring finger now because this one doesn't work. Tell us another sneaky tactic that would give you an advantage, but is not in the spirit of the game. Give us your cheats.
Yeah.
Now, this is the forum. Don't do it in the game, but tell us, or something that you've heard of. For example, I don't even know if it works, but our bowlers used to put the balls in the freezer before the game because they thought it kept them harder longer.
This is such an Australian conversation.
You know, give us your cheats, not on the field, but in the chat.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's always the obvious ones, like, you know, the lollies and the sunscreen, but give us your creative cheats.
It's like a cheat amnesty.
Yeah, cheat amnesty.
No one will
no
judge
judgment.
you.
Something that you think would be a good cheat, but you would never do.
I like it. Yeah. I'll start thinking as well.
Amnesty. So occasionally in the chat we go, last Thursday, break a rule. You know, we have all the rules in the chat. They break a rule, and then everyone's in all capitals. There's emojis all over the place. But, you know, within reason. Still, you know,
it's a family show.
You got any other good cheats?
Well, there's fake fielding. That was a whole discussion for a while, wasn't it?
Blown up, isn't it, though? I mean, it's just unfair play. You know, unfair play can be anything that the umpires deem unfair. But get creative. Like what? Like, I'll tell you a good one. It was Afghanistan where they were trying to get the DLS and they needed another minute. And so he went down with he was at slip and he went down with a hammy. Remember
Classic.
that?
Yeah.
He's just like he's been shot. That was
I mean, they do that a lot in
cheat.
football nowadays.
Oh,
as soon as you need a bit of time, someone goes down injured.
Yeah. Give us your cheats. But our chat, they won't have many. I already know that.
They're too honest. Our folk are too honest.
Give us your cheats. Can't think of it. I'm a keeper. I should have plenty.
And you're Australian.
Yeah, I mean, it's in my DNA.
Rajan, who has done enough with the bat today to put her feet up, has decided she's going to have a bowl now as well. Back for her 3rd over with that required rate now up at 9.4.
I wasn't sure the response I'd get, but I've got a good response already. Okay.
The cheaters are coming out in force.
They're in theory. Okay, they're not cheating. They're actually helping us avoid cheats because they are getting ahead of anyone that tries this tactic. So I think it's good. Rajan coming back on here for over number 11. Important phase of the game here. Game's kind of won and lost to the next 5 overs. At least you feel like they'll be a favourite at that point. Christopher Ward saying, I was once told a story of a wicketkeeper in the old days when they used to wear batting pads, not specialist keeper pads. They cut a flap in the top, so when he flicked his leg, the flap hit the bails. That's clever. He could flick the bail off with his pad, hands free. That is pretty sneaky. And he's English. Your lot. Little knock into the leg side from him. When he was keeping against the spinner and the ball went close, he'd flick the bail off with his pad and say, "That's out, mate." Oiling the edge of the bat. You're allowed to oil your bat though, right? Overall, so it doesn't click as much? I don't know. Explain that one to me, Kroom. Kroom is a number 11. So, there's extras here. Turned around just in time there, Brown Carrera, to get back for a second. That's all they'll get. Pitch tampering after dark. Yeah. I've heard of this as well. Especially most of the grounds, in Australia at least, anyone can walk across. In England as well, a lot of grounds. So,
I mean, the trouble with pitch tampering is that you both have to play on it.
That's true.
Heaved away into the leg side. Sansia Clark tries to stop it, and it's going to go through. It was unfortunate. She almost got one in the face there. Again, overran it.
Yeah, I feel for her here because she did everything right, but a little Tortuga took the ball over her hands. She's got a feel for her here. She needs to be checked out. One more time. Yeah, and it will go for 4, but that's the least of their concerns, I think, at the moment. Did everything right there, got the body down. But even though it doesn't look like it's travelling that fast, but trust me, this is a nasty knock. She does everything right. She slides, gets down to the ball, but it just took a late left turn in Albuquerque, and Sunset Clark's going to get the 10 questions. Oh, you never like to see it. You love the commitment there. She's one fielder that's always throwing herself around, trying to save every possible run.
Yes, second umpire coming over now just to make sure. She's standing up and looks like she wants to carry on, but you can never be too short.
Yeah, a few people thinking Phil's pitch tampering after dark sounded like a double entendre. Leaving that one well alone. That can go through to the keeper. Lily, watching from New Zealand. Hi, Lily. Hopefully you're well. Saying her teammates used to rub sunscreen into the ball. Not sure what that ever achieved. Well, do balls get sunburnt? Maybe that's what they'd be saying. Sunscreen on the ball, that is a bit of a cheat.
Maybe pink balls?
Maybe. Yeah. Can I tell you when I was wicket keeper in grade cricket, but I used to mess around with a leg spin in the nets, and I had a bit. So this isn't a real cheat, but I found a ball that was approximately 400 overs old, and someone when they were bored, looked like they'd cut it up with scissors or like cut big gashes in it. So I had this ball that was dry. It was you could spin this thing an incredible amount, and I would be pretty careful who I'd let see the ball. So everyone thought I was like the best leg spinner or second best in the world for a while, because I was just ripping this thing. But then it came back to bite me. And then the nets, that's a bit of fun, right?
Yeah.
It came back to bite me when we didn't play a spinner in a game where we needed 2 wickets to win on the last day. And they said, well, Vinny's quite a good spinner. Why don't you take the pads off and last roll those? And I was like, oh no.
I've been found out.
I got found out. So yeah, that's why the cheater got cheated there and it was also awkward because, at the end of it, not a test match, but that style of match, all the fielders were in. So we had like short cover, another short cover. We didn't have enough helmets to go out slip. And I was lobbing gentle full tosses. That was basically putting everyone in danger. Anyway, good news is Nat is okay. And she will continue. Hundreds up for Spain now. Brown Carrera and Hilma Bameko in the midst of a really important partnership. Looked to be in a bit of trouble at 29 for 2 when Alexis Hartley departed.
I have a feeling this game's going to go right down to the wire
Are
as
they
well.
trying to find the answer key for the concussion test? I can't work out what's going on. But she seems to be all right. Umpires have said, fine. Let's get on with it. Rajan.
They've already got 8 off this over so far. Make that 9. So they've been very much on the rate the whole way. So if it continues in this fashion, then we're going to have a bit of a last over thriller on our hands. But both of these batters now looking very set at the crease. Naomi 31 off 23. Amy 43 off 26.
That's a good shot.
They do get the 10 required then off the over. Come to the end of the 11th, 106 for 2. Spain at the moment looking comfortable.
It's kind of a very similar innings to the first innings in a way, isn't it? A couple of early ones, big third wicket partnership at the moment. So, yeah, for Switzerland, they were 38 for 2 when they lost the second wicket halfway through the 6th over. For Spain, it was 29 for 2 kind of during the 4th over that they lost their second wicket. But then, big third wicket partnership. This one at the moment is worth 77 and counting, of course. And the first innings had that third wicket partnership of 117. So, yeah, 2 really similar innings so far.
Speaking about clicks, it's the double click at the moment between these two. As just seeing the distance, Brazil filing in for their game against Jersey this afternoon, which promises to be a real humdinger as well. Sarju bowling her third over. That's nicely played. That's the exact shot that we've been talking about, Vinny. Just uses the pace off the pitch and out of the hand and guides it away for 4 runs. And that's probably where I'd put a fielder. Probably take even cow corner out and just force them to play that cross-batted hoik because that's a low risk shot and a high reward one.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. A bit like my stockbroker only comes to me with low risk, high reward investments, and just had to lay the bat on that and let the ball do the work. So they will change the field now. They finally bring a fifth player onto the offside. Like I said, sending mixed messages to the bowler, isn't it, about where she should be trying to put the ball. As we have a look at Team Brazil entering the arena. Really excited to see them this afternoon for the first time on ECN. But is that the 73rd T20 International?
This time it's in the air, but it will land safely. And Santia Clark, fresh from her concussion test, flicks it forward. This time makes no mistake.
Unselfish.
Get that ball away from me.
That was actually a really good slap, wasn't it? Said, well, I've done the work stopping it. You can throw it in. Great support work, though, from Melissa Pina.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game this afternoon as well. I'm sure Blowers is looking forward to it as well. I'm not sure how much he's seen of the Brazilian women before.
He's been around. He's
I'm talking about cricket.
Yeah, I know that too. No, but he said he's actually called some cricket in Brazil. Speaking about it last night, so maybe we'll get his thoughts later on. Maybe you two can do a stint together if Henry's still around.
Absolutely.
I'm sure he's an expert with all the Brazilian names, the Portuguese pronunciation that we'll get later on as well. Love to hear it in his wonderful Etonian accent.
Steaming in once more, Sarju. It's clubbed away into the leg side, and I think that's going to go for 4 runs as well. There is a fielder out there, but she was much squarer than where that ball ended up. And again, frustration from Switzerland. It feels like they're chasing shadows at the moment as Naomi moves on to 46.
She's lost her other half of what I'd call the trouble twins, Naomi and Andrea Davidson-Soler, but she's found a really good ally here in her captain, Amy Brown-Carrera. And these two are just shouldering the load nicely. They have almost identical numbers, don't they? Hilma Bamako, 42 of 27, ABC with 43 of 26. They have really built a solid foundation, but there's still plenty more to be done, still 74 to get.
Well, they've got the 10 needed in this over in the first 3 deliveries. That one should be stopped at fine leg. And the scoring was in fact too quick for me. So Naomi now moves on to 43. So they are on identical scores, almost off the same amount of deliveries.
One moment can change this, though.
Yeah.
One moment can change it. I feel it'll come. It's likely to come at some point. But will it come soon enough for Switzerland to work their way back into this? 73 off 50 required. Is it a bit early to say that it's not a tingle, is it, in T20? But we haven't had a super over for a while. It's been, I think, 3.5 years since we've had or 2.5 years since we've had a super over. We've only ever had one on ECN.
We'd like to double that tally today. But Spain are thinking of one thing, and that's winning this game outright. And that's going to be another 4 to the collection. This is turning into a brilliant over for the batting side. That's the 3rd boundary. They're just not quite getting the bowling right and not bowling to the field that's been set as well. Again, just chasing the ball around the field. They have now put this one fielder out in the 45 to stop that late cut, but it has opened up the leg side, which means anything that's just bowled a touch straighter is being pumped away. As Amy Brown-Carrera, the skipper, moves 3 shy of a half century.
Just look really organised out there. Clear-minded and cool in a crisis.
By far her highest score in T20Is as well. Previous high score was 31 not out, so this would be a maiden half century if she gets there.
It's just sometimes you don't see a player for a while. I don't think I've seen her for over a year on ECN, and you can just tell that they have worked and worked and worked on their game. That's the end of the 12th over. ABC on 48 and Hilma Bamako 43, 122 for 2. But it seems really clear to me that she has identified, whether it be through her coaches or through her own analysis, certain parts of her game that she needs to improve if she's to become a more complete batter. I mean, when she first came in, she probably was a bowler that batted a bit, but now it's particularly her offside play and her technique. She's staying a lot more side on. She's not trying to overhit the ball. She's not too bottom-handed, and that has really transformed her skill set. And she's looking really good here. It's paying off in runs. She's 48 already, knocking on the door of an international half century.
Well, her T20I average before this tournament was under 10, so nothing to write home about. Yeah. She was, as you said, probably more of a bowler, but stepped up here as skipper. Remember, just 20 years of age. This would be a a brilliant moment to bring up her maiden half century in a game that at the halfway stage looked like it was going away from Spain. These two have wrestled back the momentum as she just dabs that one to point for a single.
They're just busy out there, aren't they? There's very few balls. They're kind of dead batting, waving the white flag, saying that's a dot. They're looking, even on the good balls, with the field spread, to knock them for a single. There's backing up. There's communication between the two bats at the crease. And we talked about it at the start of the game as well. I know DeBolka in the lineup for Switzerland, some other injury issues. They're a couple of bowlers short. Moment they can't find the answer as another full toss is going to get whacked into the gap, and that's going to send the spectators scrambling for cover. That's going to be cuatro carreras. Excellent footwork there. Turned it into a filthier full toss than it probably was out of the hand. And now the race to the 50 is on as Naomi moves to 47.
Well, we're talking in the first innings about how the Swiss batters were maybe not quite playing as a side with enough intent and with enough movement, and Naomi here showing exactly how you play against a slow, loopy spinner, which is make it into a full toss. You've got to back yourself. You can't go half-hearted at these deliveries, and she gets there and crunches it away. It's a race to 50 at the moment. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo just 3 runs away. And this time she just pats the bat down on it. A slightly better length there from Vinod. And
that's also intelligent. I'm not saying top balls are a crime. Obviously, they're ahead of the rate. They've got it down to about 8 now to win the game. So you still can respect a good ball. If you're not searching for the breakthrough.
Cut away. And there is a fielder out there, so it should just be the one. But again, with that boundary in the over, Spain can content themselves with just knocking the ball about. They don't need to take any risks here. That required rate is actually now down below 9. It's been around 9-10 for most of the game, but the runs are flowing here for Spain, and Switzerland just need something. They need a flash of brilliance or a stroke of luck. Because at the moment, the game's just meandering away from them, but Amy Brown-Carrera certainly not meandering as she brings up her maiden half-century in T20 internationals, and what a knock it's been from the Spain captain. She came in with Spain in a touch of trouble, and she has steadied the ship and put them right in contention here. What a knock it's been off just 30 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a scorching knock from Amy. 8 boundaries in this innings. She still had to run 18 of her runs, which isn't something you'd expect in a 30-ball half-century. Naomi uses her feet, makes this a half volley. Again, score continues to climb. Vinod comes to the end of her over. 13 overs down. Hillman-Bermejo to 49 with a chance to match her captain with the next ball of the next over. It's 130 for 2 after 13. Phil G saying, well done, Amy, and lots of support from the chat. But really, Spain, if they do pull this off, it's a Herculean batting effort and probably the big partnership between these two that's got them there. But it probably covers a little bit of, I'd call it sloppiness in the first half of the innings. I don't think they quite bowled to their potential. But I suppose, in the end, sometimes you got to find a way to win, even in games where it might have been running against you. Still 60 runs to play with for Switzerland. They're certainly in with a fighting chance. They need a wicket, probably 2 here to get new batters in, and they could completely change the game. But both these two out there for Spain seem to just have quite a calm demeanour. They're not really ever having 3, 4, 5 good balls in a row bowled to them and triggering the pressure response. Danuka, she was good early, 2 for 12. They've decided it's time to bring her back.
Well, I was just going to question whether it was time to bring back Danuka with wickets needed now more than ever. But it will be 50 up then for Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. But it's almost a run out. It could, if it weren't for the Tortuga, it could have been a run out, and they try and run themselves out at the other end at the same time.
Just enjoy your 50. She brings it up in 33 balls, and she thoroughly deserves it. Again, we see the bounce throw taking off like it's on a half pipe. But anyway, well done to Naomi. She thoroughly deserves a half century, And he didn't want to throw it away with a crazy run out. Shows that they're so focused, though. They're still looking to squeeze every run out, even the ones that aren't there. But yeah, she brings up her 50 with 7 boundaries in 33 balls.
Both of these batters very much locked in here. They're not content with these personal milestones. They want to see their side over the line. Maybe a touch of tiredness creeping in. They've been both out there for a long time in this heat. That's probably a ball that they would have converted to a 2 earlier in the innings, but they're happy to take the 1. But they have run each of the last 5 deliveries, making sure that scoreboard ticks over as that's hit through the gap. And that will take some stopping, and it won't be, as that's a textbook cover drive there from Naomi, who's really turning on the style now.
Yeah, fantastic cover drive, had good power, pierced the gap. And they have found that along the ground, there's a good strategy. The 4 outfielders here, they've got the deep point back, and then the rest on the leg side. Deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. It's kind of covering everything but covering nothing. As another blast down the ground is going to bring 4 more. This is some show that this Spanish pair are putting on.
Both of them have got to their milestones, and it feels like they've just had the shackles released from them now. As they get the 10 needed. In fact, that required rate is only going in one direction as it now sits below 8.
Some of the chatters might have just missed our piece on the click storm, and they're just breaking in now and they're still talking about the punishments.
I'm going through Twitter, and this is where
it's
Twitter...
blown up. I haven't seen it, but I can imagine it's just blowing up.
Well, Twitter is sometimes not always a force for good, but if we're calling out cheaters good,
True.
then suddenly the Saltburn second 11 play cricket videos are being watched by thousands, because they're now going through every single dismissal and watching the first slip. Sometimes he's at silly point as well, and they're watching him for the clicks.
What's next? A club sponsorship from Ashley Madison? Look that up.
I don't know that reference.
Sure. As Tina Googles that, we'll get on with the game here. Ryan Carrera up to 51.
Not on my work laptop.
Trying to get through the overs here quickly, but batter not quite set for the second time in the over.
So Twitter has found multiple examples now. So they're trawling through the archives.
All the sleuths are going through. Tina, her original punishment was to cut off both hands, but then she softened to one hand when I said...
He still needs to be able to function.
I'm not pro the cheater, but he's, if he had a year out of the game, I think the team, because it is a bit of a team thing, like you said, maybe giving them a bit of a spell might be the way to go. At the end of the 14th over, 141 for 2.
I want to know who first broke this story. Who was the first? I suppose it was probably the aggrieved opposition.
Or do you reckon it's an inside job? No, I think it
second
was,
wicket keeper.
It was their, the person that was fielding it deep third, wanted to get in the slips. They've probably got the snicko on his clicks and everything. There'll be a lot of deep dives going on. But, yeah, I suppose we'll follow that story.
The unofficial news is that the clicker, Brian Devine, has been banned for the remainder of the season.
Right. Well, that's good.
More as we get it.
Start.
All his fingers are still intact, though.
In witness protection.
Cut away. There is a fielder out there in the deep. And maybe we'll push for 2 here.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be sent back as she does manage to just get back. And I think Naomi was saying she would struggle to get back.
I think these are fatigue-based micro running mistakes that are coming in, maybe slightly higher than micro. You can see there's no real eye contact there. Amy overcommits without realising our partner's coming. She's lucky that she gets back. Once again, long bounce throw, not easy for the receiver. What a partnership. 113 now. I kind of said at the start of this innings, don't count Spain out, because there's no reason that they can't match what Switzerland have done, and they've almost kind of run for run done that so far.
There's been a lesson in sensible cricket as well. They've waited for the bad balls, punished almost all of those, and otherwise they haven't accumulated too many dots. And that's the difference between getting a score up in the 180s and 190s and something about 50 short And that one, again, knocked away. That wasn't even a bad ball, but the confidence is flowing through the veins of Naomi now. She lost that one over the covers for 4 runs.
I also think you need to start protecting those straight boundaries. I mean, she's hurting you too much down the ground now. Need a plan. It's very unclear to me what the plan is for Switzerland at the moment, how they're going to try and break through with the wicket. I've just had a vision of this click storm and Jared Kimber just getting down to the basement to the Situation Room and building a deep dive video on this.
Needs a comeback ball here, Vinod, as Naomi dances down the pitch again, but there is a fielder long on who will be able to cut it off. Yeah, just on the dot balls as well. So since the 10th over, there have been just 4 dot balls. Wow. Which shows just how positive they've been in their running. And if they haven't hit it to the rope, they've made sure to rotate the strike. Just tire out the Swiss bowlers and fielders as well. It's heating up now, 26 degrees. Only going to get warmer this afternoon, which you'd imagine would probably favour Brazil over Jersey.
You think so? Yeah, I think so. Score ticking and tocking, and Team Spain's rocking at the moment through this partnership. 41 required off 31 now on 200 pace. Team Spain. Comes up for Spain. Switzerland all at 6s and 7s here on home turf. Need something to change the game. It's hard to see where it's going to come from at the moment. Ruthless stuff from Spain's 3 and 4. 153 for 2, 5 overs remaining.
You can just tell by the body language of the Swiss players as well. They feel like they've lost control of this game. That one wasn't hit too far to the left of the 45, but she had no chance of reeling that one in. And they need more than just a sprinkle of magic now to Switzerland to get themselves back into this one. And it looks like they'll turn back to Natalie Sansia-Clark. That's maybe just the issue that Switzerland are facing as well. What we mentioned before, they're probably 1 or 2 bowlers short from where they should be, which means they're turning back to the same bowlers to try and initiate a different outcome. Clark only went for 7 in her first over.
I've also made an observation.
Okay.
And we're very excited about Brazil being here. Such a professional outfit. Their first game in continental Europe ever. Have they brought their own tent? Now, if they've brought their own tent, how many 1,000 kilometres is it?
Are we talking about that yellow tent?
We are.
I'm pretty sure it's got a Swiss website on the back of it, so probably not.
Right now, unfortunately, there's another misfield for Switzerland, and just the wheels falling off a little bit there. That's Divya, who took a brilliant catch early. They did take a couple of early ones. Gets across, tries to get everything behind it, but just misjudged it slightly straight through the legs, and the runs just keep on coming for Spain. It's certainly Brazilian coloured.
Maybe it's just trying to make them feel welcome, because I'm pretty sure that's a Swiss tent.
Okay, if you say so.
Maybe the Brazilians will claim it so they can feel at home. Again, just tired running between these two, which you can't blame them for whatsoever, but they're still managing to convert every single ball into at least a single.
It's around about 9,500 kilometres, which I'm guessing is about 6,000 miles that Brazil have come to get here. Quite a lot.
It's a fair effort.
Maybe not quite as far as Thailand came when they played in the Netherlands.
Cut away. That's going to be another 4 lofted this time. And there'll be no stopping that one. You have to say these Spain batters have frustrated the Swiss fielders, because they've had the field moved around several times, and every time a gap has moved, it was opened up, Spain have knocked it into it with perfection.
It's just been ruthless batting. I don't think they've given a chance, really. Maybe a couple of half chances with the running between the wickets, but they've just given absolutely nothing to their opposition. Ground the Swiss into the turf. Isn't that Sansia-Clark?
That run rate down, pretty much a runner ball now, which is a remarkable effort given that for a while that required rate was up at over 10. But Spain have been consistently on it for all of the 15 overs so far. And Switzerland are running out of time and running out of runs to try and defend here.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed this game in that it's taken time to play out. It's quite different to our T10 contests. We love all kinds of cricket. It's well knocked down, actually, by Naina Metisaju at cover. Rare dot ball. But, yeah, I suppose I love all types of cricket. This has been a T20 which played out momentum. It's been a lot of smart cricket that's been rewarded. It hasn't been a luck-based game. I think that, the four batters in particular that have been involved in these long partnerships, they've played really smart cricket, and we said it in the first innings, didn't we? With the 95 from Rajan, this has played beautifully off the back foot. That's timed just too well. Amy Brown Carrera mentioned this square of the wicket offside game has been an area which has really flourished. A little bit short wide. Have a look at the footwork there. The back foot back and across. She gets in such good position to play that. Her head is, of course, closer to the ball. Makes solid contact, moves up to the 60s. Look, technically here, it's a little step back and across, uses the crease, gives herself a bit extra time. Brilliant batting. End of the 16th over, 167 for 2. Now, I suppose, who's your player of the match? I mean, Rajan made 95. She was incredible. Still has a very good case for it. It's very tough with these two to pick one. And they've both batted so well. But I don't think they'll be too worried about it, Team Spain, as long as they get the win.
Oh, Naomi picked up a wicket as well, didn't she? So maybe that nudges her ahead if she does manage to remain unbeaten here.
Yeah, scored slightly quicker strike rate at this stage. Anyway, cricket's a team game for a reason. Here's Rajan. It's almost last roll of the dice time now. 23 required of 4 overs.
Just nudged away behind square for a single.
What a chase. Having said that, feels like this partnership might go on forever, but there's only 4 overs left in this game. And if there is a wicket or a couple of wickets, maybe a mix-up, maybe a fatigue-based error, then you will have new bats coming out that might not find it quite as easy.
Clubbed away, and that will be another 4 runs. Again, just the fielder's not quite in the right spaces. I know it's easy to say when the ball goes past them, but I'd probably tighten that gap between Cow and... Well, it's probably more of a deep square leg. And maybe just shuffle long on across as well. Because again, you want to try and force them into those straight shots. At the moment, a club through mid-wicket is all too easy.
Just so mature with their decision-making. Amy Brown Carrera knows she doesn't have to whack every ball to the boundary. And the only way they can lose here is if there's a whole bunch of dot balls. And they're just not going to let that happen. You talked about the very low amount of dot balls we've had in the last few overs. They've just formed such a beautiful union.
And just that delicate dab. I think she's going to get full reward for that, which is...
Oh, it's such a... Little...
That's stopped, hasn't it? I think that's not going to go. It's the first time, actually, it's not gone. And, well, if they're not tired yet, they will be after running that 3.
That actually, I think, was 3 blades of grass short of the rope. I find it quite extraordinary that was even possible for that to stop. But again, low risk, just getting bad on it, getting it past the keeper. Again, well let out for a 3.
It seemed almost impossible that it would get to the rope with the delicacy with which that was played. And it was the one time I think it hasn't managed to sneak over the line, but they'll be happy with the 3. 14 now required, final ball of the 17th. Digs it in quicker, but she's equal to it as ABC, and that'll be another 4 runs. And again, just chasing shadows, Switzerland, as Natalie Sancerre-Clarke moved from deep square leg to deep mid-wicket to try and cut off that boundary option. And then she sees it go straight through the spot that she'd previously occupied to end the 17th over, 180 for 2, with just 10 runs required now for Spain.
Have to fall over to lose now, wouldn't they? So where to for Switzerland from here? I know they're, a couple of bowlers short of what they would like to get on the park. There's various reasons for that. But what do you think Switzerland can take away from this performance, Tina?
Well, first and foremost, they can be extremely pleased with their batting performance. Vanny yesterday in comms was saying that they see themselves actually as more of a bowling side. So if you're a not batting side and you still manage to put up 189 against a decent Spanish bowling lineup, then you can be happy with that. I think it's just about the maturity in the bowling innings. are maybe just recognizing that these two batters, what they're trying to do, the areas they're trying to play in, and react accordingly. It seems that Switzerland haven't been able to react and haven't been able to adapt their plans. They've kind of got plans for where they want their fielders, what they want to do, which is great. But if your plan A doesn't work, what is your plan B? What is your plan C? But that's something that you'll only ever develop by playing more cricket, as that one's going to race away for a couple of runs. And in fact, it's a good stop out there in the deep, as both Spain batters just waited and watched to see if that one would go over the rope, but they tropped 3 for 2.
Yeah, good effort out there to at least stop the boundary. So, I mean, the effort's been there. It's not that it hasn't been. I think they've just been outdone by two very, very clever cricketers that have had all the tools and the temperament to build this partnership, which is now worth 154. So that's an incredibly good effort. Here's Danuka.
That one's drilled down the ground. It'll take some stopping and it won't be cut off, as the boundaries are flowing now with just 4 runs required. And again, maybe something for Switzerland to work on is that anticipation in the field. Sometimes they get to the ball and just don't quite get down quickly enough.
Not really they're there, but they're not in a position to field, so they're kind of a little bit off balance. I think that's a good point. Let's talk about these two teams and where they go to from here. Of course, they're done for the day after this game. But tomorrow, Switzerland have 2 games. They have one against Jersey in the morning. They have the late game against Brazil. So Switzerland have to play twice tomorrow. So it's probably good for them to take the afternoon off, have a quick debrief, and then just kind of reset mentally, because they've got a big day coming up, 2 really tough games. And Spain, in the middle game of the day, will take on Brazil. Again, another huge game for them. First time they've played each other. And so for Switzerland in particular, I think, they need to regather themselves. And the other thing is that both these teams will be playing on finals day on Thursday. And we know Jersey won't be involved in that, but they potentially could meet again. And I'd be interested to see how that second game might go if they do meet each other. 3 to win then.
They will get a single despite the tumble at cover there. And again, just showing the maturity as they will actually get overthrows. So Switzerland just have lost it a touch here. That will take the scores level. Spain, even with the end very much in sight, they haven't done anything differently. They've built this partnership on sensible batting, targeting the bad balls, and it looks like that will see them over the line here with just 1 to go.
Any score wins it. That's how it'll end, with a wide. But geez, what a performance from Spain. That partnership will end up unbroken at 162. Have a look at the raw emotion. And this is what European cricket's all about as well. Both those players deserved centuries. It was only the fact that they batted so well together that meant that neither of them was able to challenge for the 3 figures. But Naomi Hillman-Bremeko will finish on 85, not out. Amy Brown-Carrera with 73. And Spain have won this, and they've won it fairly comfortably in the end with 14 balls to spare. For Switzerland, it was a tough task when those two came together. They just couldn't find a way to even create any chances, never mind take any. And they've got a big day coming up tomorrow, as we said. But high scoring match number 3 sees the Spaniards get over the line.
And you have to say, hats off to Spain for how they rallied as well. At halfway point, we thought, well, they look a bit down in the dumps. Then they lost those 2 early wickets, and we thought Switzerland are well on top here. This one's there for the taking. But it's these two out there in the middle, Amy Brown-Carrera and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, who had other plans. And it's an outstanding partnership, surely a record partnership for them that has seen them over the line. As for Switzerland, I don't think they should be too disheartened. Let's not forget they're still a very young side in terms of T20I experience, and they'll have learned a lot from this. And I'm sure if they carry on playing against teams like Spain, at some point they'll start winning more games than they lose.
Yeah, and look, that partnership, if in a word, it was ruthless. And I'm not meaning that in an unsporting way, but it reminds me of that old adage, if my opponent was drowning, I'd put a hose in his mouth, because it would not give the fielding side anything. They did the basics well. They rarely lofted the ball. They just made really good decisions. And I think you can see the work that those two put into their game to kind of know their game, know what they can work on. They just were making correct choices, weren't they? And Switzerland, they didn't bowl as well as they would have liked. They didn't field as well as they would have liked to think as well. Their ground fielding wasn't quite where it was yesterday. But in the end, I don't think there's any doubt that the best team on the day takes the win. Well, from here, we will take a little bit of a break and we'll be back in exactly 1 hour's time, as it will be Brazil playing on ECN for the first time, taking on Jersey. Just looking at that innings, though, before we go, 190 was the victory target. They lost Deepa Chukapali for 1. They lost Hartley for 16, but that brought together Naomi Hillman-Bameko and Amy Brown-Carrera. Hillman-Bameko with 85 off 47 with 13 boundaries. ABC with 73 off 43 with 12 boundaries. So an incredible performance at pace, just doing everything right. They ran well. Bowling-wise, well, Vani Danuka was a shining light with 2 early wickets, but they weren't able to do too much after that as Spain pick up the win with 14 balls to spare. So big thanks to you again to Henry Blofeld, who's been joining us today, and hopefully you can stay around for some of the afternoon session. Super thanks to you as well, Tina. I'm Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. I'm going to grab some lunch with the crew, and then we'll be back in an hour's time as we're going to go full Brazilian versus Jersey when we return on ECN for more Quad Series action. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of this T20IW Quad Series in Zurich, Switzerland. This should be a really great game, much anticipated, with the touring Brazilians in town. Their first opponents are Jersey. Jersey 2-0, a perfect day for them yesterday, winning both tosses, electing to bowl and chase, and being successful on both occasions against Switzerland and Spain, respectively. For Brazil, this is their first actual match of the tournament. They have been in the country for over a day now, training and preparing. And they are a team that we haven't seen before on ECN, but they are very experienced with a 72-match journey in T20IW cricket. 51 wins out of 72 matches is a pretty good record. They've played 22 opponents, including Jersey, who they played last year in England and actually were successful against. So Jersey, probably more aware than anyone here about what this Brazilian team are capable of. Obviously, the Brazilian team in the headlines for many good reasons as well. They were the first to professionalise the women's game, and their team is really, really interesting, led by Carolina Nascimento. They've got Monica Machado behind the stumps. Right now, we've got Lindsay Boas out there with Laura Agatha to open the batting. It'll be left arm spin first up from the Jersey skipper, Chloe Griechen, as the Jersey girls hope to go 3-0 in the week. Quirk of the fixtures that Jersey won't be here for finals on Thursday, but still they'd want to go out as the moral victors, so to speak, and not drop any games along the way. Looking at the rankings, they came into this series 6 ranking positions apart, with Brazil 28 in the world, Jersey 34 in the world. But it's time for a little bit of history as the clock ticks over. It'll be 2 o'clock local start. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Hello to Chris Smith. Great to have you with us. Hello to Nicholas. And also, hello to any Brazilian viewers that might be tuning in to the European Cricket Network for the first time. We were pretty close to actually having a European cricket series in Brazil a couple of years ago at the ground near Sao Paulo. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite get it up at that stage, but hopefully we'll in the future. Here's match 4 and a bit of history. That's a good start from Griechen. Gets it right up in the block hole. Brazil have Julia Price as their head coach, former Australian keeper, with a lot of top-level international experience. I know she's really thrown herself into the role. Back and across, Boss keeps it out. In Brazil, I suppose they've had the advantage of watching 3 whole games and I suppose getting a sense of what they're in for. Fairly good batting pitch, very fast outfield and slightly unpredictable outfield at times. Good ball from Griechen, slides on, beats Maguire to her left. Trinity Smith is after it. The first runs of the game, I think, might be buys here. Wait for the signal. Yeah, a couple of buys as both the bat and the glove stuck were undone by that in angle from Chloe. Slip in place for Griechen. Good ball. And Brazil, like I said, they're very experienced. They've played in many different conditions as well, including Africa, where they took part in that huge multi-team event back in 2022. Goes for it here, up in the air. It's going to get over the fielder. Tanguy slightly misjudged it. It blew over her head. She got a fingernail on it. She will stop the boundary, but an early life. Yeah, Flo didn't really know which way to go there. The breeze is slightly in that direction. In the end, it blew over her head. You could just feel the pressure building up on Boas there. And Tanguy, well, it would have been spectacular had it stuck, but it didn't. Now, another opportunity, and it goes down this time. Same fielder, Tanguy. Same batter as well. Very different type of catch. It was a shin buster supreme. Came low. She does get 2 hands to it. Jersey, who set high standards for themselves in the field, be disappointed that they let a couple get away in that first over. Still a good one from Griechen. It's 5 without loss. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximone. Joining me once again in the afternoon session is none other than German international and all-round good person, Tina Goff.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
You need no introduction.
I don't. I was caught off guard. I'm not usually called a good person. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? With Brazil coming into the tournament late, as you said, they've had 3 chances now to look at their opposition. Speaking of chances, Jersey had 2 in the last 2 deliveries, weren't able to take advantage. One went high, one went low. Flo Tanguy was caught in the middle.
She's now done the very European cricket. Swap me out of this position.
Yeah, she's clearly not happy with the hot spot there at mid-on.
So, I mean, you've played against this Brazilian side before, right? Tell us about that experience back in 2022. Yeah, there's so many countries in that tournament, right?
It was in Rwanda. I think it was 8 countries altogether. And Brazil, obviously representing South America. We were representing Europe, the other 6 countries from Africa. And the one thing to look out for with Brazil is that they're very well drilled in the field. So I think classic kind of associate country, they know they don't have the facilities, which they kind of do now, but they didn't used to have the facilities to really drill batting and bowling. But the one thing you can do is be a good fielding outfit, and especially their athleticism, quick to the ball, really loud and a lot of hustle in the field. So looking forward to seeing them. But that one's been hustled all the way to the boundary. That's a lovely swing of the bat there from Boas, and first real shot in anger there from the Brazilians. Yeah,
well, she got dropped twice in the first over. And maybe that just has her feeling this is going to be her day. That was a solid off drive, wasn't it? Really good contact. And field had no chance, 4 runs in the first boundary of the contest. Yeah, I suppose Brazil, again, we haven't been there. We almost were there actually a couple of years ago, like I said, but I wonder how comfortable they'll be on this field. Obviously, it's got a few quirks, but like you said, they're well drilled. They've experienced different conditions around the world, so they'll probably have a strategy to combat the undulations, I suppose, and it'll be interesting to watch them a little bit later on in the field. But right now, they've got the bat. Merritt getting this second over, just losing another one down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, I was just looking up the scorecard of that Brazil-Germany game because I knew we'd lost. I wasn't sure how close it was, and I think we threw it away a bit. We lost in the end by 8 runs, chasing 118. I got 5 off 9. So
the reverse Dolly Parton, working 5 off 9. What a way to make a living.
Did the night shift. It's a different way to make a living.
Inspired you to take up commentary as this is belted. Wow, that is a hit and a half. Maximo! We got our first blow onto the grassy knoll, and it's Boas who goes large. What a shot that was over mid-wicket.
Well, just as well, there is no one picnicking up there because they would have had a cricket ball into their glass of wine as that one flew away. It was a great hit.
Well, you were the reverse Dolly Parton. She's gone the reverse Lee Harvey Oswald there and sent a bullet back onto the grassy knoll. What a shot that was. Wasn't the worst ball for Merritt. It was just length. She stepped, she hit, and she got 6.
It's going to be interesting to see how Jersey react to this kind of power hitting. I think maybe they've been in a bit in cruise control the last couple of days. And you have to say, with all credit to Switzerland and to Spain, that Brazil are going to be a cut above in terms of just their intent, the way they go about their game.
Comeback ball for Merritt. Oh, shot off the back foot. That's cracked as well. Oh, no. And it's a little bit of knee on ball action as that one's gone into oblivion. It's going to be 4 more. Brazil, after a slightly nervous first over, they have taken control in this second, and Boas goes 6 and 4. Bad luck there for the fielder. Does get a body behind it, but ends up putting it into the car park.
That 6 seems to have just jolted Boas into life. Follows it up with a crunch through the covers. Was unlucky there, the fielder out in the deep. It was well stopped, but she ended up kneeing it a good 20 metres to her right. That's the 3rd boundary in this over so far.
Let's have a look at what Merritt comes back with here. Edged and safe. Tough one for the fielder. Good hands down there. And Liv Baston patrolling a deep 3rd area. And yeah, a sense of expectation and theatre, and so far the Brazilians haven't let us down.
I think the Brazilians will enjoy the bowling here of Merritt. She probably is guilty of dragging it a touch too short at times, and the Brazilians certainly going to capitalise on that. everyone in the ring on the leg side, so she really can't afford to drag this one down.
Agatha gets her first taste of the action, and she edges away, perhaps a slightly educated edge to get off the mark. And Monty Luce, he's actually living in South America. He lives in Colombia, actually, but I think he's well behind the Brazilians here, saying, yay, finally a team not in red. It is true, actually. 3 of the 4 teams play in red. So we get to see a different palette. Appeals coming from everyone but the bowler and the keeper. Never a good sign. End of the second over. Brazil get out of the box, 23 without loss.
Taking no time at all to acclimatise to these conditions, although a lot of the Brazilian girls do play over in Europe, if we can still call the UK Europe.
Well,
so Laura Agatha, she plays at Edgeworth Cricket Club up in the northwest in Bolton, and I know that there's a couple others that are playing around London, so it's great that they have this opportunity to play in Brazil in the winter months and then come over to Europe for the summer.
And I suppose one of the great things about playing 22 different international opponents is that you do form these relationships, don't you? And Brazil have played games in England. They've obviously been spotted. They've been scouted a little bit and had opportunities offered to them. It's also true of some of the Jersey players who have broken into club cricket in the UK as well, and even the county stuff as Greeken comes back. Low full toss. That's hit pretty hard. It's going to get through the fielder. Annie Mossop down there. Kind of half went down. Was trying to read the last bounce, but Jersey haven't helped themselves so far. That's another 4 runs to the total.
It's one of those where she almost went into self-preservation mode, didn't want to get down low, fearing that it might have kicked up into her face, as we saw in the previous game with Natalie. Ends up letting it go through her legs. Yeah, Brazil, they've done the A to Z, haven't they? They've played from Argentina all the way through to Zambia.
Yeah.
And everything in between.
There's
only 2. And G. They've done G for Germany.
G for Germany. Or A for Alemania, as it's known in some places.
D for
Germany.
Deutschland.
I feel like Germany is called the most things. Like, for example, it's Deutschland in German, Alemania in Spanish, Germany in English. That's 3 different letters. Just choose. Nicely worked away. Maguire throws wildly. They do get through for a single.
Germany famously likes to have it all, though, doesn't it?
Wants it all. Good to see Germany back together as well. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks very much.
This is a really exciting power play, isn't it? Greeken is really wily. She's got the ball on the string. She's got very good control of her pace and will vary that slightly. It just drops on this uncomfortable length. Another one out there. Well done to Moss at this time. It does get down and make the stop. Only a single. Have you ever been to South America?
Yeah, I went to Brazil with
of course
with
you
MCC.
toured Brazil.
I toured Brazil.
It's on my bucket list. In fact, I was pretty excited when it looked like we were going to have a Brazil and an Argentina ECS at one point. I call them the crazy years. And I started doing all kinds of research into... I know so much about the different airports around Sao Paulo, but unfortunately 2 hours later, it was called off. But it was an interesting couple of hours.
Those 2 hours, though.
8 days notice to say, hey, you get on a plane.
You dared to dream.
Charlie Hunt would have been on there, the canary down the coal mine. Anyway, end of the third over. And 30 without loss. Greeken, another good one from her. Does go to the boundary once and concedes 7.
Yeah, so the Cricket Brazil story is a pretty incredible one. So they made their women's team, their international team, professional before their men's team.
Yeah.
And they're based in Poços, which is a town kind of 2-3 hours between Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo.
Yeah, that's the ground I think we were talking about broadcasting from.
And in that city, there's more kids playing cricket than there are playing football, which is pretty unusual for Brazil, famously quite likes its football. And they've just gone nuts for it. It's just this cricket hotspot. That's where they've got their performance centre, where all the players live.
They stick with Merritt in the 4th over. So they trust her to get a second. It's funny, it reminds me a little bit of the ground in Romania, Moravlasia, which is built in a village outside Bucharest, probably 20 minutes outside the capital. Same thing, great facilities, nets. Kids play cricket, just like they do in any country where there's cricket around. And so Romania have developed quite a good kind of teen generation because of that. Bang. Good luck fielding that. It's a trampoline Tortuga, and before you know it, that's going to crash into one of the world's widest sight screens. Have a look at that. Well, to be honest, the fielder does well, kind of goes low, but just can't ride the bounce up. Merritt getting more treatment in her second over.
We need to be on a bit of a milestone watch here as well, Vinny, because before the game, Lindsay was on 950 international runs.
Oh, nice shot again. That was technical. Punches it past the bowler. Almost knocked the umpire's hat off his head, but it's cuatro carreras más.
She's very quickly going on her way to that milestone. Her high score in international cricket is 54, and she's motoring along to 27 off 15 here. Agatha very much just happy to watch and admire from the non-striker's end. I think they're just very much enjoying the pace of Merritt here. You have to say, at least to be fair to the Jersey bowler, she's getting Lindsay on the front foot, but it seems like that's exactly where Lindsay wants to be.
I think would have been tempted to go spin at this end. Also, you're hitting slightly into the wind. It doesn't seem it at the moment, the way Boas is hitting them. Another good shot, partially knocked down at cover by Greeken. Good work from her. It's a very good start for Brazil, but again, already those drops looking pretty costly. Boas was put down twice in the first over. One was more of a misjudgment than a drop. One was a bit of a low stinger. Good comeback from Merritt, who hasn't had too many wins so far. Thanks to Monty Luce. Apparently, Germany is Njemačka in Croatian as well. So you're also an N in a language. There's something I learnt today.
Yeah.
I've got some exciting crowd news as well, Tina.
I'm sat. I'm waiting.
You just sit tight there as this is guided away slightly uppishly. And it's going to reach the boundary. It was too square for Baston. So very good placement there. Thought for a second she might have been in trouble. The infielder was lurking at backward point. But the good start continues as Agatha finds the boundary. End of the fourth over. It's 44 without loss. We have our first picnicker on the grassy knoll. Isaac, maybe you can just zoom out a little bit and we can see the context of where that man is. I told you it's a great spot. That's a picnic spot.
Hold on.
He's
not
having a picnic.
He's not on the knoll.
He's a one-man picnic.
He's atop the knoll. I think you've got to be very much on the slope to be classified as on the grassy knoll.
If he does fall down the slope or get on the slope, I think could be an interesting bit of television. And we'll keep our eyes peeled there. Good spot. It's a nice shady corner of the ground. That's the members over there because that's where the shade hits first. Beautiful, beautiful part of the ground. Anyway, here's Greeken coming back. Beats Boas outside the off stump. It's been a nice little battle between these two so far.
Be interesting to see how long Chloe keeps herself on, obviously going into her third over here. Maybe similar tactic to what was employed by Spain in the previous game where Deepa Chukapali, the left arm round spinner, same as Chloe, went for all 4 overs early on. That one's just miscued down the leg side. The chase is on and the ball will win as it has done all week here so far. Just tickled away by Lindsay as she moves to 32.
This could be a bit of a shootout the way this is shaping up, isn't it? And once again, just good shot selection, turns it around the corner. The short fine leg was quite square. Once it beat her, ran away down the hill. All down slopes lead to the rope here at the Embra Cricket Ground. Comeback ball for Greeken. Well hit as well. And good placement. Threads the needle. Boas is in a mood here. Moves to 36.
Yeah, she's racing away to that half century, which would take her to 1,000 international runs as well. I suppose worth mentioning that this isn't the first time these two teams have actually met, which you would think, given the geographical location of the two, but they tried to play 3 games last year in September. One was won on DLS by Brazil, one they won by 8 wickets, and one was abandoned. So they've got the wool over jersey just a touch, and you can kind of see the confidence flowing through their veins here. Yeah,
I don't know if there's a direct Rio de Janeiro to St. Helier flight. It doesn't seem like they'd be connected.
They would have to be quite mighty propellers.
Often. 50's up, by the way, in the 50 partnership. Boas has dominated it. She'll take one here out to the sweeper, Erin Duffy. Yeah, but 22 opponents for Brazil. They've really been pioneers, I suppose, of the women's game outside the big nations. And I think the results speak for themselves. A real success story. the fact they have broken into the top 30 in the world, and I think their story's only just beginning. There's a lot of natural talent there and youngsters coming through, as you said. A bowl by Greeken, again, normally gives very little away, but does go for 2 boundaries in the over. End of the 5th, and Brazil 53 without loss.
Do you want to guess the straight line distance between St. Helier and Rio de Janeiro in kilometres or miles?
I am going to guess 8,200 kilometres.
Not bad.
What is it?
8,997.
Okay, yeah. I went a slightly more direct route through the earth.
You skipped part of the Atlantic.
Yeah. And have you been to Jersey before?
I have. I've played World Cup qualifiers on Jersey. And I think I've mentioned before, windiest place I've ever been.
Yeah.
And
I remember when you were playing in those, actually. Yeah, now you mention it.
And wind, one thing about me is that wind makes me feral. I cannot deal with windy conditions.
We'll keep that in mind, actually. We did have a bit of wind yesterday, and I did notice it took a bit of a turn.
And this was not only, I mean, wind today, fine, it's 30 degrees, a nice gentle breeze. This was gale force.
This was
across so you've got Granville in Jersey, which is the main ground, but we also played at the school grounds because we were playing parallel games. And it was 3 pitches side by side, and I felt like I was at the bottom of it, and the wind was just shivering my timbers.
Olivia Baston comes on, delivers a wide outside off stump first up. Yeah, sounds like real toupee tussling weather. And we had a bit of it as well. I've got to admit, when we were there for European Cricket Series. We actually were there for the Liberation Series last year, celebrating Liberation Day weekend. It was the 80-year anniversary of that. Again, thanks again.
Yeah, apologies.
To everyone that made that possible. Good delivery. They do make that change at what Henry so aptly called the sight screen end, which when you see how big the sight screen is, it kind of makes sense.
I'll tell you what, it's the first time I've actually noticed it. I suppose it's
blacked out the whole nets, which is quite clever because you're not distracted by any movement in the nets behind the bowler's arm.
Or maybe it's a privacy screen so you can train in privacy without giving away your tactics.
Well, that is the one thing that when I've wanted to see kind of how people are going and spy on them training, you can't because you can't see anything. Can't even see who's in there. But yeah, great nets there with full run-ups and everything. There's facilities here. Honestly, they can be really proud of what they've developed.
And I know they were particularly proud that the first T20Is here were female games as well. I'm sure the men will follow suit soon enough. I suppose it's kind of apt as well with Brazil out there who have been real trailblazers for women's cricket, as they're going to get potential overthrows.
They won't,
here.
But let me give you a bit of free advice. Don't bounce it into the keeper or anybody for that matter. You can look after your bowler by taking a bit off the throw, but she thought it was a safe throw because she threw it so short. But in the end, it just created an extra bounce that was even more difficult to handle.
Probably going to be a bit of a difference maker between these two sides as well. Brazil are probably used to this kind of outfield from what I saw in October. It's nothing unusual for them to have a bit of a bobbly outfield, whereas Jersey can consider themselves a bit spoiled with some of the lush outfields they have in Jersey, and of course a lot of them playing over in England as well, as that one's crunched away over mid-on, and Chloe Greeken's not going to reel that one in.
Well, Agatha's been off strike for most of this innings so far, but it certainly hasn't done too much wrong. Gets a full toss, could hit it absolutely anywhere. That's that bottom hand takeover and lofts it over mid-on for 4. Question here, has the 1,000th ball gone off? No, it hasn't gone off yet. But currently the count has gone over 970,000 balls on ECN. So at some point, I think it'll be in August. I think we'll see our 1,000th ball bowled. Where will you be when that 1,000th ball is bowled? Another good shot. Punched. Pick up and throw, but there was always one there. Good running. Also, Tina, I know that we've had Henry Blofeld around, and Blowers has been kind enough to join us in the commentary from time to time today. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to step out and give you a chance to commentate with the living legend himself. How do you feel about that?
Absolutely. One living legend to another. It is your siesta time as well.
Well, you're half right. I am living.
Of the two, I'd probably say legend. More apt for you than living, but...
Well, I'm honoured to make way for Blowers, who's been absolutely wonderful. It just seems that he likes the European cricket because it seems that I'm seeing him popping up more and more. Saw him in Malta earlier in the year. He was at Cricket on Ice in St. Moritz in February, which is a great tournament as well. And I'll be happy for him to give his thoughts. And also, he has some experience with Brazilian cricket. You guys can compare notes. Baston's just lost the swing a little bit here, and a few going gun barrel straight down the leg side. I just feel like Jersey, you're right. The first time we've seen them, I suppose, take a punch in this series. And it'll be interesting to see how they respond.
We were chatting to a few of the Jersey bowlers before the game, weren't we? And a few of them not quite comfortable on these run-ups. It's always difficult to know what kind of shoes to wear on the AstroTurf. Obviously, you can't wear spikes.
Or this could be a chance if she hits, bounces it over the top. I think a direct hit the base of the stumps. Merritt might have had the first wicket. Have a look at this. But again, good confident running. Needs to be a perfect piece of fielding. She kind of improvises a throw off the wrong foot. Hey, I like this from Monty Luce before I go. Says, loves the sight screen, and the flag is a big plus.
Good.
Very, very clever.
Good. I like that.
Yeah, we know we've got at least one South American deal. Colombia. Last ball of power play, and it's a full toss, and it's going to beat the fielder. That's 4 more. So Agatha getting into the action. Has more bows from that end for Team Jersey. 15 come off that over. And Brazil certainly have been incredibly impressive through the power play. They're 68 without loss after 6.
It's been a blistering start here from Brazil. First over or so, oh wow, we've tripled the amount of members on the grassy knoll, as he's been joined by 2 buddies. And I've been joined by a buddy in the commentary box as well, as I welcome back Blowers. Thanks for joining us again.
Tina, wonderful. What a thrill. My first spell with you. Have you ever been to Chicago?
I have not. Have you?
No, but they always talk about the windy city is mighty pretty. I thought if you had been there, the inhabitants might need to fasten their seatbelts.
Absolutely. I think that's one I'll steer clear of.
Oh, dear. But isn't this tremendous? Old-fashioned pinch hitting, isn't it, really?
It's been a blistering start from Brazil, hasn't it? I know you saw some of the game this morning, but Brazil seem to be a cut above, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing, this. I'm really enjoying it. I mean, what is the name of the one who's almost got 50? I can't remember her first name. Lindsay, that's right. She's terrific.
She's pretty fearless, and there she goes again. There are 2 fielders out there. That one's going to go all the way for 6 runs, and she's rocketing along here. So she's now just 5 runs shy, Blowers, of her 1,000 international runs in T20s, which is pretty good going for someone who's still so young.
It's amazing. It makes me think of old-fashioned pinch hitting, Les Favell of South Australia and Australia, and Cammy Smith of the West Indies were 2 of the great pinch hitters. And, of course, look at that one again. Go straight back down the ground. And that's 4 more, isn't it? Yes, goodness me. It's like a tidal wave, isn't it?
It is. And now she's just 1 shy of that half century.
But this has been the innings of the tournament so far. And it'll be difficult to beat it. If she goes on and gets 3 figures, it's going to be sensational.
Well, they just had those 2 chances in the first over, but since then...
They were. I thought Vinny was perhaps a little bit harsh. They were jolly difficult, weren't they? Didn't you think? I felt, they were sort of half chances rather than... Oh, I said, there he goes again to square leg. That 4 more? Yes, it is. The fielder couldn't get behind it. And I must say, when the ball is hit as hard as this on an uneven surface, the fielding is jolly difficult. We saw this morning, didn't we, that Spain really got into all sorts of problems fielding. And now Jersey are not doing as well as they would like, I think, in the field.
Absolutely. Well, we always talk on European cricket about how you get value for runs in the air. But I think the opposite is true here, as Lindsay then does bring up her half century, another one cracked along the surface. And that's 1,000 international runs for her in T20Is. So double congratulations to her. And as you're saying, Blowers, I don't think she's going to stop anytime soon.
Well, that's another one that's gone away there on the offside. I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. And in the first over, I thought, goodness me, this is going to be Sloggeroo and get out. And then suddenly she hit that 6 over mid-wicket in the second over, and it went from there, didn't it?
It was almost like she flicked a switch, and from there was no looking back. And now that's off the edge of the bat, and she's
But I think if you play like that, you're entitled to a bit of luck of that sort. I mean, she had a heave-ho. There's no one close behind the wicket. There's no slip or anything. And if she got the edge, which she did, she was going to get 4 runs. And I think that's a perfectly legitimate risk.
Well, you absolutely make your own luck, and
You do, don't you?
Deserved every moment.
Well said, indeed.
86 for no loss, still in the 7th over here. This over's so far gone for 4 boundaries, just the 1-dot ball. The only solace so far for Flo Tanguy. Final ball coming up.
Well, that's driven powerfully, but that's a little bit of misfielding there at mid-on allows a single. But what's that, 16 in the over?
Yep.
Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. It just goes on. And I mean, what fun this is, isn't it? I mean, okay, people put 20 cricket and all the rest, but if you've been watching this here, and I'm not talking about the game this morning, which was interesting enough, but this last half hour has been absolutely amazing entertainment.
It's been pure entertainment, hasn't it? And
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe not for the bowlers who've been hit to all 4 corners, but certainly for us. And I think the Brazilians in the tent there are enjoying every moment as well.
We mustn't feel sorry for the bowlers. There are times when they don't feel sorry for you, I tell you. When do you last play? Do you still play quite a lot?
I still do play when I have time in between commentary and my job for MCC. I think as a batter, I'd love to be playing out there in the middle. The outfield is brutal. The bowlers sometimes feel like they're bowling machines against this kind of batting lineup. And it's just sitting up nicely on the AstroTurf, isn't it? It's such a different proposition.
The AstroTurf seems to me it just bounces a little bit higher, but it bounces consistently, and that's the great thing.
It's certainly the great thing for the batters. They can trust their swing. Another big swing there from Lindsay, and she gets a hold of it, but equally good fielding out there in the deep by Amy Aikenhead as they run through for 2, and a better throw might have put her in trouble. But Brazil, it's something I was mentioning to Vinny earlier. They're so athletic, and they're always going to take the 2 on there. He also mentioned that you've had previous with cricket in Brazil.
I have. I go into I'm just wanting to watch this. There's a bit of a hold up. Yes, I went out there. Well, let's watch this over because here she is again, facing, and it's so exciting. I don't want to talk over a moment of her. Oh, she hit that. It's high over extra cover. It's gone away for 4 runs. And again, it's the no end to this. I mean, it is extraordinary. And there's such a confidence about her stroke. And you know, when you said if it had been a quick throw, the previous one, I was watching her through my glasses. She was looking at the ball all the time.
Yeah.
I think actually she was under control. But there's a feel of cricket about her. This is not just a slogging innings. This is a skillful technician, I think. I really do. I've been amazingly impressed by this. But I'm going to come back to Brazil in just a moment.
Yeah,
if you see what I mean. But can we just watch this for the rest of us? How many more balls we got this over?
We've got still 4 balls left.
4 balls.
They've been carrying the ball back from all 4 corners. And as you said, Lindsay's been, if you looked at her wagon wheel, I think it'd be 360 because she's been playing all around the ground. This one goes leg side. And that's going to be another 4 runs. And Jersey at the moment have no answer to Boas's hitting.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. To go back there, we were talking about Sao Paulo. I tell you, my greatest memory of Sao Paulo comes from an adventure in a nightclub rather than on a cricket ground, but I don't think we'll go there.
I was going to say, it's not quite the watershed yet, so maybe we'll keep that one for tonight.
It's not as bad as all that, I promise you. But it's quite a place, isn't it, Sao Paulo? My goodness me.
It is indeed. I was there with MCC in October. We actually managed to sneak into the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
Oh, well, that was, my goodness me. Did you enjoy that?
We did enjoy it once we got in with what we thought were counterfeit tickets. In the end, we managed to sneak in and get past the Sao Paulo gangs. So it was maybe not quite the most MCC story, but I've said it now. So
well done. I think it's very good.
So 2 balls left of the 8th. It's been a punishing over here. Lindsay looking to line another one up, and she carves that one towards mid-off, and it's almost an outstanding catch. Annalise Merritt gets her hands to it, but just about manages to fumble it, and that could have been a key wicket there.
He could. Again, that was really a stinking difficult catch, wasn't it? I mean, she was going absolutely full tilt, and it was stretching in front of her. I really think she did jolly well to get a hand to it.
Absolutely, and I think someone with shorter legs even probably wouldn't have got there in the first place.
Clive Lloyd might have caught it, but in his youth. And the next one is a full toss, driven down the ground, and very, very well stopped. A marvellous piece of diving fielding, saved 1 run, saved 3 runs there.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding piece of fielding from Merritt, who had to fly to her left. This time she flies to the right, and it was destined for the boundary, but she manages to tumble over. It's never easy getting down as a tall fielder, believe you me. And she manages to stop that one. So the end of the 8th, Brazil 99 for no loss. So this partnership one away from triple digits, and it's been an outstanding performance so far.
Yes, you're quite right. Difficult getting down, but when you reach my age, it's even harder getting up, I can tell you. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, Vinny's clearly running out of stamina as well, because he's gone for a siesta. He's actually up on the grassy knoll. It's always the way. After lunch, Vinny just suspiciously disappears for a few overs. I saw him last night. He didn't look to me as if he'd overtrained at all. So. Well, I know you always like talking about the lunches and the food on offer.
We used to in Test Match Special. Yes, we did indeed.
Did you have a nice lunch today?
Yeah, we had jolly good lunch. I'm not quite certain what it was, but I had a sort of slice of something on my plate which indicated that something had died at some stage and gone into it. It was very good. It had a wonderful sauce with it, some lovely rice, and some jolly good veg too. Now, I was a very happy bunny. It was lovely.
Happy to hear it.
Now, we've got to... how many... I don't know. You've got to keep me up to date with the score.
99 for no loss. So Agatha on strike. She's 22 off 13. Grace Weatherall is coming into bowl. So interestingly, with Weatherall, you might be able to tell by her action, she used to be a pace bowler, and she's recently converted to spin due to various injuries she's had.
Well, that's 100 up, because that one was... she tried to swing it away on the leg side, edged it over the top, and it's gone down to find that man for 4. So runs continuing to come. It's 103 now, isn't it?
103, so the 100 partnership between these two.
In
8.1 overs.
Amazing.
And Agatha, well, she's hit 26 off 14, very much second fiddle to Lindsay Boas, who's 69 not out off just 35. That one, though, does zip through to the keeper, Mia Maguire.
Quite wide of the off stump there, wasn't it, that one? I mean, he had to reach for it to try and steer it away behind square on the offside. We allow her to miss that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Mia Maguire's been very impressive behind the stumps for Jersey. It's that one again. It's just pivoted away.
Yeah, swinging it away on the leg side, top edge, over the wicketkeeper for 4 runs. It's a very good position to hit the ball over the wicketkeeper's head. There's no one back there ever. Oh dear, I really am enjoying this. Goodness me, I keep saying that, but I really am.
Did you ever think in your long and storied career that you'd be sitting here in Zurich watching Brazil versus Jersey on a sunny Tuesday afternoon?
Well, in a word, I think no. Am I pleased that I'm here? I'm absolutely over the moon. It's terrific. And there's another smacking shot down the ground on going out towards deep mid wicket. The fielder is there, so there will be only a single. Didn't they run just one then? I think they did. Yes.
I think they might. Did they scamper through for 2?
I think they may have done.
They're so quick.
That's what I wondered about.
Yeah, they did go through for 2. They're so quick between the wickets, these two. You can tell that they're a partnership that has honed its skills together. And again, they might look for a 2 here, as Weatherall, the bowler, has to do her own fielding, but they decide against it in the end. Yeah, so the story of Cricket Brazil is such a remarkable one. A lot of these players live in Poços, which is just a cricket hotspot. It's just a small town in Brazil where cricket has completely taken over from Poços. Yeah, Poços de Caldas.
I know, yep.
And most of the players, they're studying, which is funded by Cricket Brazil as well. So they go to university. They have English lessons every week to kind of, I suppose, develop their English skills for the English-speaking cricket world. And they also, a lot of them help out with local projects, with getting kids into kids clubs playing cricket rather than, causing mischief on the streets. So it's really it's more than cricket. It's a whole project, and I think that's one of the beauties of cricket as well, isn't it? It's more than just what happens on the pitch.
The game of cricket is in a sense a social project, which is so wonderful. The great thing about the game, that wonderful thing this morning when the batsman who was out for 95 playing for Switzerland in the last over stopped and congratulated the bowler the bowler got up and congratulated the batsman. That was the way round. But that just shows you, to my mind, that cricket stands for more than just numbers.
And I think that's even more the case for women's cricket, where there's a huge community. You're already a minority because you're a woman. You're a minority because you're playing cricket in countries where they don't usually play cricket. So it's just a celebration of everyone loving the same game and wanting to promote cricket throughout the world.
Yes, but I mean, what is so wonderful is the way that women's cricket is treading on the accelerator in every possible way. And we're seeing today that women's cricket, goodness, what entertainment. I'd come a long way to watch this. I really would. And I mean, there's so much on the box that I see that I would love to go and watch. And if I had the time and the loot, I jolly well would. And it makes you realize that it's such a wonderful entertainment in its own right.
Absolutely.
I think I'm just such a fan.
Erin Duffy coming on to bowl here, trying to stem the flow of runs for Brazil. But again, maybe something that you notice in the women's game compared to the men's game is that women don't have as much the innate power, which means that they have to find other ways of scoring runs. And that's a perfect example. There was not enough on the ball to clear the rope, so she just knocks it into a gap and takes a single.
Well, yes, but that is also very good cricket, and men should be doing that in T20 too, rather than trying to hit the cover off the ball. When you start a T20 innings, running singles is a very important way of keeping the scoreboard going, or getting it going. And I agree. I mean, I know exactly what you're saying, but I do think it's something that does apply to both forms of T20 cricket. But coming back to what you were saying about the power, let me just say another thing. That's an easily taken single on the offside. The ball, batsman just opening the face, running it away behind square. Ladies cricket, lady batsmen are never going to know what it is to have a bouncer go past their nose at 90 miles an hour. But that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't take away from anything. It can't be interpreted anything, because ladies cricket, as I say, is a wonderful entertainment and stands on its own feet most emphatically.
Yeah. 100%. Agreed, blowers, and it's a shame some people don't share your opinion, but I mean, women's cricket is only on the way up, isn't it?
It's only because they don't bother to go along and have a look. Then they would share my opinion.
Absolutely. And the fact that the ball's not coming at 90 miles an hour means you have to generate your own power as well.
Of course.
The amount of times you see someone like Jofra Archer being top-edged for 6 because any kind of wood is hit on the ball. Whereas here, another beautiful cut shot demonstrates our point perfectly.
Doesn't it? Absolutely. And I mean, this is the great thing about cricket. It leaves room for so much improvisation all the time. And the improvisation in cricket is the joy of it. I mean, you're much too young ever to watch Dennis Compton bat. I did when I was young, and I was a great friend of Dennis later on. And he was the most extraordinary magician in terms of improvisation that I ever saw. And I was lucky and played a couple of games with him, actually, or against him. Won a first-class match and won a match at school after he had his right kneecap taken off in 56. And you would have thought he'd never played again in his life. 2 months later, he was playing for England in the Test match at the Oval against Australia, made 94, and Don Bradman from the press box said it was the best innings of the whole series. Amazing. But now we're back in the present. I say it's another terrific hit. The ball's gone up in the air. I've lost sight of it.
It's been dropped in the outfield there. It's Trinity Smith who was underneath it. And I think it was not only you blowers that lost sight of it, I think she did as well. She's got her sunglasses on and she gets hold of it. I think she gets 2 hands on it and it just bursts through her hands. And that's really something Jersey can't afford here with these 2 batters absolutely set. And they let a mistake go through their hands. And that's the halfway mark, 118 for no loss. And this has been an outstanding start from Brazil.
Well, it has, hasn't it? It's been extraordinary. Jersey, of course, are sadly leaving this competition they're going home on Wednesday. And with the fielding like this, one can understand why they may be quite keen to go away on Wednesday. But no, these 2 Brazilians really are such tremendous value. But now we got a break while they're having a quick drink break. My other experiences of Latin America, in Brazil, Niterói, of course, is a wonderful ground. You've been there, you've played there.
Yes.
And isn't those rhododendrons, well, they're almost rhododendrons. And it reminded me of the Neville ground in Tunbridge Wells, where there are rhododendrons going all the way around. And have you been to any other South American country?
I haven't. It's definitely on the bucket list, but just Brazil for now.
Argentina is great for Buenos Aires particularly. And then Santiago in Chile, the Prince of Wales Country Club, is a wonderful ground. The English tennis and cricket club in Lima, Peru. Caracas, a big West Indian influence there. They also play very well. And where else? We played in Quito, I think.
Oh, wow. In Mexico. Mexico?
I remember I stayed with the British ambassador was the sort of
The fashion.
the fun of the time. So we went into his garage, and then there was a extemporary tunnel which had been built from the garage. We almost crawled through into the embassy so as not to go outside and be nabbed by the ungodly.
We wouldn't have wanted that on the front pages of The Guardian.
Well, do you think? I think it a 5-point postscript on the back page, probably. Still, there we are. But what a great tour! I was one of the assistant managers of the Derek Robbins tour of young county cricketers. Chris Cowdery captained the side, and there were people like Les Taylor, Bill Athy, Graham Stevenson, Les Taylor of Leicestershire, and Bill Merry from Middlesex, and it was a jolly good side. Keith Tomlin from Middlesex. I can't think of all the others, but they were. A lot of them went on to play for Peter Whiteley, officer no played for Yorkshire, but his career didn't go quite as he hoped it would. And but I became a great friend with Bill Athy on that tour, and Peter Parfitt was the manager, and Graham Kelly, who had bowled off breaks for South Africa. In the series against Australia just before that, was the team doctor.
Right.
So it was quite an amusing cricketing gathering, and we went to 7 Latin American countries in 4 weeks.
Wow.
And
Whistle stop
it
tour.
was wow, absolutely, it was terrific. Anyway, drinks have gone, and who have we got? What's now? I'm just trying to see who we got coming on to bowl.
Yeah, we've got Weatherall coming back on for her second. So quick off spin from the right-hander. The score at halfway is 118 for no loss. Lindsay Boas, 71 not out off 39. Agatha playing a great part herself, 39 off 21. And Jersey just needs something to go their way, even if it's a lucky run out, a one-handed catch. Something needs to just spark this fielding innings, because at the moment they're slightly down in the dumps, aren't they?
Well, yes, and when you think yesterday they were really rather sort of up on their toes and doing rather well, didn't they? They won that game. I can't remember who they were playing Spain, weren't they?
They beat both Spain and Switzerland yesterday, so they're coming into this game 2 wins from 2, and they won the toss as well. Let's not forget in this game, and Chloe Greeken.
It was an insertion job, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and she made no mistake. She wanted to chase once again. And at the moment, maybe regretting that decision, because Brazil have come out on all cylinders here.
She didn't think the horizon was going to be quite so far away as it looks as it may be. Oh dear, cricket can be a cruel game, can't it? Anyway, here's the next ball of the over. Oh, now it's pulled away. To deep mid-wicket, that's gone for 4. Did he go all the way for 6?
I think it just bounced inside the rope.
I think he did,
They
yes.
might have to double check that one, but from my eye, and it's a good 150 metres away, it looked like it landed inside. Certainly went to the rope, and, a very vacant mid-wicket region as well.
He's just signalled 4, the umpire. I'm looking at him with my field glasses. So 4 runs it was. Your eyes are jolly good. I can't begin to see anything happening as far away as that.
It's mostly guesswork at this stage, but Vinny and I have seen enough games to guess correctly more often than not.
You rumbled the secret of my commentary career.
It's mostly guesswork, I think, can go on the top of all of our CVs.
Well, that's a defensive stroke, pushing the ball back to the bowler.
So we've spoken a lot about the kind of weird and wonderful world of cricket. What would be the strangest place you've seen cricket being played?
Hang on, let me just. Oh my goodness, that one's gone high, wide, and handsome over everything for 6 runs. I think. Has that gone for 6?
I think it went for 4. I think it was just inside the rope once again.
Oh, your eagle eyes! There you are. My goodness me. How absolute! It was a splendid stroke. Tehran Airport at 6 o'clock one morning was quite a strange one. When 5 of us drove in 1976 in 46 days and nights from London to Bombay for Tony Gregg's tour for the first match, and that was Tehran. Corfu was predictable. Oh, there's a tremendous appeal out there. Then is that.
Big shake of the head from the umpire.
Yes.
A very quick shake of the head as well. I think probably drifting down leg side. It was an ambitious appeal, Jersey. I think almost desperate, you might say, because they need something to go their way.
Well, yes, hope springs eternal, you might say.
Final ball.
Down the wicket, and there's a scything drive, and they collect 1, I think, into the covers. But that was a good stop, a diving stop. And we got some individual pieces of splendid fielding, but there were very difficult catches have gone down. And one quite easy one too, actually. Let's be fair, that one in the deep there wasn't the hardest by any means.
No, you'd hope Jersey, for their high standards of fielding, that they would have wanted to take at least one of them and break this opening partnership, which is now worth 128 at the end of the 11th over. Laura Agata just 2 shy of her half century. She's 48 off 26. And Lindsay Boas, who's maybe been a bit quieter in the last couple of overs, she's on 72 off 40.
Has she had quite much of the strike? I've rather sort of felt that she may have been a bit out of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think she farmed the strike at the start, but she's let Laura almost catch up now.
Yes.
As Erin Duffy comes in, and this one's just prodded into the leg side, and they'll maybe look for 2, which would bring up Laura's half century, and they do go through for a risky single, and direct hit, and it's going to be out.
Run out. That was yes, it was always a doubtful 2, I thought, but a direct hit made that a brilliant piece of fielding, actually. Well done, them. And some sort of sense returns as far as Jersey's concerned. The opener run out for 49.
49, so 1 shy, unfortunately for her, of her half century. I think maybe she had that in the back of her mind. She wanted to get to the milestone, and in all honesty, it was never really on. Direct hit was impressive, but I think even had the keeper collected that, she probably would have had enough time to...
I was going to say exactly that. The keeper was there in plenty of time, but I was again watching through my field glass, and he came up to the stumps, and... But nonetheless, brilliant work, the throw. It's always, there's something very exciting about a direct hit, isn't there? The bails fly, and all the rest.
Well, it's what you train for, isn't it? That's what the fielding drills are all about. And she only had 1 stump to aim at, Amy Aikenhead, who I'm sure will be pleased with that effort. And well, finally, the opening resistance is broken here for Brazil. 129 that opening stand was worth, as Laura Cardoso comes in at number 3, who's a very explosive batter in her own right. And well, she's almost got carte blanche here, hasn't she, to go for it. They've still got all of the wickets in hand but 1, and they've got a brilliant platform here. That expected score up at around 230, which would be an almighty task for Jersey.
She looks a strong batsman too. She looks quite strongly built. As she goes back to her first ball and plays that into the offside, where it's sort of half stopped cover, but stopped enough to prevent any run.
Well, she's strongly built, and she's also an outstanding bowler. And in fact, blowers, she's a world record holder.
Tell me about it.
In both men's and women's cricket.
Oh, really?
It's just a couple of weeks ago, she got figures of 9 wickets for 4 runs against Lesotho in a T20I, which were the best ever figures in a T20 international. So it's no wonder she's got confidence flowing through her veins at the moment.
Well, she'd off the mark. Next ball was a long hop. She pulled it round the corner to a backward square leg, and they ran a little bit of a cheeky single, but actually they went for the run so quickly. This is the great thing. As long as you call quickly and go immediately, you've got always a much better chance than if you hesitate.
Absolutely. And then if you are the victim of a direct hit, then sometimes you just have to say, well, hats off, it was a good throw, as with Amy Aikenhead in the previous over. But more often than not, especially on this bouncy outfield, you can always burgle that quick single.
Well, this is right, you can.
So Laura Cardoso, world record holder, you must have seen quite a few records in your time. Are there any that stand out as, this is the piece of history I wanted to be involved in?
No, it's always when people ask that question. I'm sure there are a number. Of course, there must have been. The one that always comes to mind was, I wasn't at the ground, but I watched it on television, was Jim Laker's 19 for 90. I saw that second innings when he took 10. Didn't he take 10 for? 10, was it 10? He took 9 for 50 something and then 10 for 30 something.
Not many.
Oh, amazing performance. And at the end, just tucked his jersey under his helmet. That one's pull driven away on the onside to wide mid on. They go for a single. There's a general falling down behind the stumps. The bowler trying to stop the throw. The batsman maintained his feet. The umpire was the man in danger, but his balance is better than the bowler's. And there was just 1 run. And now it is who we got batting now?
Yeah, the new batter, Cardoso.
Oh, no, but yes, she drives that through the covers. It goes for 1, and I think it's gone all the way, hasn't it? Yes, it has. The fielder at cover point saving the one might on another day have stopped that, dived despairingly, but didn't. It may have bounced unkindly for her. I'm not sure. But once it was past her, there was no salvation. It was 4 runs. And it's a very unforgiving outfield in that way, isn't it?
It is indeed. We were saying the other day that the fielders half the time are mere accessories. If the ball comes straight to them, they might be in luck, but otherwise they're mostly collecting the ball from the other side of the rope. That one does go through to Mia Maguire, though, who's standing up here, which I think is a good tactic, just making sure she keeps Laura Cardoso honest. A lot of these Brazilian batters like coming down the track.
I think, actually, she's a good keeper. I think she's done well, I think. Because when you've got a torrent of runs coming like this, it's jolly difficult to keep. I know that.
Especially on this bouncy AstroTurf as well.
I agree with you entirely.
This one, she gives a bit more air.
Is that up in the air? I can't see it.
No, it's gone along the ground to, I think, Grace Wetherall there at mid-wicket, who, I think, again, just bounced up into her neck. And the umpires here will have to just come together and make sure she's okay. We had that one in the previous game where it was Natalie out here on the boundary, went down to stop one, and it bounced up into her face. So you've got to be brave to feel out here as well, don't you? Because it's bobbly.
Did you ever get badly hit yourself?
No, never. Luckily, I'm quite tall, so I can usually get my arms there and get my head out the way. Or maybe I'm just cowardly, one of the two. But I never really got down and dirtied in that way to get hit in the face. But Wetherall looks like she just needs a bit of support here. It's never nice getting one hit up at you, especially if it's deflected up when you're not really expecting it.
I remember I used to keep wicket. The only time I got hit was with a bat, going down the leg side, bat trying to, a pull, hook, whatever you like to call it. He wasn't quite one or quite the other. And swinging around, absolutely smacking against my forehead. But of course, in those days, people looked at you and there was no visible signs of blood and things. They said, "Get on with it," didn't they? You know.
Your head's still attached.
I'm talking at school in the 1950s.
How do you think you would have fared nowadays with the batters kind of using the crease, a lot of scoops and ramps going up over the keeper? Do you think you would have enjoyed that as a wicket-keeper? Enjoyed the challenge?
I get so involved whenever I watch a game of cricket. Today I've got involved in this. I love it. I do it all. I think I would have absolutely relished it personally. I think whatever you may say, okay, I played cricket at a different age when those shots were regarded as very ungodly and all the rest of it. No, but watching it, I think it's absolutely wonderful. I remember Joe Root in that Test match, remember the Australian captain doing it at Edgbaston, wasn't it? The first Test match of the series. I've gone completely blank. Who was the captain of Australia? Was a fast bowler, opening bowler.
Oh, Pat Cummins.
Pat Cummins, yeah, well done. And I think it's thrilling strokes. I mean, Harry Brook annoys the devil out of me, but my goodness me, what a cricketer in a way. But if only he could learn some discipline and stop scoring 67s and get 167.
Well, you live by the sword and die by the sword, and that's very much seems to be the modern way for England. Next Test captain, Harry Brook?
No, never. Absolutely not.
Tell us what you really think.
You cannot possibly have the same captain in all three disciplines. I was talking, Graham Gooch, a great friend of mine, I was talking to him the other night, and he was very much agreeing with me on this. You cannot do it. I'm afraid Bethel's going to have it too young. But you see, nowadays, Bethel will never have the chance to learn captaincy in county cricket. He's got a central contract early, which means he won't play county cricket. So he will never learn the art. At a lower level than Test cricket. He's going to come into Test cricket as captain, whether it's now or in 3 years' time. Yeah. And he's going to learn it from scratch in Test cricket. He's an intelligent young man, and I think probably it's worth a chance.
Yeah,
That's
I think
my
so too.
view. Some people say go back to Sam Curran. I'm not sure about that. I think Sam Curran actually would do a very worthwhile job because I admire him as a person, a cricketer. But I never like going back to people who perhaps aren't quite worth their place. I don't know what you feel.
He hasn't played Test cricket in 5 years, and if he hasn't played Test cricket, there's a reason for it, or at least the selectors think there's a reason for it, and it's difficult to bring him in just to be a captain.
If Sam Curran bowls, he swings the ball, but he's never going to get near the new ball.
No,
and so therefore, I mean, I think that we've talked him out of it, haven't we?
Should we let the ECB know that Blowers and Tina have made their judgment?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But you better sign it with your name because they don't much care for my name, I think, at the ECB.
I'll try and keep in their good books then, and we can work as a team.
Let me know.
Annalise Merritt coming back on for the 13th over, and that one just strays down the leg side, and it's not going to be stopped anytime soon as it will crash into the world's longest sight screen there at the back. Yeah, I suppose the thing with Jacob Bethel is that you don't want him to go in too early, and that's a lot of pressure on young shoulders, and then you know what the British media is like, and he's almost destroyed before he's even started. And I know there's been some criticism of his batting and what he did in the IPL or what he didn't do, but he's young and he's learning, and you've got to support those kind of players rather than building them up just to knock them back down.
I agree with you, and I agree with you entirely on that one. But you see, you can't go back to Joe Root. We saw Joe Root do the Saturday match against New Zealand, and I mean, it's a joke. He doesn't want it.
No.
To start with. And in this situation, McCullum and Stokes clearly had a blazing row during that Test match at Trent Bridge, and all details of which will emerge at some point. And I think I'm glad McCullum has gone from Test cricket. Very glad. I rather wish he'd gone from all cricket in a way. But they were frightened they'd had to pay him off with a huge amount of money. And I think that's what kept him in the white ball contract.
That one is knocked away and will be stopped in the deep. But they're certainly going for it here, Brazil, as they move too shy of 150, 148 on the board. It's certainly a tumultuous time in English cricket, and well, you almost always have a World Cup around the corner, given how many tournaments there are, and they don't have too much time. Of course, the Ashes next year.
I know. And you see, I mean, we had this great sort of thing about this kind of inquiry after the Ashes. And what did they do? Put their heads in the sand, didn't they? Did nothing. And except reappoint everyone initially. I mean, it's mad. I had great hopes and faith in Richard Thompson and Richard Gould when they came together. I don't know what's happened. I really don't know what's happened. The whole thing has staggered me. I think I could say that without anyone taking great offence. I don't mean anything damaging to either of them, but I just do think they've led this particular regiment from behind.
Well, I don't think it's controversial to say that something has gone fundamentally wrong.
No, I don't either.
The talent that England cricket has on the pitch, but also, you know, you could field a second team, which would probably trouble a lot of other test playing nations, but seemingly something has gone wrong somewhere. And if it's not off the pitch, or if it's not on the pitch, you've got to look at where it is off the pitch.
Well, I mean, look at that business of Harry Brook before the Wellington One Day International. His first tour as captain, getting involved drunk with an altercation with a nightclub bouncer. He should have been sacked immediately from the one day captaincy. Okay, he'll probably might have come back later, but I mean, instead of which they fined him 30 grand and hid it, didn't they? They didn't announce it till after the last test in Australia. Extraordinary.
I think as soon as you start hiding things from the public, you know you're onto a loser.
Of course, you're absolutely right.
Today's modern world, social media, these things find a way of getting out, because as soon as anything happens in public, the video cameras are out straight away, and one way or another it's going to find its way into the public domain. You and
I are birds on the same twig, I can promise you on that one. Now, what happened there? I missed that ball. I was so involved in our conversation.
Yeah, I think there is some cricket going on out there. We probably should get back to it.
Okay, shall we attend to it? All right, let's do that.
150 for one.
You're the one with the eyes and the imagination. You better do the commentary, and I'll chip in from moment to moment.
Let's do that. 150 for one is the score. 13 overs gone. Annalise Merritt has been uncharacteristically expensive in her 3 overs so far, 39 runs coming off her 3. And it looks like the skipper is saying, well, if I want a job done properly, I'll do it myself. And she'll be coming back on for some left arm spin from the sight screen end. And Laura Cardoso, she's on 5 off 7. And Lindsay Boas has, after some early fireworks, I think she's still sparking, but she's not had too much of the strike. She's 79 off 44. And Brazil here, very well placed to go big in these final 7 overs. Chloe into her final overs, gone for 19 off her 3 so far, and that one's cut away. And again, it's what you were saying earlier, Blowers. As soon as you breach that inner ring, it's going to go away for 4 runs every single time.
That one should have been stopped, though, I think. She took a little bit of the way off it, but in fact, didn't get it right. I think what these fielders are making the mistake, they're not actually getting behind the ball. And I know it may fly up, but I think you've got to get behind it. I really do.
I think it's one of those where you're more likely to injure yourself if you go half-heartedly than you start breaking fingers or having a deflection into your face. It's the same in football. If you're going into a tackle, you've got to go in full-blooded. If you go in hard, you're going to come off worse. And I think on this occasion, the ball's always going to win if you go. The umpire shakes his head. It's a desperate appeal there from the Jersey skipper, almost down on her knees, begging for the decision to go her way.
Going down again, wasn't it, probably?
Yeah, I think so. I think height probably not an issue there because it hits Cardoso on the thigh, but she's very much down on one knee. This one up in the air.
It's going to be caught, I think, isn't it?
No, it's just dropped
It
short.
dropped short. Oh, I thought the wicketkeeper set off after it. I saw the wicketkeeper stop, and I thought, the short mid-wicket is going to pouch that. But it... But look, isn't it funny? Fortune favours the bold, whatever you like to say. When a side's going as like Brazil are, luck favours them, doesn't it? Or so often.
Absolutely. And as we were saying earlier, you make your own luck. And this one was going to be a bit lucky as well because it does just go over the fingertips of the sprawling Erin Duffy there. And it's another Maximo to add to the collection. And this time, Lindsay Boas, who's been slightly starved of the strike, when she gets back on it, she immediately gets back into the boundary action. And it's been all fireworks from her so far.
I was just thinking how lucky we haven't got Billy Bowden umpiring. Do you remember this? The sixes by numbers he used to do, the New Zealand umpire.
Counts all 6 of them, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was awfully nice. I love Billy, but signalling was a bit irritating after a while.
That's a full bunger. And I think this one probably just on the dip down and will just be a single. So Lindsay moves along to 86. Yeah, we were commentating on the umpires' shirts the other day. And I know pink shirts, I mean, you're looking resplendent today in your pink shirt. And umpires have got a nice little baby pink number on themselves as well.
They have, haven't they? They look sexy umpires, you think? My goodness. No, of course. No, I'm in it being naughty. They got rather splendid hats too.
Yeah, the classic floppies. Good for this weather as well because it's heating up out there in the middle. It's 29 degrees now. I'm glad we're sitting here in the shade, and I think the next couple of days are going to be even hotter.
Goodness.
The end of the 14th, 103 for 1. Just had a century in the game this morning, 5 short in the end. And maybe this is the time for the first century of this quad series.
I didn't know how many overs left. I'm sorry.
6 overs left.
6 overs left. So plenty of time. There's no need to sort of hurry and go mad and think if I don't get it in the next 2 overs, I won't get it. So I think she should get that. And actually, she's played the most tremendously strong strokes, but she has batted quite sensibly, I think.
Yeah, she's not really given too many chances.
No.
And she's gone in full-blooded as well, hasn't she? And that's what you've got to do here. If you're going to hit it, if you're going to go after it, go hard and force the fielders then into mistakes. And that's exactly what's happened as Jersey look to switch it up once again, and they turn back to Flo Tanguy, who's only bowled the 1 over so far. She went for 19 in those early lusty blows for Boas, but looking to bring some sanity back to the proceedings here for Jersey. Cardoso on strike. And she's playing her role perfectly here, which is pretty much a runner ball. But in this occasion, Boas, full of energy, gets back to the non-striker's end.
Yes, it's a very determined and sensible batting effort, this. And, of course, she's trying, I think, a bit to give her a firm striking partner as much of the strike as possible. But as you say, she's beginning in her own right now to... There she is, opening the face, running that out square on the offside for the single.
Have you noticed Cardoso's gloves as well? She's got the Brazilian gloves now at the non-striker's end. She's got the one green and the one yellow. I love the flair on show from Brazil. They certainly know how to rock up in style.
Well, I hadn't noticed that. Well done. That's a good notice. No.
Lindsay is turning on the style with the bat here. As that one's an absolute shin cruncher. As Grace Wetherell's been slightly in the wars in this inning. She's the one that took it in the throat earlier, and now I think she's only got one shin bone left.
Oh dear.
When it doesn't rain, it pours, isn't it? And well, I think Grace has said, "I've had enough of this stupid game," and she's going to hobble off. I don't blame her, because that one was right on the front of the leg, and you can see she's. Well, it's good that she's. She better get the ice on that.
Yeah, well, it did. Some of the members of the squad has come out to shepherd her in, so to speak. And I hope she's not hurt badly. But however she's hurt, it's good to get ice and those sort of things working as soon as possible.
I don't know about ice. I think I'd love an ice cream just about now. It's perfect summer
Well,
weather.
if it's a bruise, don't you put ice on it pretty quickly?
Yeah, I think you do. Yeah, maybe ice for the shin and ice cream for the sole.
We got Vinny has arrived. He's looking very dapper in his Brazilian colours.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice Vinny was donned in the Brazilian flag until about halfway through today. I think I'm just so used to seeing him in all these different colours that it's just not a surprise to me anymore.
He's like a sort of box of fireworks, is he, most of the time?
Most of the time.
Yes.
It's always it's like when Vinny's not in his suits, it's almost like seeing a teacher out in the wild. You're like, why are you? I'm used to seeing you in one setting, and when you're not on character, it's jarring.
No, see, that should have been stopped. In fact, Vinny is going after it. That's a tremendous moment. He's bent down, his trousers are ripped at the back, and revealing everything.
Yeah, let's not get that one on camera.
I think that should have been stopped.
It should have been. And it's maybe just a confidence thing now. They've seen a lot of their teammates go down, and they've decided they want to join greater in ward and almost pulling out of the top. And she's not got away whatsoever as we get to the end of the 4 on board. Lindsay Boas now just 13 runs shy of her century.
Tina, I'm going to say how lovely it's been to talk with you, and I'm sorry I've talked such gibberish most of the time. It's been terrific fun.
That's what we make a living on.
I'm now going to hand you back to Mr. Respectability.
He's never been called that before, but we'll take it.
We'll give it to him, shall
Blowers, thank you very much for joining us, and Mr. Not Respectable will join us once again, as it's always such a delight to have Blowers on the mic with us, and a treat for all the fans out there, I'm sure. And he's been dealt a treat at the moment as well. The batting, especially of Lindsay Boas, 87 off 47, and Laura Cardoso ably supporting her 21 off 16 as Vinny joins me back in the commentary box.
Call me Mr. Respectable. That's something I've never heard, but I enjoyed it.
Savour it.
Yeah. Well, I was also called a dear old thing today, which was, tickled me pink. Anyway, look, isn't it great to have Henry here? He's been an absolute delight, and I hope we have many more summers with you being able to delight us and entertain us, Henry. But yeah, well, give me a word starting with V that describes this innings, and I think it's violent. It's been something, hasn't it? I mean, Boas, remember she had 2 chances that went to ground that she gave in the first over, but she's 87. Volatile, yeah. Vivacious. It's been a lively innings, that's for sure. Boas 87 and counting. Bangs this down the ground. That's going to test Smith to her left. That's going to get past her. She's into the 90s now. We saw Rajan with 95, the top scorer of the series so far this morning for the Swiss. But Boas odds on now to make a little bit of history and potentially the first T20 international century on Swiss soil.
Well, her previous high score was 54 in internationals, so she's absolutely obliterated that. She's gone past 1,000 runs by getting her 50, but I think she's got the bigger milestone in her sights now.
Mossop's come on late, but she's going to get a little bit of treatment back-to-back now and make that 95, so that individual score record is tied. But Mossop, I thought she bowled well yesterday. She bowled with good rhythm. They bring her on quite late in the piece, but how quickly Boas picks up the length is quite amazing. She's able to snap back onto that back foot. That was a real sight screen smasher, wasn't it? 95. Brazil up in the clouds, 183. Maximo for the 3 figures. And it'll go. Going, gone. Maximo! What an innings from Boas. Lindsay Boas take about 101 off just 50 balls. She goes 4-4-6 to get to the century. Her first in T20 international cricket. What a moment for Brazilian cricket. What a moment for cricket.
Absolutely, and what a way to get there as well. It's the second time she's gone big onto that hill, and well, we've said violent. That was brutal. That was cutting, and she just whipped it away. Boas going to 101 off 50 deliveries, and everyone in the Brazilian tent is up and applauding. Blowers is applauding here in the tent as well, and rightly so, because that was an outstanding innings.
Well, Blowers to Boas. They're handing over the baton at the right time. 189 now. Score made famous by one of our favourites, IVA Richards, in a one-day international in the mid-80s. That was the old record. But 101 for Boas. Something tells me she's not done yet. Back and sliced away. That'll beat the backward point. That'll be 4 more. Well, they are kind of rebels without a cause here, aren't they, Brazil, with 9 wickets in hand, about 4.5 overs to play with. We're looking 200 and plenty of change after that.
It's just not worked at all for Jersey. There was 3 or 4 opportunities earlier in the innings. One, especially in the deep, should have been taken really by Trinity Smith, and that was a costly error. And Brazil just haven't looked back since.
Lily Panda has come up with another V word, perfection. And it might not be real, but it sums it up. Now one that doesn't come back towards the stumps down the leg side for a wide. I want to know what happened while I was away. Did you catch me having a picnic? The picnic area is catching on. I need a stick to get down the hill, but I managed it without falling.
Well, Blowers and I were just having a lovely chat, and the cricket was kind of happening, but we covered all things. Brazil, Tehran, ECB,
well,
England's next test captain.
Well, that sliced away over backward point this time. That's going to be another 4. This has been a brutal assault on the Jersey bowlers. And that 200 isn't far away. Yeah, so D. Marshall in the chat saying, thanks, Blowers, for all that ECB gossip. Suspected there was more to it. And there were several other similar comments. Has Henry been spilling the tea while I was out of the tent? I can't wait to go listen back later.
Couldn't possibly comment.
Really?
Find us on the back pages of the Daily Mail soon.
Well, I'm looking forward for that. We'll give it to the Rags, but right now it's only Richards for Brazil. 198 for 1 after 16 overs. That over was a biggie. I suspect it did go magical. It did 24. So Mossop brought in the 16th over for the first time. Of course, the only run out. The only wicket came by way of a run out, so no wickets have gone to the bowlers yet. As Cardoso is kind of picked up where her opener left off with Agatha run out for 49. Yeah, it's an unfortunate one, wasn't it? But a brilliant throw from Amy Aikenhead.
Huge shout out to Bella Burnham in the chat as well, aka Lady Barmy. And I'm so sure she's supporting her native Brazil, as are a lot of people in the chat. I think they've been absolutely enchanted by the Brazilian innings so far. It's been quite a spectacle.
Here's Tanguy getting a 3rd over. Great footwork, turns into a full toss, and that's going to be 4 more. It's been kind of like a cat playing with yarn, hasn't it, for a lot of this innings? Just very, very good technical batting. Tanguy is, I suppose, normally reasonably slow through the air. Good proactive footwork. Results in another boundary.
That brings up the 200 then, doesn't it? With Cardoso happy to swing freely now as well. Now that Boas has got to her landmark 100, these two can really just put their foot on the gas. There's still incredible amounts of batting to come. Let's not forget, we only lost the 1 wicket. Maria Silva's carded to come in. Carol, the captain as well, who'll be delighted given that she lost the toss and was put into bat. Top order have fired here. That one's clubbed away once more. Again, just not quite the right positioning for those fielders out there. How many times has it gone straight through that mid-wicket region, which is currently unoccupied by the Jersey batters?
I know it's pretty batting-friendly field conditions, but it feels like they could have 22 fielders and they still wouldn't be able to do too much about this. It's been that kind of an afternoon so far. Cardoso to 30, quite achiever. Still striking at 150. Boundary blitz continues. Walks at this one, tests Merritt, who does well. They've been near to some extra wickets. Of course, Merritt put that one down to her left. I had a good view of that one. It was a real tough one. Might have stuck on another day. Trinity Smith putting that one down on the deep mid-wicket fence also didn't help Jersey's fate. Now hit well. Going to test out the fielder out there, Aikenhead. Well, she did create a little bit of magic earlier, but this time it's going to get past her. Well, Boas, well, I know Boa, one of the few Portuguese words I know. It means good. Well, it's been more than good from Boas. It's been really, really good. It's been a masterclass, really.
someone who will be delighted watching this as well, and I know she's watching because she's messaged me, is Roberta Moretti. Of course, the previous Brazil captain, as that one's going to be called a no ball, and the free hit will go to Laura Cardoso. Roberta's only just retired from international cricket, but she was the trailblazer of women's cricket in Brazil, and I'm sure she'll be as proud as anybody seeing this performance so far. Of course, not even halfway there, but this has been an outstanding performance so far from the Brazilian girls, and a lot of that was down to the hard work of Roberta and all those that came before these.
Free hit here, but she misses it. Don't think this is a no ball because it dips. That's a rare miss, isn't it? With the immunity cloak on for Cardoso. Well, they'll do well to beat their best total as a team in T20IW cricket, which is 273. And that was, of course, against Mexico back in 2024. With 3 overs to go, Brazil 213 for 1.
Well, you wouldn't put it past them getting the 250. That's the expected score at the moment. Certainly they'll have that in their sights.
I mean, look, 20 and over, and they get that 273. And the way things are going, you wouldn't put it past them. Of course, the highest T20IW score, highest T20 score, I think, recorded is Argentina versus Chile, 427 for 1. I remember having to just do a bit of a double take when I saw that. To be honest, if anyone was ever going to beat it might be these Brazilians if they come up against the right opposition. Tanguy, 1 for 44 of 3 overs. We'll take a rest. We'll go back to that sight screen end. Wrapped on the pad, but umpire wasn't too interested. As we've Olivia Baston trying to break this partnership. How high can Brazil climb here? Oh, that is high. It's up and it's to the left of the fielder. It's over the fielder. It's 6 more. 6 carreras más. Boas up and away in the clouds. Up in the deep blue. Another ball clears the rope. Unnatural power compared to what we've seen in this series so far. And it's Boas lighting it up.
It's the bat speed as well, isn't it? She's not exactly the biggest batter, but just the brute force that she gets through her bat swing means that she's comfortably able to clear the rope. She's done it on many occasions now. That's her 5th maximo of this innings so far.
Sliding door moment, though. If one of those 2 chances are caught in the first over, then she goes for next to nothing, and perhaps the game's completely different. That's what makes cricket such an amazing sport, that one moment can completely transform history, or would be history. Just checking that ball's still round, I think, after it got crashed over the deep mid-wicket fence. 253 pace for Brazil. Wants to go this one as well. It's just going to bounce in front of Trinity Smith. Does well to block it. I feel like they might have used every body part known to human today. Jersey as Trinity somehow, I think, blocks that one with the leg. We've had the throat fielding from Weatherall, which wasn't particularly pleasant, and the shin smasher. It is an external injury or injuries that have forced her off the field, which means she'd still be okay to open the batting.
Well, that would be a concern.
If she's
fit, that's the thing. Less about the classification of the injury and more if she's able to.
Right, in the air, Smith right back to the fence and takes it. So Boas will fall on 121. Baston will take the wicket. And well done by Trinity there. It was a moment that, okay, maybe comes a little bit too late for Jersey to do too much about the total, but still had to be taken. They've got high standards in the field. Smith holds on to it, but take a moment, wherever you are watching from around the world, stand up and applaud this innings from Lindsay Boas. 121 out now, I suppose, of 58 balls, 17 fours, 5 sixes. An incredible knock that set up a huge total here in match 4 for Brazil.
This is an absolute masterclass of power hitting, and in some ways it's almost nice when batters get out in this situation, because then they can walk off by themselves and take the applause, and that's exactly what she's doing now, and she's thoroughly deserved it. And, well, lack of celebration there. I think Trinity Smith, if she had her time again, would have preferred to take that earlier catch. As it is, though, it's second time lucky for her. And Lindsay Boas takes a very well-deserved sit-down because she's put her team in almost an unassailable position. Of course, Jersey still have the right of reply, but it's been an outstanding knock from her.
Yeah, it sure has. And I suppose it's good because we get a look at another Brazilian batters. Ana Clara Sabino comes in the number 4 position. I suppose it also allows Boas to suck in a few big breaths before she has to go out there and field. What a knock, though. It wasn't just the power, but it was the technical aspects of her batting that impressed me the most. It was power with technique. A lot of comments about how she does hold her shape even when she's playing these big shots, trying to elevate. And Jersey, after that first over, just couldn't find a way through it. Clara Sabino will push off the back foot and get her first run of the series. Brilliant catch as well. Craze mentions that in the chat. Was the other thing, I suppose, with this field being, what's the opposite of flat?
Undulating.
Okay. Is that you're not always on the same level, sea level, as where the ball was hit.
Yeah.
So sometimes these catches when you actually down the hill a bit are a bit tricky. Down the leg side is big appeal. Umpire, I feel like he's going to call something. He calls nothing. That'll be an interesting one to watch again.
There's been a few appeals from Jersey this inning so far.
I don't know how close it was to the pad, if there was a noise. Anyway, Jersey, out of reviews, will have the appeal turned down. Got the 2-2-2 for 2 now. 2 overs to go. Cardoso has a chance to, outside chance, I suppose, to push for the half century herself. Of course, shot to virality with her 9-wicket haul against Lesotho. Good to see her in continental Europe for the first time. Baston, 1 for 36. Could potentially still bowl the last over from that western end. But Jersey, I mentioned that probably needed to take a punch and kind of see where they're at. And we knocked the canvas a few times, haven't they? But I suppose it's good for them as well, I think, to be pushed. They'll be the first to admit that perhaps they haven't quite played to their own standards. I think take nothing away from Brazil and particularly innings from Boas. Really bossing this first innings. Here's Merritt with the 19th over. Clara Sabino hits that into the mid-wicket hole, and that gets through for 4, her first boundary. So even when Jersey have been able to pick up wickets, they haven't really been able to curb the scoring. That's just a good bit of ball striking, isn't it, from the Brazilian number 4?
It's been a hallmark of the Brazil batting so far in these 18.1 overs is that they hit the ball so hard. They're not dying wondering. They're, again, on that one, probably a slight miss-hit, but it absolutely flew to the rope in between the fielders at long on and deep mid-wicket.
Merritt finds herself in the naughty 40s now. 1 for 43. 5 balls for her to deliver. Pushing an immediate run as Brazil will get one. They almost get an overthrow as well. Okay, well, I mean, Jersey, you mentioned they have the right of reply. In a way, it's similar-ish to the first innings of the day where we saw Switzerland score, I suppose, well over what was expected. They weren't able to defend that. Let's be honest, Jersey, they also have some very powerful batters. Wetherell, there'll be a lot of talk about her at the top. Short, almost a surprise, short ball into the pitch from Merritt. Beats the batter Cardoso. So, yeah, it'll certainly be good viewing, whatever happens in the second innings of this game.
It was maybe Jersey, I wouldn't say they were disadvantaged by playing those 2 games yesterday, but maybe just lulled them into a bit of a false sense of security about where they were at and where their performances were at, because they've come up against a Brazil side who are fresh and clearly powerful and intentional in their batting. And Jersey, I think, have just been caught a little off guard, maybe a touch complacent, which they shouldn't be, because we haven't mentioned it yet, but Liam, who's the head coach of Jersey, was previously the head coach of Brazil, so they should know everything there is to know about this Brazil side. They just haven't quite been able to implement their plans.
Whacked back down the field. Tanguy does well to block it. Stop it going past it to the boundary, but they will get a single. Yeah, it's an interesting little byline, isn't it, with the move of the coach, with Liam going to the Jersey job. And, of course, with Julia picking up the Brazil job. Big swing here. Really are on a free roll from here, the Brazilians. But a pretty good over from Merritt. Last over was probably her best. Only goes for 7. And with 1 over remaining, Brazil, 229 for 2.
Maybe slightly mixed emotions for Liam Cook as well, because he was at Brazil for the last 6 years, I think.
Created a monster.
He has.
Now it's eating him alive.
In any other situation, he'd be, I'm sure, brimming with pride, but not when his own team is on the receiving end of this monstrosity with still 6 balls left to score runs, 229. I'm sure when the dust has settled, whatever happens in this game, he can at least be proud and his contribution to this side. But for now, he's very much got his Jersey hat on, and he'll be, I think, frustrated that they didn't take those opportunities early on, which could have changed the face of the game. But I suppose sometimes you come across a batter in a form like Lindsay Boas and you just have to say, yeah, sometimes it happens. And it's happened against Jersey here.
Erin Duffy gets the last over. Pretty respectable figures given the circumstances. Number 18 off her 2 overs. Here's the 20th. Dropped. It was hit back at what I'd call medium fast at a push. Duffy does get hands to it, but will be disappointed she doesn't hold on. I suppose at this stage the wicket probably doesn't mean much, but 1 run is conceded. Brings Cardoso back on strike. Clipped away just in front of square. I'll get through for another single. So, okay, we were talking kind of 250, or even at one point saying 260 was the 273 in jeopardy. Brazil's highest score in T20Is. It won't be that many. Probably looking at 230s here. 2 a ball, essentially. The Jersey to chase. Big hanging full toss. And that's put away by Clara Sabino. Duffy will be disappointed here. Dropped Anna earlier in the over, then gives her a little bit of a present. Full toss on the leg stump, and not for the first time in this innings. That fence gets rattling from the ball.
It's good to see Grace Weatherall back on the pitch, so it's a sign that I'm sure she's going to feature near the top of the Jersey batting lineup, and they'll need all of her batting power to get anywhere near this total.
Pushing for 2 here. Get it on the fumble. Yeah, I think with Grace, I suppose, with it being an external injury, probably no need for her to come out there. I probably would have said go and prepare for the second innings. But you probably need a team of security to keep her off the field. Grace is a real competitor. Fiery. Got her. Well bowled by Duffy. She will get a wicket late in the piece, and she does get Anna Clara Sabino. Just hit across that one a touch. So classic you miss, I hit tactics as Duffy breaks through. 1 ball remaining. Brazil, 237 for 3.
A good personal milestone there to pick up the wicket for Duffy, who's been toiling away. It's pretty baking out there. It's just touching 30 degrees, so it's not easy to come in as a pacer and sometimes feel like you're just there serving up the boundaries. But this time, top of off stump and swings through it a bit too early there. Does the batter, and she has to depart. So a 3rd wicket to fall for Brazil as Rufino comes in for the final ball.
Just look at the Manhattan. If you look at the scoring in the innings, there's been no kind of very low over. It's been super consistent scoring. The first over only went for 5, but every other over has been 7 or more. And then, of course, you throw in the quite big overs that we've seen as well. Well, we've got a 1 ball wonder coming out here as it's going to be Rufino to face the last one. Also goes by Monica Machado. Do the keeping for Brazil in the second innings. Here's last ball, seatbelts on. Whack. Well, if you only got 1 ball, that's probably a good thing to do with it, as it's going to fly over the ropes. Cue in the 600 strike rate. Whoa, Nelly, Maximo, as this innings will end on a colossal 240. Well, it's got to be 243. It's been scored as 4. Call it a 6. I'll add those runs on myself if I have to. And Brazil have really touched up Jersey here in the first innings of match 4.
It's been an absolute masterclass, hasn't it, from the Brazilian batters? Another Maximo added to the collection. In fact, she's the only one that scored a 6 apart from Lindsay Boas. I think maybe just double checking that, but I think we both saw it as a 6.
Yeah, we had a good view.
Pretty much a 6 straight off as it came off the bat, and it has been corrected now. So 243 for 3. And it just shows the power in the Brazilian lineup as well. As Mercado came in, had just one ball to make an impact, and that's exactly what she did. It's been brutal for the Jersey girls who have been on the receiving end of a Brazilian mauling here. Remember, Jersey won the toss. They wanted to chase. I'm not quite sure this is what they had in mind, with now 244 runs between them and an unbeaten record in this quad series. But you have to say, it's just been outstanding from Brazil. It's been an absolute joy to watch. I know Blows was enjoying it when he was on air, and I think this has also just been an exhibition of women's cricket.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch. I mean, obviously not so much if you're a Jersey fielder or Jersey supporter, but I think even, I was chatting over there to John Harris from Jersey Cricket, and he said, look, it's a challenge as well. I think you've got to see where Brazil have gotten to, and, hopefully on another day, there might be more competitive contests. But I think you got to tip your hat to that innings from Boas. It was something else, wasn't it? As she ended up with 121 off 58 balls, 17 fours, 5 Maximos, 49 to Agatha before she was run out quite spectacularly from the outfield by Amy Aikenhead. Cardoso with 33 not out, and Ana Clara Sabino with a little cameo of 14 and a mini cameo from Monica, who picked up 6 off the one ball that she faced. We will take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. 244 for Jersey to pick up the win. Well, whatever happens, it should be spectacular. Big thanks to Henry Blofeld as well. Tina Goff and I will be back when we return for more cricket live from Switzerland. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Welcome back, willkommen, wherever you're watching from around the world as we get set for the last innings of the day here, day 2 of this T20IW Quad Series in Embrach, just outside of Zurich in Switzerland. And what a show we saw in the first innings with Brazil on the park for the first time in the tournament, putting on 243 for 3 in their 20 overs, led by an amazing maiden T20 international century for their opener, Lindsay Boas, who survived a couple of scares in the first over to bring up the 3 figures, 121 off 58, well supported by Agatha, her opening partner, 49 off 27, Laura Cardoso with 33 not out, Ana Clara Sabino with 14, and Monica Rufino Machado whacking the last ball for 6. So it was more or less a perfect first half for Brazil. Now we see them in the field for the first time as we've got Aikenhead and Grace Weatherall out there for Jersey. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from. Drop a message in to the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. And they say the longest journey starts with the smallest step. We saw one big chase today. Will we see an even bigger one? Here we go. Pretty good shot first up. We'll get through the cover fielder, but they've got extra cover back there. And it will be a single. So here's Weatherall. Took a few body blows in that first innings in the field. That's his first one go through. It will be called wide. So I suppose the key with these chases is you got to risk it for the biscuit. You don't want to fall behind when you're already starting at basically 12 and over to a ball. You've almost got to risk a big loss to be competitive. Weatherall, good striker of the ball. We'll let another one go outside the off stump for a wide. So this is Maria Magay bowling, also known as Duda. And I was hoping we'd get some one-namers in this series. You know, I was a big fan of Brazilian football. Driven firmly, well picked up there by Laura Agatha at mid-off. Well, Duda, I know in Spanish it means doubt. I don't think I'm in any doubt about the quality of this Brazilian lineup. Ranked as, well, going to the tournament as the highest ranked team. And they've played like it so far. That's a good run as well. Oh, Tortuga time. Well, welcome. That was a bit unlucky for Laura. Does the right thing there. She gets down, but the ground had other ideas. Hit the mogul. And there's the first boundary for Jersey. So cricket being a momentum game, they'll be hoping for a big opening partnership. Stay on that rate. We do know for these top order batters, once they get going, they can be a bit of an unstoppable force out here. I like Lily Panda's comment from New Zealand. This could be good. Right back at you, Lily. Down the leg side, so just kind of struggling to control this new ball. Some swinging too much, some not going at all. Another extra? Or is it? It is a wide. Aikenhead. Look reasonably good from what we've seen of her in the series. These two have a good understanding, opening the innings together. Run well. Plays this one out. So warm welcome back to you, Lily. Always happy to see Panda, and she always has incisive comments. Fielding will be looks like a difficult ground to prevent runs. You are so right there, and it's only getting quicker the more sun it has on it. Nice looking drive. Once again, finds the fielder. So for Brazil, I think they would be probably as well prepared as anyone to field on this ground and kind of accept the consequences. They've played in a number of continents, different conditions. They have a kind of fearlessness about them. You could tell that from the batting innings and even the way they approach their training and their warm-ups. Another ball that's played out straight to the fielder. End of the first over as Duda fights back in the back half to concede 9, and it's 9 without loss after 1. Plenty of cricket happening around the ECN universe today as well, with Hornchurch in action in the east of London. 10 over cricket obviously always entertains us here on ECN, and that will keep running after this game is finished as well. Should be pretty much a whole game still to come. So when too much cricket is never enough, time to tune in to ECN. Power play is important to be on the money. You want to be going around about high 70s. This is a good challenge for Jersey to see if they can clap back and make a game of this. Played away off the back foot. This is going to run away for a boundary, so a good start to the over for Weatherall. She just punches this one. Again, power along the ground here. Gets it into the gap, and 4 more to the total. Hit straight at the fielder at cover already. They had those fielders well placed. Slightly awkward bounce. They're well handled. Lara Bittencourt bowling the second over here. Aikenhead, 1 of 4. Want to get going. Again, kind of decent technical shot, but can't get a single. Another ball she's pushed to an infielder. She must be getting ants in her mind. This is the way into the gap. Looking for 2 here. They should get it. Aikenhead gets one last crack. Again, kind of plays it straight to point. Be a little bit concerned that she hasn't been able to get things ticking so far. Will be the end of the second over, and at 16 without loss. Here's one lady that is a magnificent commentator, and I can't remember the last time she had ants in her mind. It's our very own Tina Goff.
My mind is clear, free of ants, luckily, as well as every other part of my body. Decent start from Jersey. In any other context, you'd say it's a nice little opening 12 deliveries, but not when you're chasing 228 more. More than 2 runs every ball required against a decent Brazil bowling lineup as well. They've already gone for a mixture of spin and seam as Duda comes back on from this end.
Oh, it's good ball, isn't it? Didn't quite get it right in the first over. It seemed the balls that she kind of aimed outside off, swung away for a wide, and then when she went straighter, she lost the swing and kind of squirted them down the leg side. But that was spot on the money, wasn't it?
It's good to see Grace out there, though, having taken 2 blows in the first innings. First to the throat on the rebound, and then one clonked straight into the shin. She's made of stern stuff.
She's gone. What a piece of bowling. And no, ninguna duda there. That's a brilliant piece of seam bowling. Wetherill pressing forward. The ball beats the edge, and Brazil have their first jersey, 16 for 1. The dangerous Grace Wetherill back in the pavilion.
Excellent delivery. You can't quite see it on the angle of the camera placement, but Duda gets an enormous amount of swing. And that one was just textbook, clipping the top of leg stump. And Grace Wetherill, who was so destructive in that first game in the Jersey win, has got to leave here for 9. And you already fear for Jersey. Just the body language of the batters coming out, with Annalise Merritt coming in at number 3. They're not exactly screaming they're up for this. It feels more like a slow and lingering march to death at the moment.
Well, they've had to chase leather for 20 overs in the hot sun, and it's hardly a confidence booster. They've been hit to all corners of this ground. But yeah, just seems to have worked things out. Maybe the ball knocked up a little bit. But yeah, Duda has bowled a couple of peaches here. And you have to bowl a good one to get through Grace Wetherill. Opportunity, though, for Merritt. I think she's a very talented all-rounder. She keeps taking on more and more responsibility in this Jersey side. Let's see how she goes here, coming in the 3rd over.
She's Jersey's top run scorer and needs every one of those runs here out in the middle. She's, in fact, a top run scorer by over 300. So she does have good batting credentials.
Gets good one first up. That's the thing. It's one thing to survive. It's another thing to score. And I think with that ball, probably that up to 13 over required. For Brazil so far.
In the chat pointing out that the keeper is a good size, isn't it? Because of the seam movement of Duda, but always like seeing a keeper rocking a floppy.
Pushed away to point. Merritt still can't get off the mark. Yeah, it reminds me, I think there was a video game around the turn of the millennium where the keeper would wear a floppy and looked a bit weird. But I like it.
I don't know.
I've never understood the short sleeves thing.
The hate of it, or...
Yeah. God gave you arms to show them. And also, this is coming as a serial short sleeve wearer as a wicketkeeper. As this will come off the inside edge, just sneak away for a couple of runs. You know, keeping in this kind of heat, why shouldn't you have your arms out? If it's good enough for Alistair, who's pushing the buttons here, it's good enough for any player. So lay off the keepers. Let them #free the arms.
Especially if you're well endowed in the forearm department.
Can't say I had as much as Al's got on offer, but...
Nobody has, let's be honest.
There's a lot of hate with the short sleeves. I don't mean pad bat there. Definitely squeezed between the two.
I think it's maybe just the optics of the clean look of the long sleeve into the gloves. Just looks kind of nice.
Okay.
I think with the floppy, though, it kind of looks like she's tending the garden with
gardening
gloves on.
We know looks are important to you. That's fine. Don't shy away from it. End of the 3rd over. It's 18 for 1.
I'm nothing if not shallow.
In the famous words of Lady Gaga. Yeah, Lily's saying it's quite quick. And getting that pace on target would test most batters. Well, she's got a taste of the wickets now. She'll want another. And I think I would be bringing her back for a 3rd over. But we will have a change. Sight screen end. Lara is actually going to bowl a second over. So Lara doing a good job keeping things tight. Aikenhead's got to try and find a way to make something happen here. Because on her watch, that rate's crept out from low 12s to high 13s now. This is the power play as well. She tries, but it could be trouble. It's another one. As it's Lara Bittencourt that will break through. And the pressure building up. You could feel it. The temperature was rising out in the middle. And Aikenhead not able to clear the infield. She's caught out. And Brazil have captured a second. Well on top now as Aikenhead has to go for 3. Good catch by Laura Cardoso as well. Jersey 18 for 2.
Comfortable grab there as Aikenhead realised she had to do something. And if that something is getting out, then I guess so be it. It's almost a free hit for the batters coming in, knowing that if they are going to get anywhere near this total, they need to go from the start. And if they get out, well, they at least go down in a blaze of glory. As it was, Amy Aikenhead was just kind of chewing up the deliveries. And she does go in the end. And Lara Bittencourt moves to 49 international wickets, so 1 shy of her half century.
Oh, I like that handshake. Have you got a replay of what just happened in the middle there, Al? Go back 5 seconds. It looks like they've even got secret handshakes, this Brazil side. Love it. Might not be the last time we get to see it this afternoon, the way things are going. Have you ever taken part in a secret handshake or composed one?
If it was secret, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
True.
But
they know more. Well, I had one 15 years ago, which now probably 20. But I had a guy at work when I was hosting that we would do an up, down, and then shake each other's foot as we walked past. But then we never even say hi in the end, so we just walk past each other in the corridor. Everyone else thought it was quite fascinating. Try it. Anyway, here's Mossop getting a chance. Number 4, and she wastes no time. That's a really good shot. Straight down the ground. Lofted away for 4, and the perfect start for Annie Mossop.
Good intent there early on from the teenager. Sense of fearlessness here. She hasn't played too many T20Is, but she could make a name for herself here, even if she just manages to get a few runs. It's all good confidence boosters for the games to come as well.
It's a bit of a cliche, but you do have to kind of back yourself, don't you? 22 for 2 with 222 left in innings number 2. Game number 2 of day number 2. As her ball number 2 is going to go the same way as the first. Cuatro carreras más. That was a classical shot, wasn't it, from Mossop? 2 balls, 2 boundaries.
This is exactly what Jersey should be doing from the start, and going hard at the ball is probably the best tactic here. We saw that in the first innings as well, especially, of course, from Lindsay Boas, that even when she didn't quite time the ball, if you get enough on it, it's always going to race away on this quick outfield. And then if it does go to hand in the air, at least force the fielders into potentially dropping it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cliche from where I grew up playing my cricket, but we'd be told here, back yourself. And maybe Aikenhead didn't have the confidence to kind of follow through on some of those shots and kept patting them to fielders. In the end, kind of built pressure up on herself. That led to a wicket. Slightly quicker from Bittencourt, who gets knocked out to the infield. And so a couple of boundaries and a wicket in the over. Jersey after 4, 26 for 2.
Too many dot balls as well already from Jersey, which was, again, a hallmark of, well, I suppose, the Spain side this morning, who was successful in that run chase, and Brazil this morning or this afternoon in the first innings. I guess there was not too many that didn't go to the rope, but there was not too many dot balls in that innings as well. They just kept on ticking over first with the 2 openers, with Laura Agatha falling tantalisingly short of her half century. But then when Laura Cardoso came in, she played that supporting role perfectly as well, finishing 33 not out of 27.
Monty Luce in the chat had a really good observation as well, that after Lara delivers the ball, she's in what you call a fielding ready stance. So kind of square on, legs shoulder width apart, and ready to basically react in any direction. Change of bowling here. It's Laura Cardoso coming on for the first time. You don't want to harp on it, but it's pretty it's pretty good info on Laura if you know that she took the only 9 for in international cricket recently. But I suppose, she'll want to be tested. She will be tested in this series against a stronger opposition than she took the 9 for against. But as you mentioned, she's playing regularly in the UK and she'll relish this opportunity. Whipped away here. Well, Mossop went straight away. Eventually, Merritt reacts and they get through for the single. Good bit of running there from the non-striker.
Good early call, and Merritt with her long legs was able to eat up the ground. Yeah, that's probably one thing Cardoso wants to work on. I know she sets very high standards for herself, is that she wants to really challenge herself against tougher opposition and really take her bowling to that next level.
Muscled from Mossop, but has to settle for the single here. Rate creeping up again. 13.9. Jersey need to turn the corner ASAP. Well, seeing they can't play in finals, I think the margin isn't that important. I think they need to try and find a way to get to the target. Beg, borrow or steal, and this will help. As this is clipped away by Merritt. Just in front of square, runs away to the boundary. Nice shot. Cardoso just getting a little bit leg stumpy. It was on the pads. Nice bit of timing there from the jersey number 3. Hello to Brian in Brisbane. I was going to say, where are you watching from, Brian? I'm guessing it's Brian in Brisbane. Hello to Phil as well. And hopefully we're coming through loud and clear. What a beautiful day it is. 29 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Cardoso with a comeback ball, is punched over backward point, and that's going to be 4 more. So Merritt, can she be the instigator of a bit of a jersey comeback here? Nice shot. Didn't try to keep it down. Had a good kind of understanding of where the fielders were in the outfield. More importantly, where they weren't. Finds the gap and back-to-back boundaries for Jersey.
You really have no room for error here in terms of the line. See in that previous delivery, Cardoso just straying down leg side and Merritt flicks it away on that side and then overcorrects on the offside. And Merritt says, thank you very much. Still in the power play, so can only have 2 fielders outside the ring. As that one's hit in the air and it will fall just shy of the skipper, Carolina, in the covers.
Yeah, Carolina, if she'd picked that up one-handed, and probably had a shot at the stumps for a run out. But anyway, it will be the end of the 5th over, and Jersey trying to mount a fight back here. They're 37 for 2.
If things continue going this way, then Brazil will be in the celebrating mood. The celebration mood tonight.
A celebratory mood?
A celebratory
the celebration mood?
All of the above. And we're going to a gala, I heard.
We're going to a gala dinner tonight. I didn't want to mention it too much. I don't know if that was also classified.
Well, it's out there now.
Do we have young Henry coming to the gala dinner tonight? Well, he'll be there. He actually said he's been a bit careful with the red wine, but we may share a snifter. Why not? Tina, you'll join us.
I'm always down for a snifter.
Well, she was brilliant with the bat. Now she's going to get a go with the ball. Lindsay Boas bowling over number 6. Last over of the power play coming up. Brazil snifting round for a 3rd wicket. Driven nicely by Merritt. Beats the infielder, but they got some coverage out there deep, and so only a single. Boas just must be feeling like she's about 15 feet tall as well after that breakout innings. Against a bowling attack that really have been the most impressive to date in this series. Of course, we're getting our first look at Brazil here. Full toss. Mossop can't put this one away. But I've liked her intent. I think you used the word intent, Tina, when Mossop came out. Maybe something was missing from Aikenhead's batting. I know they bowled well to her, but she was quite risk-averse. And in the end, didn't have too much to show for it. That's cricket, I suppose. Short and beats the top edge of the bat. Mossop back-to-back dots. Boas showing she's not only a batting threat, but also very handy with the ball.
I found myself on a deep dive on Swiss wine. after mentioning snifters.
Tell me more. Can't be that deep. Only mentioned about 3 balls ago.
It was a plunge for distance.
Plunge into a paddle pool.
Well, I suppose with the weather as it is now and climate change, if it exists.
Tin Hat Brigade, watch out.
I imagine Switzerland is almost perfect growing conditions for wine.
Yeah.
And they do produce a lot, but almost all of it is drunk within national boundaries. So they're
they're not letting it out.
No, they're very patriotic about their wine. Less than 2% of Swiss wine is exported, mainly to Germany. But
it's got a little inside edge, and that's the third. Mossop playing away from the body, trying to drive it through cover. And Boas, she's done almost everything else now. She's got a wicket as Brazil continue to wreck this top order in the power play. Mossop out for 9 and it's 38 for 3.
Again, just targeting those stumps. It's something that Jersey probably didn't do enough of in the first innings. Maybe towards the back end when they did get a couple of late wickets, it showed probably how they should have bowled the whole time, which is full and straight. And that's exactly what Lindsay Boas does here. Clearly thinks she's not done enough with the bat. Gets in on the action with the ball. In fact, it was chopped on, but it was the length that really forced that missed shot there from the batter.
It's easy to be critical after the fact, but if you look, technically you can see what went wrong with that shot, and the feet kind of stayed put. She kind of went arms only, and so she wasn't really close to ball. She was reaching. If anything, she had a little shuffle back towards leg with the back foot, and it just creates more difficulty when your head isn't towards the line of the ball. And Boas cashes in with the wicket. Trinity Smith comes out at number 5. Okay, what else can you tell me about Swiss wine?
Switzerland ranks in the top 10 of per capita consumption of wine, and that's not just when Henry's in the country.
Is that true? So you're expecting a bit of a spike.
The most common grape variety is Pinot Noir. Is that amenable to you both?
I think we could do that. I'm very open-minded when it comes to the varieties of wine. That's one of the nice things to try as you go country to country. End of the 6th over, end of the power play. Advantage Brazil as Jersey, 38 for 3.
As a non-EU member, Switzerland didn't have to implement EU wine regulations.
Convenient.
So they could just go completely off-piste.
Free and easy. Yeah, well, Henry, I can selectively quote him. He said it's good wine.
He's damning with faint praise there.
Yeah.
There's probably better countries in Europe to produce wine than Switzerland, but
there are not too many better at drinking it.
And when in Rome or Zurich,
drink wine.
I think that's how the saying goes.
I think so. Anyway, these players certainly aren't drinking wine. Marianne Arthur is going to bowl now for the first time out of the power play. So 4 outfielders are allowed from this point. Some viewers might not be aware in the women's T20 international game, 4 outfielders is the maximum. In the men's, 5 is the maximum. Where do you sit on that? Do you think that it's good that it's different? Or do you think that the women are hitting it so hard now maybe that there's no need for that change? I can tell you right now, Brazil could have used an extra outfielder here because this was short and it was in towards the body. Merritt will cash in with another boundary.
I don't mind it. Blowers and I were talking about it on air about the differences between men's and women's cricket and how entertaining women's cricket is in its own right. But I do prefer the gaps in the field to encourage that big hitting.
Yeah.
And I think it gives more of an option because, okay, someone like Lindsay Boas, I think she could, even if you had 10 fielders on the ring, she could clear them all.
Today, yeah.
But it's nice to be able to encourage that and to show a bit of power hitting, which the women are capable of. And maybe just when there's 4 out instead of 5, they're encouraged to play that shot.
Yeah, and I suppose then it can go the other way and say, well, maybe the men should have 4 backs. I know they've played with that in the 50-over game with various different types of power play and things like that. But ultimately, I suppose it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think the 4 outfielder max in women's cricket's going great guns. This one outside the off stump. Umpire has a think about it, says it's okay.
Phil G in the chat saying Switzerland consumes approximately 29.7 litres per person annually of wine, which is the 4th highest in Europe.
Give us the 3 biggest guzzlers then. I want to know.
France.
I mean, really?
those pesky French.
Reverse edge. That comes up with nothing here.
I mean,
Okay.
I'd probably go France,
Italy?
Italy, Germany. But Germany drink a lot of beer.
True.
Or,
Also drink a lot of wine.
yeah,
Per capita, though. There'll be a sneak. Luxembourg.
the
They'll
UK
sneak in.
maybe. That's just alcohol in general. Not fussy.
Well, Bold beats the outside edge after wheeling and dealing and getting it right through.
Okay,
This
so
seventh over.
we were right on Italy and France.
Yeah.
But we actually missed the number one,
Oh, really?
which we've
Okay,
been talking about a lot
Is
this
it
week.
big? I'm not looking. Big country, little country.
Medium country.
Oh, thanks.
We've said it many times on air this
Austria?
week. No. Think more Mediterranean.
Portugal.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's also dirt cheap there. I think
Is
that's why.
port wine? It is.
Yeah. Famously called port wine. Yeah.
Yeah. That's still tricks in the name.
I mean, when I go to Portugal, I think I drink about 29.7 litres in an evening.
In an innings. Well, there you go.
Per capita, Portugal, 61.1 litres
Oh.
per person. Italy, 42.7 and France, 41.5.
I feel like France and Italy would be in a good battle, wouldn't they? Like, they wouldn't like that the next year. They'll kind of put the advertising out. Come on, everyone, do your bit. Right now, this was a bit of a teaser for the Brazilian infield. It'll be a single, and that's all as Arthur goes for 7 in her first over. And after 7 overs, Jersey 45 for 3. How about beer drinkers, beer consumed per capita?
That's
You
what
wanna know that?
that's what Monty's just
I
asked
think
Phil.
I know the top one of this because I think it's where I live.
Yeah.
I think it's Czechia.
Again, dirt cheap. I think in Switzerland, maybe their wine consumption is just
Actually,
culled by their price.
dirt is more expensive than beer in Prague, where I live. It's about €2 for a pint of world-class beer, which I believe here will get you the glass, but nothing in it.
Yeah, Phil G saying Czechia has been the number one country for over 30 years in beer consumption. 152 litres per capita per year, I assume.
Is it adults or
It's higher among children.
no? Stay away from it, kids. But yeah, famously, they want beer to be cheaper than water, and they somehow manage it. Anyway, Boris comes back for a second over. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. Nice to have you. And yeah, Lily mentioning a New Zealand wine, and well, I mean, New Zealand does great wine famously. Australia also really good. South Africa pretty good as well. The Southern Hemisphere wine producing countries. Hello to Shoban Ganaik as well, who's saying hello to Vinny and Tina. Loving the broadcast today. Looking forward to jumping on with you soon. We probably will hear Shoban this weekend because I know your next stop, speaking of Portugal, is Portugal. Will you be involved in the Portugal Liga Grizzly this weekend? Looking forward to that.
I thought you were going to say involved in the wine drinking.
Well, that was implied.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Division 2 on Saturday, Division 1 on Sunday. And I'll be looking forward to the cooler temperatures of Portugal as well after the heat wave of Zurich.
Merritt punches through the offside, but she'll have to settle for the single. I'll give you a live weather forecast then. It will be a coolish but warmish 32 and 31 for you this weekend in Lisbon.
Well, they do have the embassy set up now at the
True.
SCG, and I've been promised air conditioning. And if that's not the case, then I will be a blonde puddle by the end in that tin can.
Smith, not a bad shot. But again, the field's well set now. I suppose just the clear difference for me here is just the raw power that Boas was able to produce, that even when there were outfielders in play, she was able to challenge them, and balls that were 3 or 4 meters away just were unfieldable. Obviously, we haven't quite seen that from Jersey so far. That's more like it. Too short from Boas, and Merritt turns on it. It's been called 6. It's been an interesting replay. But it will be a maximal as Jersey go past the 50. Certainly was pretty close to the rope.
There was a puff of dust, wasn't there? I'm just not quite sure if that was just in front of the rope. I think I saw it.
Yeah, it
Oh, it was a 6. It actually flicked the flag on the way through,
Yeah.
didn't it? Good call from the umpire.
Very good call. Just picked up the movement of the flag. A bit like, the sensor in the ball in the FIFA World Cup. Sensor in the flag here. Merritt chops, Keeper goes one hand, one bounce. The hat is off, people. The hat is off. The glove is off. They'll get through for a single. End of the over. And Jersey, 55 for 3.
Good signs of intent there from Merritt. Jersey's leading run scorer in international cricket. Still a lot of runs to get, but she maybe didn't do as much with the bat as she would have liked yesterday. So this will be a confidence booster for her. Remember, of course, that Jersey won't be going through to finals day, but they will be playing that isolated match tomorrow morning against Switzerland, and still a lot to play for in that one because they won't like the fact that Brazil, who are just above them in the rankings, will probably get one over on them here. So they'll certainly want to make sure that Switzerland, who are below them, don't leapfrog them if there's any kind of mishap tomorrow.
Yeah, every match carries equal weight as far as the ICC rankings and ranking points go. Marianne Arter to bowl her second over. That one's going to test the fielder, and that will go for 4. And that's a bit more like what we saw in the first innings. As I think it was Duda out there on the boundary, who tried to track it to her left, took a slightly unexpected hop, and it got through to the boundary. So London, I'm going there tomorrow. It'll be 33, 27 Thursday, 26 Friday, 26 and 27. That's perfect, isn't it? Or you would call it too hot, probably in London.
I know that the Brits like complaining about the weather, but something about the heat in London does hit differently.
What is the temperature again? Is like one number where you won't complain about the weather. Is it 26?
26.
Okay.
I mean, that's almost too hot, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I like the warm weather. I will never complain
It's a
about
beautiful city
the sunshine.
in the summer.
It is beautiful. It just gets very oppressive with the concrete jungle.
Left arm orthodox here. Marianne Arter gets up one in the offside channel. Smith thinks about it, leaves it alone, has to wear the dot.
Got a lot of left arm orthodox bowlers on show in this quad series. Obviously, alongside Arthur, we've got Chloe Greeken, Jersey captain. We've got the youngster from
Deepa.
Spain as well, Deepa.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think if Switzerland have one. I don't think they maybe the odd one's out without left arm orthodox.
It's such a handy skill to have, isn't it, with the control of the finger spin, but being able to take the ball away from the right-hander. As this right-hander, Trinity Smith, it's once again, she lines up the sweep. A bullet arm from the boundary. This has been a real professional performance from Brazil, which we expected from them in the field. 6 off this over so far. Last ball of it coming up. Last ball of the over, and that's going to go to the boundary. So Merritt, she's putting together a really good individual knock here. Probably needs a bit more support, but she's been the shining light for Jersey so far. Whacks that to the fine leg boundary for 4. Takes it to 35 off just 21 balls. And after 9 overs, Jersey 65 for 3.
Just a bit of a drag down there from Marianne. Just loses her shape. It's a comment that Monty's made in the chat as well. Needs to use that front arm a bit better to guide her. As soon as it drags down to her side, you can see the ball just tailing away down leg side, especially as the left arm around option to the right hander. You really can't afford to go down that leg side channel because all the batter has to do is help it on its way, and that's exactly what Annalise Merritt did on that occasion.
Okay, I found the 3 top beer consuming countries per capita. Czechia, where I'm from. My adopted country, I suppose. 126 litres per person per year.
I mean, that works out as
Well, if you
more
say-
than 2 litres a week.
It's up. It's in the air. Fielder comes around. Can't get there. Couldn't quite organise the dive there. Maria Silva. Just get hands to it. But again, I like that. It's got a good team spirit there. They get around her. On another day, maybe gets taken.
Almost 2.5 litres a week.
Yeah.
It feels a lot. And every week you miss, you've got to have 5 litres the next week just to keep on track.
Full toss. Knocked out to deep forward square for 1. Yeah, it's a pretty healthy number. Oh, unhealthy. Second, though, is Austria.
Okay.
Shares a border, which shows the Czechs know how to drive. And third is Romania, actually, with 100.3 litres per capita annually.
But you don't really have kind of the binge drinking culture in Czechia, though, do
No,
you?
and also quite a lot of it now is 0% beer, because if you're driving, which people try and avoid, it's a zero limit. So there's actually a really good culture of 0% beer, including on tap. Nice shot by Merritt. That'll get through as well. She'll move to 39. It's been a really good individual performance from Annalise here. And to be honest, when she bowled early, she did go for a few, so she's probably got a bit of a score to settle. She's settling it pretty well right now.
Nicely played by the tall right-hander.
Number 4, honourable mention, Germany.
Yeah, I knew we'd be up
99.
there. Crack the 100 soon enough.
I do like the German beer festivals, though. I think they have a few of them here in Switzerland as well.
Yeah, I think a beer festival travels well, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? But I'll never forget my first German beer festival. Kind of Oktoberfest without the tourists. I was taken there with my commentary partner, Philip Buckstadt, after with the first ECL in 2019. Started well. That's all I can really tell you. They are. Then I realised, these are 1 litre beers. They're not half a litre at all. I just thought my hands were small. Anyway, this is going to test the fielder out there. Well done. Maria Silva gets down to her right, makes the stop. End of the 10th over. And the score is 74 for 3. Players will probably have a drink. Gives us a chance to welcome everybody in the chat. Uilo in the chat saying, good morning, lads. Well, morning to you. And you can be an honorary lad.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it my impression, or is this field kind of small? Well, it is kind of at the bottom end of it is a T20I regulation field. We should say that. There's a bit of a spectrum, if you like, that you can have the field between, I think it's around about 50 point something meters up to 64, 65. But I think probably the main thing is not necessarily the distance of the boundaries, but it's the fact that everything's on a downslope to the boundary. And I think that it is so fast. That's even if you put the boundaries back a bit further, I think we still see plenty of boundaries because the ball's just basically challenging the fielders either way.
It would be fast on any normal day, but the summer we've had here as well means it's so quick because it's extremely dry out there. It's been merciless for the fielders. It's not been an easy task for them in either day so far. They've been statues a lot of the time just because the ball's gone past them quick as a flash. But I'd probably also say the Brazil batters and Lindsay Boas in particular made the field look small with their power hitting.
True. Yeah, it's a good point. Players having a well-deserved drink. 29 degrees, and like we said, it's only going to get hotter. If you have any random questions as well, it's the last innings of the day. We often encourage random questions at this time. I've also put something in the chat saying, is anybody tuning in from Brazil? Say hi to us. Also, we've got Satish here. Well, Satish commentated for us last week in Costanay for a few games, and Satish actually was at Cricket on Ice. I think he was scoring most of the time, but he jumped on with Henry. And Henry is giving a knowing nod, saying, yes, he remembers you very well, Satish, and it's nice to have you tuning in. And Satish probably will come back and do a couple of games during the European Cricket Series with Phil. So I think Phil's in the chat right now, so you two can get acquainted.
Yeah, looking forward to tuning in for that next week. Alongside, of course, Hornchurch, which is happening as we speak.
We have 2 locations, Saturday, Sunday, because we have England and Portugal, where you'll be.
Yeah.
But, let's not have a feud between you and Phil, the G-Force partners.
All love between me and Phil.
All love. Tune in to both. Tune in all the time. And then on Monday, it'll still be double screen action with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, ECS here in Switzerland and in England. And then only Hornchurch Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can try and get down to Hornchurch at some point next week. I'll be in the area.
And then they'll have a weekend which is only Portuguese cricket, but then Estonia. That's coming up quicker than you think.
That millionth ball is almost upon us.
The millionth ball. Do me a favour, because I know you're on a bit, and I'm off after this week. Keep an eye. We're on ball watch.
I'll get the balloon arch.
When we hit another K, remember that movie when Facebook was gaining followers? You know, they had little in their office. I think we're 970,000 now. As a little bit of the old razzle dazzle from Cardoso. He threatens to throw the stumps down. I think Trinity didn't realise that the bowler was going to field that so easily. 74 for 3. Mountain too high to climb now for Jersey, who I think are playing for pride. A little bit short, just breaks away for a wide. So yeah, tomorrow, I know it is a little bit confusing, but I suppose trying to squeeze as much cricket as we can this week, and all the teams are here, they want to play. So Switzerland and Jersey, they already played each other in game 1 of this quad series, but they have arranged to play again, even though it's not a part of the series, because they're playing a second time, which the other teams don't do. So that will be tomorrow morning, starting half an hour earlier, so 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. Switzerland taking on Jersey in a standalone match, but then we do get into matches 5 and 6 of the quad series. Brazil playing in both of them as well, taking on Spain in match 5 and Switzerland, the hosts, in match 6. And based on what we've seen today, obviously that could be a bit of a mismatch. Nonetheless, plenty to gain for both teams, I suppose, against new opposition. And who knows, maybe we'll see Spain or the host Switzerland pulling off a big upset. Uyo says yes. Vinny, I'm Brazilian. Well, let us know what we should call you. I do like Uyo. And tell us, where you watching from in Brazil as well? Great to have you with us. And keep tuning in. Like I said, it'll be a big day tomorrow. Brazil playing back-to-back. This one's clipped up in the air. Fielder comes in. Can she get there? Great effort. Couldn't quite hold on. Oh, they're so athletic in the field, aren't they? Checking out here on the replay. Yeah, gets 2 hands to it in the end. Couldn't quite pull off a stunning catch. Trinity survives. Back to Merritt on 40. Gets beaten. And so Cardoso wicketless for her first 11 balls. She'd love to get into the action. There's a list of our recent winners of ECN events, of course. Whoever wins this event will go on that list. Unfortunately, it won't be Jersey because they can't participate in the finals, but it could be Brazil, it could be Spain, it could be Switzerland. Nice little glance, and it beats the fielder. Not an easy one for Marianata, who was at 45, reasonably close. Nice bit of timing here, just using the pace of Cardoso, who strayed outside the leg stump. Nice bit of touch from Annalise. We'll take it to 44, and after 11 overs, the score is 82 for 3.
Merritt's got very nice hands. It's the second time she's played a shot through that area. Just doesn't try to overhit it, just guides it away, especially down that slope towards the car park. As soon as it went past Arta on the 45, it was just destined for the rope. Be nice if Merritt can get to the half century. She's batted well for it. She's got a good click as well. Any other time, any other game, it would be a very promising start here.
What they needed is a double click and someone going just as well as Merritt at the other end in the top order. Obviously, Trinity's doing what she can, but she's not quite cracking the runner ball at the moment. And then maybe it could have been a different story. As we'll have Nicole Montero bowling her second over. Good coverage out there on the leg side as Trinity will start the over with a single.
Nikki's the leading wicket taker for Brazil, 82 in her 66 T20I so far, so an excellent rate for her. Looking to add to that collection here.
In the air, that gets over the field. That'll be 4. So Merritt moves to 48. It's been a good knock in adverse circumstances from Annalise. But she is flying the Jersey flag. Nice bit of footwork there to get back and across and get a head towards the ball. make solid contact and 4 more to the score.
Nikki's actually a double threat as well. She's played hockey for Brazil in the past. She's got roots in South Africa.
Yeah.
So despite her parents being Brazilian, she spent a long time in South Africa, where I'm sure she picked up this cricketing ability.
Yeah, you can tell she's just very skillful ball sport athlete, isn't she? Gets a comeback ball here. Merritt chops it into the ground and has plenty of time to come through for a single. She moves to 49.
Well, we've already had a 49 in this game so far, haven't we? When there was that unfortunate run out as they were going for the second, and it was Lara Agata who fell tantalizingly short.
Nice little slap sweep from Trinity, but once again, Brazil with the answers. They've got powerful arms. Wow, that's close as well. Umpire has a good look, says no, but geez, if the third umpire was in play, that might have been worth another look. They've got absolute rocket arms, these Brazilians. And also, what a take by Montero at the bowler's end barehanded.
Worth taking a look at this one again, as they were kind of caught napping, weren't they? Merritt then does put on the afterburners. I think, just the dive saves her. The long lever's used, and she gets back to safety. But it's something that I mentioned, isn't it, earlier today. Watch out for Brazil's fielding, because they're razor sharp and lightning quick.
Well, we've got Anthony Joseph tuning in from Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. Nice to see you, Anthony. Welcome. Vinny here with Tina. Off the pad, squirts away for a single. That'll be the end of the 12th over. And the score is 91 for 3. It's nice to make new friends. I mean, you have some Brazilian cricket experience. I know that Henry does as well. This is my first Brazilian cricket experience, so I'm enjoying it. It's nice to have a few new viewers. And by the way, to watch European Cricket Network cricket, you don't have to be in Europe. That's not a secret. We've got viewers from all around the world, and hopefully you tune in. Maybe even after this game, you can tune into the European Cricket Series, which is actually happening in London, of all places, at the moment. The T10 format is fast, it's furious. Actually, this Brazil side, if we were able to run another ECCW, I would love to invite them. I would love to see them play the T10 format, because I think they're built for it. Here's Duda getting ready to come back for her third over. Bowled up front from this end and had figures of 1 for 11 off 2 overs. And very importantly, was able to get rid of Grace Weatherall for just 9.
Duda is someone that's able to get cricket experience internationally as well. She and Lindsay Boas actually played Dolphins in New Zealand over
the intelligent animals as well. You learn a lot over there.
Can they bowl outswing? Do they have opposable thumbs?
Oh, in the air. Is this hanging up long enough for another diving attempt? I think it's Maria Silva again. She's been a bit of a ball magnet, hasn't she? But again, I just like the vibe in this Brazilian side. It was actually Carolina Nascimento who made the effort there. Again, put her body on the line. The ball didn't quite stick. And Uyo saying that they've been following ECN for quite a long time. Had a few work issues, but always trying to stay aware of the action. Oh, it's nice to have you. And Anthony, also great to have you as well. That's in the air. It's over the top of the infield. That'll be 4. Nice shot by Merritt. That'll bring up her 50. And she brings it up off 21 balls. What a good performance from Annalise, coming in a difficult situation. She's batted with confidence. She's been a fearless kind of a knock. 9 4s and a 6 in her half century.
Yeah, her top score for Jersey internationally is 77, so maybe threatening that here. And again, it's pretty much a free swing here for Merritt and all of her Jersey teammates. 148, a long way off. But maybe just inject a bit of life into this innings and into the game to come tomorrow.
I think one thing that sticks out a mile to me with this Brazilian side, and obviously seeing them live for the first time, I've seen a little bit before, on the TV and through their matches being covered, but they're athletes.
Yeah.
You know, they are athletes. You can tell that. I mean, look at the way the Duda's running in here with rhythm. And even if they don't play perfectly, you know, the odd catcher's going to go down. They're going to have difficulties, but, you know, they're giving themselves the best chance. It's well bowled. A little bit of an appeal, but umpire says no. And I think they're the kind of team to play against them would be quite intimidating because it seems like they're such a formidable unit. Kind of greater than the sum of their parts in a sense of the word as well. Duda hunting for a second wicket. Merritt 53 at the other end.
I think they do very much benefit from the fact, Brazil, that they can pretty much train full time. They're full time athletes. They live in the same city in most cases, and it's just in terms of the amount of volume you can have of training. I know it was a similar story for the Thailand women's team who
of course.
I think lived together, and just that time spent together both on and off the field makes a huge difference. If you compare that, I suppose Jersey, they live on a small island, but they'll also be scattered all around England. But if you look at some of the other associate teams in Europe, they just don't have the ability to train together that much.
Yeah, true. That's a nice bit of clipping from Annalise Merritt, and that'll be 4 more. So she moves up to 57 with Duda just getting a little bit leggy there. Annalise cashes in. I've really liked this innings because she hasn't looked to overhit the ball, Annalise. She's naturally quite powerful. She's got long levers. She's athletic in her own right. And she's generally made good choices in her innings. 100 comes up for Jersey with that boundary as well.
She's slowly making that into a trademark hit of hers, just that clip off the legs. Plays it so well, plays it right under her eyes. As you said, doesn't try to hit it too hard. Gets full value for her shots along the ground here.
Got her. Oh, it's the perfect reply from Duda. And for the second time this afternoon, she rattles the stumps. Merritt batted so well for 57, but a slippery Yorker was her undoing. Duda has 2 for 21, and Jersey now 101 for 4.
Again, you probably just don't see on this camera angle how much swing Duda gets, and I'm sure that one pretty much pitched on leg or Midland leg, and it hoops away. That's an excellent delivery to mark the end of an equally outstanding innings from Annalise Merritt. 57 off 33, including 10 fours and a Maximo. But she has to depart as Erin Googe comes in with the best part of 7 overs still to play.
Yeah, so it's one of these funny situations for the batters coming in because I think the chase is gone. But, you know, you still want to give a good account of yourself and your country and try and compete against what obviously has been a pretty formidable bowling attack so far. Erin Googe gets that opportunity, batting number 6. Brazil playing back-to-back tomorrow afternoon, and then potentially the fast pass to the final on Thursday afternoon. So they've got a big program of games coming up. Essentially, that's kind of 4 matches or even 5 matches potentially in the next 48 hours. So they'll have to be fit.
It gives them more incentive to get through to that final as first place as well, because it gives them at least that morning off on Thursday. Otherwise, they'll be playing 2 games tomorrow afternoon and then the first up on Thursday morning, which will be 3 games in the space of about 20 hours.
Yeah, true. End of the 13th. Successful over there for Duda. And after 13, Jersey 101 for 4. So we do have the gala dinner tonight. Big thank you to everyone at Cricket Switzerland for inviting us to that. They didn't have to. I think it's generally for players and whoever they thought else worthy of an invitation. And I'm looking forward to it.
Very much so. I know some of the crew were out shopping for garments yesterday, trying to get suited and booted.
Smart casual. Easy for me. I'm smart. I'm casual. What more do you want?
Smart at the top, casual at the bottom.
I have been called smart, but it's normally the first half of another word. Smart something. Anyway, time for the captain, Carolina Nascimento, to come on for the first time. flighted as Trinity Smith knocks it down the ground. We'll get a look at Erin Gouge for the first time.
It's not quite as strict a dress code as when we were getting you into the Lord's Pavilion.
That's true.
Although I think that was smart casual. I mean, up in arms because you weren't required to wear a tie.
Well, you told me I did. You're just being, and it was an abundance of caution.
Yeah, well, you're better off being overdressed than underdressed.
Yeah, true.
I think that's the motto at Lord's. But you know things are getting all loose when the jackets come off.
That's in the air. It's going to curve away from the field, and that's going to be 4. So Gouge trying to be proactive. I like this fighting spirit from Jersey. She gets off the mark with 4. Not afraid to use her feet, even though it was the first ball. So, yeah, brave batting, I suppose, but confident batting from the get-go. Carolina is actually the 7th bowler used. Again, showing a lot of depth here, Brazil. Just drops her a little bit at the last moment as she gets a little splinter off the inside edge for a single. Back to Trinity Smith.
Well, it might be a classic case of a bowling skipper underutilising themselves because Carolina's no mug. She's got 43 international wickets.
Trinity, she loves that sweep, doesn't she?
She does.
Trinity Smith, and connects with it well. Only a single, though. Brazil defending well. Yeah, Nascimento's a fascinating bowler to watch. She's very crafty. You can see how she's had all that success. She'll tempt the batter into a mistake. It's one a fraction short, though, and hit through point. That'll be 4. Slight mistake from the Brazilian skipper. Gouge cashes in her second boundary.
Getting nicely played. And how many times have we seen full reward for the cut shot? It's almost worth putting 2 or 3 points in the amount of times it goes through that area. Yeah. It's an unforgiving surface for the bowlers here.
Imagine as a batter, she'd go fully here. You'd be looking to come down, but it's perfectly pitched delivery. Kind of perfect middle length. End of the over goes for 11. And Jersey, after 14, or 112 for 4.
Yes.
6 overs to go in the day. What are you thinking about looking ahead to tomorrow's action, Tina?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at. I was looking at the fixtures. Firstly, thinking we can't have too much Swiss wine at the gala because we've got 3 games to cover tomorrow. I know you're off.
I'm only doing the first one.
You're on the early shift.
So if I can grit my teeth through it, I will. Also, I don't have to come for the first game tomorrow. I'm technically off.
Sounds like a threat.
Just saying that. Continue.
Yeah, so to reiterate, because it's a bit of a funky format of this tournament, the game tomorrow morning, Switzerland versus Jersey, is a T20I, and it will count for ranking points, but it won't count as part of this quad series. And then we have Brazil in both of their quad series games, first against Spain, then against Switzerland. So Switzerland, the Swiss sandwich tomorrow, with Spain, the cheese in the middle.
I like the Swiss sandwich. I've got another word that I've coined for the game tomorrow. It's the Jexit game. Jersey basically facilitating their exit from proceedings.
Yeah.
So this is actually Jersey's last game in the quad series, having played all 3 opponents. As Cardoso comes on again. Again, good defence from Brazil. I suppose known for their attacking flair in sports, but they've been solid out here. Yeah, the Jexit. Do you like that?
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
Because then they will be done after the morning game tomorrow. Like I said, Brazil have a pretty busy afternoon playing back to back. Up in the air. Tough one. Fighting the sun, but well taken. Laura Agatha takes the catch. Gouge looked good for her 9, actually. Takes on Cardoso down the ground. But a brilliant bit of outfielding. That looked a lot easier than it actually was at this time of the day. Agatha with safe hands on the rope. Jersey lose a 5th. 113 for 5.
Yeah, we thought she might be in trouble here because the first thing she does when the ball goes up in the air is throw her hand to the sky as if to say she's not quite sure where it is, but she lines it up and in the end makes it look extremely easy. think that the main thing to say about that is she stayed calm underneath the ball. As soon as she found the line of the ball, she stayed dead still and takes the catch. And it's the 5th wicket to fall, as Flo Tanguy will be the new batter. Let's take another look at this one. You can see just on the replay that Agatha puts her hand in the air, but as soon as she sees it, she's ready and waiting, gets that stable base.
You can see the shadow there as well, right? So that always shows you what the position of the sun is. And quite a few of the Brazilian fielders going hatless, which I got enough to know that. Obviously, they're quite used to it. She had the hat and she had the ball, though, Agatha. Nice bit of outfielding. Here's Flo Tanguy coming out at number 7. So Jersey, assuming that there's no upset tomorrow and they get over Switzerland, what do you think? How do you think they will feel about this week? And do you think they'll be a bit frustrated that they don't get another crack at Brazil?
I think so. I think almost lulled themselves into a full sense of security yesterday with those 2 wins against Switzerland and Spain. Maybe just caught a little on the back foot as they came across, in particular, Lindsay Villas-Boas and now Agatha, who almost took the game away from them before Jersey had time to settle themselves in. So if they had their time again, I think maybe they would make some different decisions. They would have certainly taken those early opportunities. So I don't think the level of victory here, which, I mean, could end up being something like 100 runs if they don't put their foot on the gas here, is necessarily fair. That's a great piece of fielding there by the wicketkeeper, Monique Machado. Umpire shakes his head. Worth taking another look at this one because I think it's tighter than it looks.
Yeah, I think so too. It was actually very well taken. She takes it on the half volley and then in one motion is able to get it down onto the stumps. But I think Flo was just home. Got to say, I'm not a huge fan of the keeper being positioned in that way. I know sometimes some keepers have tendencies for that. The problem being sometimes you don't know exactly where the stumps are. They'll say anchor 1 foot and you should know. But I suppose that's the thing with keeping. It's good to have, I use the kind of toolbox analogy to say have all these different tools of how to position yourself and a lot of it's situational, the speed of the throw coming back in, how likely you are. I'm thinking it might hit the stumps, whether it's where you're likely to get a bad bounce, for example, how far the batter is out potentially also changes your strategy. So it's about kind of knowing those options and making those split-second decisions. I suppose come with more experience. So I'm going a little bit of an old man keeper rant, and obviously people know that's the position I played a long time. But I sometimes don't like when keeping coaching is done in absolutes, saying this is the way to do it and it's the best, and it's really very simplistic and not necessarily giving you the toolbox you need to cover other situations. Oh, that's an edge, and well, any keeper in the world I think would have done well to get close to that. Monica hurls herself away to her right. Spectacular dive. It's, the result will be 4 runs to Jersey, end of the 15th over, and it's 119 for 5.
Laura Cardoso, they're not quite able to repeat her world record-breaking heroics. 1 for 25 off her 3 so far.
Have a look at their Manhattans there. They just disappeared, but it's a bit of a shanty town compared to the Manhattan we saw in the first innings. It's really testament to the pressure that Brazil have applied. Merritt with a fighting half century in defiance, but it's been one-way traffic apart from that. As we've got Lara Bittencourt coming back to bowl over number 16. 5 overs to go in the day.
Just making a field change here. Last minute, sending Marianne Arter back to the edge of the ring at mid-wicket. And it goes just over her head. It was almost a perfect piece of captaincy there from Carolina Nascimento. But as it is, it goes over Arter's head and rolls away for 4 runs.
I wonder, she jumped a bit early and she seemed to be going down when she wanted to be going up. I think she just mistimed the jump. Anyway, we'll never know. As we've got the Lou Bega. You know what the Lou Bega is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little bit of Monica in my life.
I was
Behind
actually
the stumps.
This is
A little bit of Tina by my side. Shall I keep going?
yes. I was actually listening to a podcast falling asleep last night, and I clearly didn't fall asleep quickly enough because it was a fun fact about Lou Bega.
Okay.
It's a facts podcast, and they always come with their favourite facts of the week.
Sure.
And the fact was that Stephen King, when he was writing one of his books, played Lou Bega so often that his wife threatened to divorce him. He just played it on repeat.
That is an unbelievably random fact.
And also, there's more connections.
Oh.
So when Stephen King wrote Carrie,
Yep.
Lou Bega, all the names mentioned, like Sandra, Tina, Jessica, they're all characters in Carrie.
Really?
And obviously Carrie came first. I think Carrie's in the 1970s.
Just two artists blending.
Yeah.
An unlikely union. Well, you learn something every day.
And it got slightly morbid as well, in an amusing way, because Lou Bega, who's actually German, you know?
Yeah, I actually did know
he's
that.
German. He was releasing Mambo No. 5 as his dad was coming to the end of his life, and his dad was in hospital, and Lou Bega had just about finished the recording of Mambo No. 5, and his dad's final wish was kind of that his son was successful in music because he'd made a few records. As that one is going to hit a record as well, because that one goes big. It's going to go all the way from Maximo into the members area, and that's a good shot in anger there from Trinity Smith. She uses her feet nicely, gets to the pitch of it, and swings it away.
Turns it into a really handy pickup length. So, didn't york herself, just left herself enough length to work with and to elevate. Yeah, she'll be happy with how her innings has progressed. Had a little bit of an underwhelming start, but she's caught up now, up to 29.
So Lou Bega Sr. on his deathbed was kind of, I think it's just that the scene makes me laugh just a little bit.
Yeah.
On his deathbed, then Lou Bega comes up to him and plays him Mambo No. 5 as his final wish, which just the juxtaposition of a dying man and Mambo No. 5 playing. I think he did still pass away, so it didn't rouse him. But the end of the 16th, 131 for 5. But yeah, Stephen King's wife said to Stephen King, his wife Tabitha, finally snapped and said, "One more time and I'm going to effing leave you."
Really?
When he kept on playing Mambo No. 5.
Have I ever told you that one Christmas I got the Lou Bega album when I was younger? So we're talking mid-90s, I suppose. And of course, I knew track 1 was
Mambo No. 1.
Yeah, it was Mambo No. 5, yeah. And track 2, I do remember, but it was a song that sounded suspiciously similar called 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm not joking. Look that up. And then, let's just say it kind of fell away pretty quickly after that.
Well, because the dad's name, so Lou Bega is actually his surname, and his dad's name is Charles Lou Bega, because he was a biologist from Uganda and moved to Germany in 1972, or to West Germany as it was at the time. So yeah, Lou Bega deep dive. This was all in my semi-consciousness as I was trying to fall asleep last night.
It's so funny because we've done so many games. This is about the 4th or 5th time that actually we have gone on a Lou Bega kind of rabbit hole.
Yeah, but the Stephen King element just adds.
That is new. That is new. All right, here we go with Boas switching to this western end. Hit and run and not handle cleanly at cover. They'll get 3 for 1.
Yeah, maybe we need to get more musical elements in our commentary. Then we won't have to keep talking about Lou
The
Bega.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is always an interesting one when it comes up.
Yeah, and it comes up a lot.
Yes, it does. Straight pull this time. But Agatha won't make a mistake until now. It'll only cost 1 extra run. Jeez, I've loved the confidence of Brazil to throw balls into barehanded receivers on the full and for them to catch it. You can't be timid to do that. You can't be hesitant. But they are so well drilled. Up in the air. Gets over cover. Nice stop down there by Duda. We'll get back for another 2 runs. So I suppose it's just about playing for pride at this stage. Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame with the Jexit that we won't get to see these two play a second time.
You know what Lou Bega's autobiography was called?
No, but I want to find out.
It was unimaginatively called Mambo Number 1.
Really?
Yeah, and then it had a subtitle because all
Did you read it to his dad on his deathbed?
all German books have subtitles. So it's Mein Leben nach dem Erfolgsrausch. Rausch. Ein Weltstar begegnet Jesus.
Oh, well, I got most of that.
Yeah.
Tell everyone.
So
what
my
that
life,
means, yeah.
my life after the explosion of fame or success is that one is an explosion through mid wicket for 4 runs, and then a superstar beats. So clearly, I mean, he's only 51 years of age. So clearly, he's in the second part of his life.
All. Finished the game of music and just got on with his life.
I don't know if it's made its way into the English-speaking realm, that autobiography.
No, definitely feels like quite the page turner. And you know what they say with that book? Start with pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the book really comes alive. All right, up in the air. Fielder goes back and takes the catch. Nascimento, the skipper, judged that one perfectly. Trinity Smith fought hard for 37. But Boas having a day out, isn't she, in the Swiss sun. She picks up her second wicket in Jersey now. 141 for 6.
Again, it was another catch that was made to look much easier than it actually was because the skipper there had to throw herself into the reverse gear pretty quickly, backpedaled, and in the end was able to take it comfortably. But that's the kind of opportunity that fielders can sometimes get themselves in a muddle with, trying to turn around, lose sight of the ball, and then before they know it, it's dropped. But the skipper there, Carolina Nascimento, does an excellent job, keeps her eye on the ball at all times, and is able to take it cleanly in front of her as the next wicket falls. Jersey 141 for 6.
Listen, we've gone on a bit of a Lou Bega deep dive. We do have Brazil here for the first time, so I've got a few fun facts on Brazil. Okay?
Hit me.
Hopefully, and they're definitely facts. You can decide if they are fun. Start with a bit of geography. Brazil is actually bigger than the contiguous United States, so the kind of block of the 48 states of the United States. So it covers about 8.5 million square kilometres, making it the 5th largest country in the world. Some people don't realise how big an area Brazil is.
The maps are always quite distorted, aren't they?
Got some good animal-based ones. We love animal-based ones. There's an island so full of venomous snakes that ordinary visitors are banned.
Who bans them? The snakes?
Well, just think for your own safety, you can't go there. Ilha de Queimada Grande, nicknamed Snake Island, is home to thousands of golden lancehead vipers, one of the world's most venomous snakes.
You know, if there's going to be venomous snakes in the world, I'm glad they're mostly contained to that one singular Brazilian island.
Let the snakes have this island, and then you leave the humans alone. I'm with you. I've got another good animal-based one. Some Amazon ants explode. Are you curious to hear more?
I was going to say that can't be the end of the fact because I need to know more.
Yeah, certain species sacrifice themselves by rupturing their bodies and spraying sticky chemicals over attackers as a commitment to teamwork and keeping the colony alive. Would you explode yourself if it helped the commentary team? This is guided back behind the keeper for a single.
I mean, you know I love you, Vinny, but I'm not sure.
You're going to remain undetonated.
I'll keep all my explosions to myself.
Food-related one. I needed one of those. Sao Paulo in Brazil is said to consume more pizza than almost any city outside Italy.
That is something I can get on board with. That was probably when I was in Sao Paulo.
I'd love to do a pizza per capita stat. And here's one that's kind of crossover between Brazil and Europe. You could fit nearly every country in Europe inside Brazil. It's so vast that flying from its northern tip to its southern tip takes about as long as flying from London to Cairo.
That is a long way.
Yeah. I'd love to go to Brazil. I think now we've attracted Brazil like a moth to a flame. I feel European Cricket Series, Brazil. It's got to be on the cards. Al's in. Tina's in. I'm in. Henry's in. Want to go to Brazil? Yes. Easy. He's in. It was an easy sell, wasn't it?
As long as we're not going to that poisonous snake island.
Oh, yeah. ECS Snake Island. Not so sure about it. But anywhere else, I'm in. Anyway, Pittencourt's done a good job. Tanguy trying to lift the score, pick up another single down the ground. Brazilians can vote from the age of 16. Do you think, I mean, in the future, do you think 16-year-olds should be able to vote?
Well, given the
Feel
results
free to take the fifth.
given the results of referendums in the UK, I don't think anyone should be allowed to vote.
Yep, well said. End of the 18th over and the score 144 for 6. The Brazil nut effect is an actual term in physics. When a mixture of differently sized objects is shaken, the largest objects often rise to the top, like Brazil nuts appearing at the top of a bag of mixed nuts. I never noticed the Brazil nuts go to the top.
I mean, that's a Brazil as a country adjacent fact rather than actually about Brazil, but we'll allow it.
Got to admit, when I read the title, The Brazil Nut Effect, I was a bit nervous to read it out loud, but it turned out to be okay. 50 and over required, still 100 behind. Jeez, it's been a solid performance from the Brazilians here. All happens in the 19th and it starts with a wide. I've got one more for you, that some Brazilian rock paintings might be older than the pyramids by about 20,000 years. How about that for history?
I'd say almost all of those facts were fun, apart from the one about the poisonous snake
The
island.
snakes one?
Yeah. It's fun as long as you're not on the island, which you shouldn't be because humans are banned.
Ooh. Might be quite tight, but maybe not quite coming back enough. As Duda comes back to complete her complement of 4 overs.
The Brazil nut effect is actually called granular convection in
Don't
actual
make
physics.
a boring name for it. It's the Brazil nut effect.
There's the fun sucked out of the fun fact.
Welcome to German factoids with Tina.
Oh dear.
Unfun fact. We should A/B test. We'll have unfun facts as well. Down the ground, but lady manager single here. Tanguy and Mia Maguire out there now for Team Jersey. Funny thing is, everyone says, growing up in Australia, all the Europeans, when I come here, say that sounds pretty dangerous. But I've got to admit, I've never seen a snake outside like a zoo or at a shopping centre where they're on show. Because they famously don't want to be around people. So there's a lot of signs saying beware of snakes. I'm thinking, maybe today I'll see one. For example, even the sound of footsteps, that has them kind of trying to scatter away from the humans, not towards them.
Well, when I was going along the Great Ocean Road, I stopped off for a bit of a walk, and it was along a proper designated footpath. And the first sign I came across said, "Beware snakes." And I was like, okay, that's generally good advice. Yeah. And then the next sign, which was a mere 100 meters later, said, "Beware deadly snakes."
Yeah,
so clearly they'd escalated.
So you got your entry level snakes just to whet your appetite. And if you've made it this far,
you're now willing to die.
Have your affairs in order. Duda push down the ground for a single. Brazil still full of beans here. Yeah, Uyo saying, yeah, I'm right about the geography. It's a big country, Brazil. That's one of the most difficult issues with spreading the game. Obviously, it's been very successful. When you think about the fact that where they've built the ground, they've kind of built a culture around it, but in a very tiny pocket of what's a huge country. So imagine the untapped potential in the whole of Brazil. And I suppose that's the thing as well. So many countries, and in Europe as well, and especially in Europe, I suppose, football is now dominating the landscape all year round. I come from Australia where we have quite set, this is cricket season, this is football season, to the point that even at school, when it ticks over to March, if you bring your cricket stuff, everyone says, what are you doing? It's football season, and it's like that. But with the Premier Leagues and European football leagues kind of encroaching longer and longer, outside the traditional months. It doesn't leave too much room for other sports, and that is part of the challenge. But, this is the kind of team, you'd love to see Brazil going to a World Cup or an Olympics and getting, maybe the more of the general population excited about a sport that's clearly natural for them. All the elements of cricket are pretty innate for this group of players. And not to say they haven't worked very hard on their game, but it's incredible to think what the potential might be.
Yeah, I always kind of make the same argument for Germany as well. There's certain countries in the world which you just say are kind of athletic countries. And if it's not cricket, it's football or it's tennis or it's hockey. Brazil certainly fits in that mold. I think Germany does too. And you just almost wish that more people took up cricket because they could be so good at it. And Brazil is just showing a snapshot of that with the players out on the field today.
Yeah, it's been a great day. I mean, it hasn't been a great day for Jersey, but any time we see new cricketers on the network, showing what they can do, obviously with Lindsay Boas and her century, that's a moment she'll never forget. In fact, we're able to capture it here on ECN, makes it even more special. As we will go into the last over of the day, Jersey, look, not a bad score, probably knocking on the door of a par score, perhaps 151 for 6 off 19, but they are going to go down by some distance. And, well, perhaps fittingly, it looks like it will be Lindsay Boas to bowl the last over of a very memorable day for Brazilian cricket.
She's already, I'm sure, secured the Player of the Game award. Maybe even add even more of a gloss to her figures here.
Hey, now Phil's chimed in. Apparently Lou Bega will be playing in Prague, where I will be spending August, obviously on baby watch. But if there hasn't been a baby explosion by August 15, then Lou Bega is performing. And I could catch him live and ask him these questions. Or ask him whatever I like.
I like the fact that Phil also caveats it by saying he's performing at a castle/winery, as if we didn't need any more motivation to see Lou Bega live.
Triple threat. Castle, winery, Lou Bega.
Get me there.
Anyway, time to bring the curtain down after this over. Here's Lindsay McGuire with a really nice late guide. Oh, has a little nibble, but won't be able to make the stop in the end. Had one shot there, did Agatha. Well, probably the first sign that maybe they're human and are feeling a little bit tired after being out there in the 30 degrees. But anyway, McGuire will cash in with 4 runs.
Yeah, Agatha, who got 49 runs herself, looked like she was kind of running towards her bed there because it's been a long old afternoon for Brazil. Especially those who were batting in that first innings. But Lindsay seems to be full of beans, and I would be too if I just scored my maiden T20I century, and she's got 2 wickets as well.
Uyo with a really interesting observation as well, because of the climate in Brazil, they kind of have rain periods, like India in some places, but there's not necessarily defined seasons. So I think in Australia, because we have the clear summer and winter, and our winter isn't too harsh, then we naturally have summer sports, and we have the football sports and hockey in the winter. But yeah, so I suppose carving out when the season should be is pretty important for a sport. Up in the air, should be an easy catch for the bowler. It will be. So Boas, well, if there's any doubt who was player of the match, she's put it beyond all doubt now with a 3 for to go with her century. Jersey lose a 7th in the last over, 156 for 7.
Almost pops out, but everything that she's touched has turned to gold today. And that catch, no exception. She picks up her 3rd. Flo Tanguy never really hit top gear as the skipper, Chloe Greeken, comes in at number 9.
So Phil saying that where Lou Bega's performing in Chevlice, outside of Prague, fair way outside of Prague, halfway towards the German border. Do you think that Lou's planning a quick escape if it doesn't go to plan?
Just hops
Get back
over.
To friendly territory?
Yeah. Can meet you there, though. I'll come from the German side, you come from the Prague side. Crew road trip.
Just thinking of Lou Bega's dad in heaven, kind of cranking it for everyone around. Real floor filler.
Absolutely. There's not too many songs where my name is mentioned, so it was always a highlight for me.
Greeken decides to ramp the ball into her head. Maybe not the greatest start to her innings. Hopefully she's all right here. No fine legs, so it's probably on. And it's not for the first time today. We see a bit of a head knot. Well, she did hit it pretty well. The only problem is She also fielded it with her noggin.
I think she looks keen to get this game finished and to carry on.
The
but
concussion protocol is going to come on here, and she'll have to answer the quiz. Maybe one of the questions should be, how many balls are there to go in this game? So, anyway, Chloe, speaking about Chloe, she is a really great leader. And I think sometimes you forget how young she is because she does such a great job managing the side. And also her responsibility with the ball. She can bat anywhere in the order, and she's not afraid to give other players opportunities above her in the order, but she could easily be batting a lot higher than this. She's been an absolute delight to deal with once again, and looking forward to seeing Jersey sign off in the morning with a return fixture against Switzerland.
Congrats are in order for Chloe as well, because this is her 50th T20I.
Congratulations, Chloe. That's wonderful. 2 to come. Attempted cut. Gets through to the keeper. So, tomorrow, just reminding you, we are back. We're starting a little bit earlier because you've got a triple treat tomorrow from Switzerland with the Jexit game first. Switzerland playing Jersey before Jersey exit, and then it's over to Brazil playing a doubleheader against Spain and then Switzerland. So Brazil play twice tomorrow, Switzerland play twice tomorrow. Tries the ramp again, that's ambitious, but that will be the end of the day. Boas finishes 3 for 26 to cap a more or less perfect day for her. That's to go with her 121 in the first innings. Jersey finished 1-5-6 for 7. 87 runs the margin as Brazil, far too good. Their first game on European continental soil is a big success, running out big winners, and now have to be big favourites in this quad series as well.
Professional performance there from Brazil. They started with the fireworks with the bat. They really set the tone in those opening 5 or 6 overs with, it was Laura Agata out there in the middle with, of course, the Centurion, Lindsay Boas. And we knew from then on that Jersey would be in maybe a bit of trouble against a team that's, well, literally a professional outfit. And they've made it pay as the winning margin here, 87 runs. Probably is flattering in terms of the gulf between the sides, because I do think Jersey are able to put in better performances. And certainly they can take promise from the batting performance here, Jersey, against a strong bowling unit in Brazil. They were still able to put runs on the board, especially a shout out to Annalise Merritt, who in very much a lost cause was able to get a half century to her name, and proving as well why she is the leading run scorer for Jersey. Again, someone who's also very young and is showing great leadership potential.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there were some positives there for Jersey. I think cricket's a game. I think sometimes we forget you're going to have hardships and you're going to have days and sometimes weeks and months where things might not go your way. I think Jersey kind of had to ramp up the intensity from 1 to 10, didn't they, in the end, as the opposition, obviously a lot stronger, well prepared, come here to show what they can do. A new challenge for Brazil, who are already really experienced in the T20IW arena. So, yeah, Jersey, I suppose I'm happy for them that they do have another game, and this isn't their last game. And we will see them tomorrow against Switzerland. For Brazil, though, I think it's hard to fault them, to be honest. Yeah. It was a pretty complete performance. Okay, the ground fielding wasn't perfect, but I think they accepted that, and I think you like the efforts there. They're still throwing themselves around. They have a good mixture of kind of skill, team spirit, and hunger, I think. You know, they really didn't let Jersey back into that game. It wasn't for Merritt and her half century. I think, it would have been a well below par performance as far as, compared to a par score for Jersey. Obviously, they fell behind in the game by a long way. So big thank you to Brazil and Jersey, and of course, also to Switzerland and Spain. We saw all 4 teams in the quad series today. And of course, Tina, you'll be here tomorrow and Thursday to close out the quad series. And I'm sure you're looking forward to what's ahead. Yeah, very much looking forward to it. I know you're having to shoot off to Hornchurch. Got to say a shout out to Henry Blofeld as well. It's not too often we have an absolute legend on the mic, so it's been an absolute delight to share the stage with him today. I mean, I sometimes I go to bed at night and is this really happening? I mean, after all the games we've done, to think that we have someone like Henry here, and I've got to say a huge thank you once again to Blowers for covering those overs today, and it was a real treat to hear his thoughts. Obviously, he's very passionate about the growth of the game, even with all his experience and all his stories in cricket. Now, look, I am planning to be here tomorrow morning. I would like to be here for game one, if you'll have me.
Let's see what happens at the gala.
Let's see what happens at the gala. But of course, Phil G is on the way, and he should be here hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow, definitely for Thursday. So you'll get some G-Force time together. So I want to say a big thanks to everyone out there in the chat as well. You've been absolutely wonderful, and it's been great to see some Brazilians in the chat. We thought we might get some, and obviously they're supporting the team all the way from back over the pond in South America, pretty big pond. And we encourage you to join in again and join us tomorrow. Don't forget, you can turn over to Hornchurch now. If you look at European Cricket Network on Google, you will see, or on YouTube, I think they call it these days, you're owned by Google. You can tune in. Still one game to go in Hornchurch, so that should be really fun. You can join Rico over there. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. We love to keep it free. We love to keep it accessible for everyone that's interested in watching some really entertaining cricket by some passionate cricketers. Don't forget our website, europeancricket.com, and our social media at European Cricket. Anything else to add?
No, I think that's all that she wrote. Let's get some Swiss wine.
We will, and we'll enjoy it responsibly, and you be responsible too, because we want you here tomorrow as well. Over to Hornchurch, have a bit of a kip, and then join us back, because it's going to be a triple treat. The longest day of the Quad Series is on the way. It's hump day, and somebody's going to have to pay. Vinny Santa, who is to Max. My big thanks on behalf of the team of Al, Marzi, everyone here, Isaac on the camera, everyone at Cricket Switzerland, and of course, our very own Tina Goff, and I suppose now our very own Henry Blofeld. Stay happy, stay safe. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN. For us, it's auf Wiedersehen.
See you tomorrow.